Nobody feels anything tonight as I stand in the rain. Everybody knows baby's got new clothes. Lately I've seen her ribbons and her balls falling from her pearl. She takes just like a woman. Yes, she makes love just like a woman. Yes, she does, and she aches just like a woman. She breaks just like a little girl. Queen Mary, she's my friend. Yes, I believe I'll go see her again. Nobody has to guess. Baby can't be blessed until she finally sees she's like all the rest. With a fog, her amphetamine and her pearls. It takes just like a woman. Yes, it makes love just like a woman. She does, and she aches just like a woman. She breaks just like a little girl.
All right, enough of that old fogey music, huh? She breaks like a little girl. Dave M., do you know who that is? Do you know who that is, Dave M.? Do you know who is singing? I'm excited because, number one, I'm going to go see her. Number two, I'm bringing somebody with me, so I'm not going alone. And number three, it's in a week. Well, it's not a week. 2 weeks from now. But she's great. I saw her sing in London years ago when she was younger. She, when I went to see her, she had just had a breakdown on stage. I don't think it was in London. I think it was somewhere else, where she just curled up in a ball on stage because she had stage fright. But she has an amazing voice to me. She has an amazing voice. Yogi, thank you. I would love to see what Junk Savvy shared. Ham's going to come on probably 20 minutes or so. I did not see the information Curtis put up. I'd love to see it. Curtis is great, 100. I don't know what to tell you about. Let's go around the league with some scores. Every stock is down, and I'm sure that one's down. GTII 0.2001, that's the bid. Finger 212 by 214. Ham's daughter bid on some at 210. GDC 224.04, 223 by 228. ZJYL 216.15 by 225. All I can say is it's not even 5,000 shares, but I would argue that's definitely testing my drawing on that chart, but it doesn't scatter me. They're trying to make people sell, and no one's selling. Worry Ducky D is 180 to 245 last trade too. I saw Logic is being hit 2.0277. The bid is 2 cents. Look, I guess people don't believe me. There is going to be a reverse merger there, but they just sell, like Pedro Philly says, they sell without fear. They know that Goober Gensler has their back. HNRA 199. The Goob actually protects criminal behavior in the markets over his responsibility to protect you. But hey, he's a big shot. He's worth 100 million. When he uses the bathroom, it smells like scented pine. 221 to 0.029 for HNRC. And then MMAT 270 by 273. Those are the scores that are showing up on my scoreboard. Let me text the hamster so he knows. As soon as he calls in, I won't be able to control the conversation very much. GDC seems to be frozen. Joe, did you see the SEC responded to Congressman Norman? What a crock of baloney. So on February 6th, from the Office of the Securities and Exchange Commission, directed to the Honorable Ralph Norman. Dear Representative Norman, thank you for your December 22nd, 2023 letter, which I've taken my sweet ass time responding to, addressed to Robert Cook and me and myself, regarding Meta Materials Series A preferred shares, MMTLP. I appreciate your interest in this issue. Respectfully, requests for information sought by FINRA and for analyses performed by FINRA are best answered by FINRA. Remember Goober Gensler shuffle? Here, watch my hands. Watch my hands. I'm an honest guy. I'm an honest guy. I'm an honest guy. Just watch my hands. Goober Gensler, where is the truth? That said, the SEC's Division of Examinations, through its FINRA and Securities Industry Oversight, the FSIO program, it's a program. Truth now is a program. Conducts examination of FINRA to assess its compliance with applicable laws and regulations, as well as to promote fairness, efficiency, and effectiveness in its operations. While I cannot comment on any particular examination, our FSIO program has the role to assess whether FINRA followed its own rules and policies, the adequacy of those rules, and whether they are implemented fairly and without influence from conflicts of interest. What is that paragraph about? It's just stuck in the letter. It's just a paragraph put in there meaninglessly. Regarding the share count information you request, I note that NextBridge included information about the number of MMTLP shares outstanding in its public disclosures in connection with NextBridge MMTLP corporate action. Oh, you note that. Well, how would MMTLP/NextBridge know the F about how many shares were counterfeited by your friends, Gary Gensler, that work with Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage? They don't know. Hey, watch my hands. They're moving around. I'm Ernest. I'm Ernest Goober Gensler. I'm Ernest. You can trust me. Look, when you guys stop voting for this current Democratic Party, you can start fixing this problem. And I know the Republicans haven't been much better. Stop believing Bill Clinton's BS, Hillary Clinton's BS, Joe Biden's BS, and Goober Gensler's BS. The Consolidated Audit Trail, CAT, data and blue sheets you reference in your letter contain non-public regulatory information. In other words, go pound sand. Regarding transactions, we have to protect our prime brokers like my alma mater, Goldman Sachs, from getting their shares sold short if anyone found out that there's 650 million fake shares of First Torchlight, then MMAT, and now MMTLP coursing through the system. Goldman Sachs would go down and my fortune would be wiped out. I have no conflicts of interest. I'm Goober Gensler. This information permits the Commission and the securities self-regulatory organizations, thank you, Bill Clinton, to conduct timely and thorough surveillance and enforcement inquiries. Well, this is timely. This letter from you, Mr. Norman, came on the 22nd, and I, Goober Gensler, am responding with bullshit on February 6th. The information in the cat and blue sheets is kept confidential and generally is protected by exemptions to the Freedom of Information Act. So I, Goober Gary Gensler, can protect Goldman Sachs. Obviously, I'm adding my own satire and editorial to this letter. As for your questions regarding whether there is evidence of any violations of particular securities laws or SEC rules, as a matter of policy, the Commission conducts enforcement investigations on a confidential basis and generally does not acknowledge the existence or non-existence of any investigation unless or until charges are filed. Thus, we feel we can protect Goldman Sachs the best. I added that. We do so to protect the integrity of our investigations. I'll protect the integrity of this. Safeguard the privacy of witnesses. Oh, yeah. And avoid damaging the reputation of persons who may not have been charged. Gag me with a spoon. Accordingly, I cannot comment specifically on certain matters raised in your letter. I assure you that the Commission's staff carefully will consider information included in your correspondence in connection with our statutory and regulatory responsibilities, which we ignore on behalf of my alma mater, Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage. please do not hesitate to contact me at 202-551-2100. Let's all call that tomorrow. Or have a member of your staff contact Kevin Burris, Director of the Office of Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs at 202-551-2010 if you have any additional questions or concerns. Sincerely, Goober Gary Gensler, Chair. So, Joe, I am aware of his letter. Everything I just did was editorialized and satire, and if you want to see the letter without full interruption, bring a vomit bag with you and go on Twitter, and you'll see a copy of it. Let's see what Jordan says. Gensler is not a goober. He knows what he is doing. He is working with the criminals to rob retail. Absolutely. Gary Gensler is bought and paid for by, first, Hillary Clinton corruption, and secondly, by Goldman Sachs corruption. That's Gary Gensler. Everything I say is in my opinion on Inter alia. Thank you very much, Inter alia. Hey, little boy, don't be nervous. I just raised my voice. I'm sorry. Poor guy. He's got his tail down. He's nervous because I raised my voice. I've got to be better to my dog. Hi, Andrew Sabuhar. You were first. All right. Rescued by the bell. All right. The voice is live. The audience is receptive. And you're on.
Are they sick and tired of hearing me yet?
No, me. They're sick and tired of me, not you.
One of us. I think they hate both of us by now. Again, this is not the buy or sell. This is accordance with SEC rules. I have to say that. Don't ask me why. There's no one else. Every other rule is broken all day long. By me saying anything, I could get in trouble for it. Think about that. Anyway, let's start off with. I'll start off with finger motion. My older daughter had some money, and she wanted to buy it, so I made her buy finger motion today at 210. She put a bid out there. It took a while, but then they finally whacked her for 2,500 or 3,000 shares. I think she bought, and that just shows you that if you think I don't believe in it, I just showed you. I put my daughter and my grandson, and that's the stock they bought with the money. We haven't got a lot of money to invest, but that's what I suggested that she do, and it's something that I believe in. I purchased the stock in December 31st. I think that was the day in 2018 at 287. The company was a shell. It was a vision or an idea at that point. They were getting the Chinese contract, or they just gotten it. I forgot what happened. And now the company has the contract, fully funded, deals with everyone, and the stock is $2.13. If you don't think that's insane, then and the word insane shouldn't exist anymore. That is completely fraudulent activity, and it shows you how undervalued I believe a company is, because I just showed you that the company was basically just a top up, working on getting the business. Didn't have the deep pockets. It only had maybe $700,000 at the time. Now it's got $15 million. It has $30 million in revenue, growing this, that, the other thing, and the stock is lower. Boeing's planes, the doors are falling off the planes, screws are missing, and that stock is up $4 today. Now think about all the idiots that yesterday said, "Oh, the bolts have fallen, but this company's a short." William is one of them, right?
Yeah.
I have to throw you under the bus. It just shows you that whatever you think is the complete opposite. That's how Wall Street treats things. Boeing should be rewarded for their doors falling off, not sold off. And there it is. They probably have a Goldman, a Morgan, or a JP Morgan as the banker for Boeing. and they'll step up and say, hey, you know, the bad news is over. They're going to fix it. It's just a one-time thing that the door flew open and the poor people were hanging out of an airplane or the plane that fell out of the sky. And they get rewarded for failures. Everyone else gets destroyed.
What did your friend say to you this morning? There's no penalty for failure and there's no reward for success or something like that?
Yes, that is correct. That's the regulators.
The regulators, yeah.
Right. So they do nothing. They don't want to do anything positive. They don't get a reward for it. Negative. They just remain neutral. Couldn't care less. I don't know how any of those people can actually go home and look at their families and say, hey, honey, how'd you do today? You know, I got the brokerage firm that had 75 moving violations. We gave them another one. If you just go to FINRA's site and hit up the monthly discipline fines, they have them every month.
Right.
Every brokerage firm's there. Oh, our system didn't work. They blame their system for everything. No one ever does anything. So there's no one to ever charge. So the firms just pay these fines, and it's just endless. Cowan, I saw, you know, this one, that one. Puma was on there, that low life market maker, PUMA. They're a naked short front for a long time, and it's just no big deal. They have all these points where they're supposed to be checking the money trail or financial or fraudulent trades. We missed it. The system missed it. We're going to set. Some of these firms are in business 30 years. We're going to set up a system. They don't even have a system in place. And FINRA's finding them 100,000, 200,000. People are getting slaughtered in the middle of it, and no one says anything. Nothing. You know, and I think William, Kristen, and Anna, and the guy Don Fizz, and Pedro from Philly, Busy, Frankie Nez, everyone's doing everything they can. And I'm telling you, this is coming to a head. This is ready to explode. Because this is not going away now, and it's picking up momentum, and it's picking up speed. Even Charlie Payne made fun of the SEC today, because I guess they're listening to the show, right? He put that up. I mean, so it's coming to a head. These guys are not going to be able to do this forever. It's coming to a head. Forever's been what I lived through already, 24 years of it. It's coming to a head now. GTII, what more can I say? They keep moving it back and forth. When you sell the stock back and forth, all they're watching it. There's no one selling it. There's no mad rush to sell it. No one's doing anything on it. I can't stop it. We can see it. What else can I say about it? I posted the Kramers are bad actors, labeled by FINRA. It's that right there. We put up all their LLCs. I put the story about Gretchen Morgensen going after them as criminals. Loan sharks threatening people. That's who the short, and that is the system is protecting. The SEC is protecting that. We reported it 13 times. We should be getting rewarded for these reporting the crimes. They don't even acknowledge that we exist. Finger motion. Again, I told you my daughter paid $210 for it. I own it all over the place, and it is what it is. And I believe it's gonna turn. Remember, companies have to go to lawyers, have to file. They have to obey the rules, the laws, not the criminals. Do whatever you want. Just hit the sell button. Then you can write a fake story. Then you can dodge the complaint in court or getting served. That's what they do. We have to do the opposite. You have to sit there, bow to the SEC, kiss their ring, and make sure they approve your filing. You know, think about what goes on here. It's just insane. And that leads me to MMTLP. So I touched on the things that I didn't touch on ZJYL. That shows tomorrow. All right. I don't understand if anybody's short the stock. What are they doing here? If you're short 100,000 shares, there's no way out. The stock reverses tomorrow, William. Am I correct? Is tomorrow the 8th?
That's the 8th, but I don't know if it starts trading that way tomorrow or on the 9th. I assume tomorrow. We'll find out.
All right, so whatever. It's tomorrow, the next day. So where are they going? You know, this thing is going to go from here. The stock is going to go from here. It's going from here, this stock, until the until they do the forward split. So again, William, everyone on your call, it's a lesson on a forward split, and we will sit there and watch and see what happens. This is an education. We all know reverse split is bad. All right, we all know that. We can't do anything about it, but a reverse split, I would never even tell you to look at a reverse split. You should throw up on those things. They slaughter. That's Wall Street's way of flushing everybody down the toilet. Everyone who had a vision or idea, they just flush you out, and that's the end of that. And the bad guys just steal all the money. And we talked about this a million times, William. All these CEOs all have the same terrible bad idea. How can it be possible?
They all are. They went to the best schools. They have best business plans, but turns out they're all for shit. They're
like
just
the
terrible.
They all want to develop the electric fork. I don't know what that is about, friends. They all have the same terrible idea. Some working on the cure for cancer. That's bullshit. This company's bullshit. Whatever they do, it's all bullshit.
The only company to invest in, the only CEO is that guy that divorced his wife and married the passed around woman. I forgot his name at Amazon. Bezos. The much passed around woman.
Listen, that guy was backed by the government, and he's the golden child.
He's totally backed by the CIA, and so was Facebook.
If you were to tell me that I can open up a business, and I went to all the venture capitals, even the Kramers and those lowlifes would even say, wait a second, you're going to buy stuff for $1 and sell it to everyone at 80 cents. And you're going to go, yeah, I'll lose money for 4 or 5 years, but people will keep coming to me because I keep losing money, and it's going to work. There's no one would back that trade because it'd just be a bloodbath the whole time. And they created the stock and created the short squeeze, and they created those monsters so they could take those losses and raise the money over the time. And that's what they did, William.
Yeah.
Everyone else has to build a company, all I see on Twitter. Hurry up, the company's got to make money faster. Hurry up, where's the profit? Where's this? You got to do it in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And Amazon had years of just taking losses. No big deal. Don't worry about it. I watched Facebook when it came out. When it came out, the stock got destroyed after the IPO.
Yeah, it came out like 38 and went down, or 32, 38, I think. And it went down to 20
I think it
something.
went to 42 and it went down to 18.
Yeah.
And every story written was that the company has no way to make money from all these people. How are they going to make revenue? That was the question. And the shorts put that thought in everybody's head. Everybody was selling it, knocking it down. And what happened at $18, for those people who don't know, the insider's lockup period ended, and the people that were in the company for 10 years or 8 years were allowed to sell it. And they were taken out at $18. Then it turned around, and the story was what? This is the greatest company in the world. Everything's wonderful.
And then the Fed puts their plunge protections team on offense, and they buy 6 stocks for the next 8 years. One of them is Facebook. Driving it up.
They did.
It's just, and you think these guys that you meet with that have the slick back hair, the expensive suits, cocky walk, shine shoes, you think they're good. They know what they're doing. They're just cheating. They're just cheating.
Well, that's what we're trying to expose, the cheaters. And the cheaters are so exposed, everyone can see them. Now, I know there's a big federal thing going on, but I can't really, I'm trying to tell you, but I can't tell you. I can't tell you who's involved, but let's cross our fingers because I think it's getting close. All right. Again, I don't know how it translates into dollars for everybody here, but I would only say, hey, go pick your own poison. Think what's going to happen when some of the big players get caught here.
Are you talking being frog walked?
I think it's going to be. I suggest that they wear suit jackets or bring a jacket to hide their heads when they get.
They should buy. The FBI should wear those high toxic poison suits when they go arrest these guys. These guys are dangerous. They're.
I think that there's.
I wonder if Seth Kramer gets arrested, his hair will be back. He'll be wearing a $5,000 suit,
Well, I can
cigar
tell you
in
this,
his
listen,
mouth.
I'm gonna tell you what my gut feeling tells me.
All right.
All right, this is my gut feeling. Again, I don't know the people, but I think the U.S. Attorney General is on it. All right. So let's see what happens here. You know, that's the level that this is going to, and that is Southern District of New York. So again, let's see what happens. I don't control any of that stuff, but I can tell you, real guns and badges to the big boys are here. Again, I could be dead in the grave before they come, but this is the level that it's at.
I wonder
So,
if they.
I mean, so for those who are on the short side, good luck. I hope you make a fortune. But again, the one knock, when the knock comes, your fortune will be gone. And go look at the people, how long they're in jail for. This is not.
Did you see that Chinese woman? I say that because I think she is a Chinese national, but lives in the United States. She ripped off the military for $100 million, and she lives this lavish life, and she's fighting it. Well, she just agreed if she loses her case, it's still pending. I'll try to find it while you're talking. She just agreed to give up everything, all 100 million, everything she owns. And that's a bid to stay out of prison. Well, that's what's coming for the shorts.
I think that on our side, the fraudulent activity has been so devastating that I think there's going to be RICO charges, and I think that there's going to be jail time. I don't know who they're going to grab. I don't know who goes first, but I can only the people that I've heard talking are pretty angry, and I think let's let the papers fly. Let's see what happens. I've known about it. I keep my mouth closed on it. I can't hold it in anymore. I can't stand it. And for people who want to bullshit,
Call from Mike Farron.
Give us your name, and I'll give it to the people that you can go talk to them. All right. Let's see how badass you are when they knock on your door. That I can tell you. That is not going to be fun for people when those guys come knocking. And good luck. The biggest criminals in the world melt when they come get you.
Oh, fuck.
And I've seen it.
There's a fungal infection breaking out, and it's killing people, but I'm sure the shorts don't care about anything.
What's that?
A guy just died in Michigan of a fungal infection, 29 years old, 8 huge holes in his lungs, and it's spreading across the United States.
Are you kidding me?
It makes me, but just keep shorting the medical companies out of existence. Steph.
Well, infectious disease is CELU. I don't know exactly which ones they're working on, but that's an example of a company working on infectious disease. It's 43 cents. Just think, this company could use $100 million, can barely get $2 million, pays the fees, gives free warrants, and basically handing the keys to their company to Yorkville and these other thieves and scoundrels. Instead of raising money, and just like what's the name, Toby Keith and the Prince Charles, cancer doesn't know. It just picks and chooses as you go down the road, and you never know. God forbid it's you, right?
So here, just guilty, Baltimore's Democrat District Attorney Marilyn Mosby sobs as she faces 40 years in jail after being found guilty of COVID mortgage fraud. Do you think this is coming to a short seller near you?
Listen, the difference between what that woman did in Baltimore.
Yeah.
She defrauded whatever her fraud was. She defrauded the government, whatever she was doing. These guys like MMTLP and the Kramers and Lynn Partners in Yorkville and Adam Long and Hal Mintz, all these guys, they defrauded millions of people. They stole millions, laughed in your face, still laughing, standing there, thinking they're going to get away with it. And people, if you go look at the faces in MMTLP, I know everyone else is sitting here. We're all watching, but just look what those people are doing for us. There's a guy living in Washington bouncing around. This guy Don Fizz. He's been there a month and a half. Do you think he has nothing better to do than walking around the halls telling this stupid story every day? That's what these people have had enough. And when they get the edge, when we get the upper hand, you think we're going to let these guys get away? When they get busted, like the guy from Virtue, he belongs in jail, that guy.
Yeah.
Right? When they get caught, their whole empire is going down. And I keep telling everyone, how do you keep trying to steal? What do you want? How big a stake do you want? These guys all thought they were going to become Warren Buffett by looting everything in the world. But it became like crack, and they can't stop. The Kramers are still attending trade shows. Everyone at the trade show knows they're a scumbag. Everybody. But yet they walk around as though their $100,000 loan is going to save everyone. They got desperate. What they're doing. Think about that. But hey, that's the life they choose. They want to be a bank robber. When you get caught, that's what happens, right?
Unbelievable. Yeah, if you want to be a criminal, wear the suit, look like one.
Listen, I don't give a shit about the suit thing, William. That's not a big deal. I could care less. But these guys, they just don't give up. It's free money. It's been free money for so long that they can't stop.
Imagine what their mother must ask them. What do you do for a living, honey?
Well, it's either the parents taught them or the son, where they learn it from, their friends. But listen, I don't want to get into that.
All right.
They're criminals. They belong in jail. And it's very different from 2000 when I first started till today. I'm telling you, it's very different.
It's worse now. It's like a flood.
I actually do think it's worse now.
I
agree with you.
I think looking back, and you know more than I do, I think the reg show law, or whatever you want to call it, I think that opened up the floodgates. Right around 2006 to 2008. Afterward, it's gotten worse, but who knows?
Right.
Nikki Haley lost yesterday to none of these candidates.
What does that mean? I don't know.
The Nevada primary was yesterday. She was the only candidate running, and more people voted for none of the above than for her.
I think that's the sign that some people got to give up. Like for example, the criminals. How do you not give up? If you can't see what's going on, that the pressure's on DC, the SEC is going to fold soon with this. Once they get subpoenaed, they can keep fighting it, but it's becoming more comical. Okay, they're not getting away. No one's going to stop. It's becoming more comical, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Finger motion has been down since October 10th. I posted every day, down a penny, down a nickel, down a penny, down a penny, down a nickel, unchanged, down a nickel, down a penny, every day. It starts out every morning, the same thing, a quick attack, some wash trades. As soon as you put a bid up, and that's when it stops going down. I watched my daughter bid for 3,000 shares, and it stopped it for 25 minutes. It wasn't even a trade. Before that, they were crossing and washing and doing everything back and forth. It's a disgrace that you're sitting here and we have everyone watching it. And like I said, this ZJYL, they want to take it the distance. We're going to see them take it the difference. They're going to be short 20-1. Good luck. Well, let's hope the the people, once it splits, it becomes a stock that everybody can afford to buy. All right, they're going to be short 20 times more. I think they have a problem now. It's going to be 20 times more. If you're short 1,000 shares, you're short 20,000.
The volume today is 6,000 shares.
Right.
It's nothing.
And most of it, and I can guarantee most of it's fake back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, it's just amazing. Do you have any questions about it?
Yeah, there's
GDC's acting okay. It traded up to $2.30. It's just slowly turning around. You know, that's neither here or there, non-event. You know, my friend is the IR guy for this company, WRAP. I do not own it, but if you want to do some homework for yourself, maybe you can find a winner there. I don't know. Take a look at it. It had a spike to 7 the other day, and they destroyed it back down. He doesn't know what happened. No one knows what happened.
So one gentleman's asking you, do you think the shorts made a backroom deal with the brokers involving
No.
ZJYL?
No. Listen, no one at a brokerage firm is assisting these guys. The only thing they're doing is basically everyone's getting paid in that there's no dealings. There's no one joining their team. You got too much exposure. Who would join a criminal operation? Oh yeah, let's put our firm at risk and join these guys. No one's doing that. And you sit there, how do you know? Because I worked at brokerage firms. There's no backdoor dealing. There's none of that happens. Everyone's hanging their own shingle trying to make money. Now, some of these firms like Virtue or Wedbush, you know, they may allow the criminals to operate, you know, giving them direct market access and allowing them to naked short using their driver's license, as we call it. That could be true. But they're being compensated for it, and they're not doing anything but that.
I don't want to catch you out because I know you've been busy with family responsibilities, but so let me try to look it up before I ask you, or as I ask you. Apparently Junk Savvy reposted Curtis's disclosure of a smoking gun on MMTLP, and I'm going to have a hard time finding it. Question is, are you aware of it? And I doubt you are.
No, I do not. I have to read it.
It says, Junk Savvy just wrote, this doesn't have Curtis's name on it, but it says, in their own words, FINRA acted outside their authority in conducting the U3 halt. Investors defrauded by regulators.
That makes sense. They made a critical mistake when they shut it down. They shut down and locked in all the longs, and they locked in all the shorts. So whoever is short cannot wiggle out. They can't. There's nowhere to go. They're trapped. So now it's just a matter of cutting a deal with the short sellers. Are they going to get arrested? Did they do something illegal? That may be something that they're probably trying to negotiate in the middle. I'm sure that once the FBI, DOJ knocks on the door, the Secret Service, who did it? It's pretty easy. Who sold all the shares? Well, I'll just say, for example, let's say it's Virtue. Well, there's your criminal. Who did it? Once they go inside of Virtue, what are they going to say? They're going to blame a computer who's doing it by itself? Someone had to oversee it. Who was management over if it was a computer, who programmed it, right?
Kristen put up, China fires its top financial regulator, who on Monday called out the illegal activity in China's stock market.
Well, they probably fired them because they did not operate and they let it get to this point.
Well, it looks like he tried to call out the stock market manipulation.
And
Anyway,
they're saying they're saying they fired him because he's trying to help.
that's
people.
how I read it. Yeah.
I can't imagine that's true. Why would they fire the guy that's trying to save everybody? And the Chinese government is basically saying the same thing, right?
Well, it is China.
Well, I don't know if you ever been to China, but
Not
I have
as
to
an
tell
adult.
you, yeah, well, I've been there 4 times as an adult, and each time it's just, to me, it's fascinating. And I know they have a lot of old world thinking, and they don't do whatever they do, but I can't imagine that they're protecting the criminals and letting all the people get wiped out. That's not going to happen. And the people there are just like us. They're looking to make money, go out, spend it, buy a phone, go buy a car, and have parties. That's what they do. They dress nice. It's a very different place than you think.
China regulator unveils more curbs on short selling.
And what they do after he said that, what they do? Shoot him now, William?
China's securities regulator said on Tuesday it would suspend brokerage from borrowing shares for lending and cap the size of so-called securities refinancing as part of further efforts to curb short selling. This is Kristen's post.
All right.
The watchdog will also ban securities lending to investors who sell stocks on the same day of purchase and vowed to crack down on illegal arbitrage using short selling.
Well, that's pretty funny. All this coming out of China, and we've been screaming, parking trucks, yelling, GME, AMC, MMTLP, Coda, everyone yelling. Go down the list, everybody yelling. And it's like we get a blank stare. We're more communist than the Chinese. Looking the other way. It's like, this is like insane.
Social Watch Only is asking if you know the smoking gun evidence of MMTLP today. I can't find it, so I have to beg off. I don't see the smoking gun, but I like Curtis with a K, and I like Junk Savvy. I'll just have to follow up offline. I just looked. I couldn't find it. So if you want to post it, I can ask Cam, but otherwise.
I don't know. What is a smoking gun?
I don't know what it is. So I looked. I just couldn't find it.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of people saying hello. How do you calculate the share price tomorrow for the opening of ZJYL? Well, it's 225 right now. I assume it's going to open up at 12.5. I think that arithmetic. No, that's not right. It's less than that. It's divided by 20. So it'll open at 10,
12, 11, something, $11.
10, and let me just do the arithmetic since I'm a dimwit in my head. All right, so it's 225 right now. It'll be 11.25 tomorrow. 11.25. 11.25. I don't know.
The only thing I could think of them doing is they're trying to manipulate it a little lower so that the price is a little lower on the reverse. Because they can manipulate the price for 100 shares, right? Tomorrow it's going to cost them. Tomorrow they're going to try to knock the stock down, and they're going to have to sell, 1 million shares.
So why would they do that before the split? Just so maybe so it doesn't rally as high or something?
Yeah, well, no, they're trying to listen. If it opens at 12, so let's say the stock is 300, the stock's going to open at 15, right?
Right.
And I look at it, if you're going to short it, wouldn't you want to short a $15 stock instead of a $12 stock?
Right.
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 So why wouldn't you let it go up today?
Maybe $15 would trigger a call.
I don't know.
And they want it lower than 15, so they look like they're wieners.
If I was the short, again,
if you thought you could win.
Higher. If you thought you could win, take the stock to 300, make it 400. Get everybody in, and then tomorrow you can kill it, right? You open it up at 20 and then knock it down. But they're sitting here so desperate trying to mark it down by, one share back and forth. It's just, I don't see any signs that makes me believe that they're confident in what's going on.
All right, so this guy's been out of college for a year and he wants to give you advice. I think we'll skip that. Social Watch Only says, here's the smoking gun. Quote, FINRA and OTC during a retail investor fraud roundtable said that they have to contact issuers for any U3 halt situation, and they did not. That is the smoking gun, and it is in writing.
Wow. They have to contact the issuers?
That's what it says here.
Who are they going to contact? There is nobody.
For MMTLP, well, I guess it would have been
Who's the issuer?
MMAT.
Who is the issuer?
The criminals.
How were they contacted? They contacted them. John Burtis says he has nothing to do with it. No one had anything to do with it being listed. So who are they going to call?
The Ghostbusters?
That's who they called. MMTLP, here's my 2 cents. Get Ralph Norman, get your senators, your representatives, whoever's behind you. Go and subpoena Charles Schwab, E-Trade, Ameritrade, Fidelity, and demand all you want from them is the holders. Who owns the stock at your firm? Give me the number. That's it. And they better stand by it. And once you get the number, you can actually get the name and the number. I would do that. That's even a better way. The government wants their information on, I want the individual's name, the amount of shares that they own, and the totals. That's it. Because if you find someone on that list that doesn't belong, let's say it's William, and you bought it at Fidelity, and you got 5,000 shares, everyone can then check to see if you're a holder with what's his name, Ralph Norman, and with his office. You get Don Fizz standing there, everybody calls in, and you can check if your name, come call up, see if your name's on the list. And you'll find out one at a time.
I think I'm trying to get oh, I see. This is for 100. I don't think 100's really smart. He wants to join, but I think you don't have to interact with him. He might blow you away. Just kidding.
No. I'll listen. You want the call?
Well, I'm trying to. Busy just asked me to do it.
So go ahead. You don't need me. I'll listen to what he says. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
And you do it with him.
Well, no, you don't have to hang up. I send my link and it's taking forever. You don't have to hang up. He'll come on in 30 minutes. So you might not be here. You might.
That's a guarantee. I won't be here.
Well. God, my computer is so slow. So finger is 211 to 212. And I'm almost scared to look. Oh, that's good. GTII is holding up. DDC is
holding up.
Yeah, that's strong. And
CGYL is fading.
It's only 6,180 shares. 216 to 225. Unbelievable. It feels like every stock that we follow is down today.
Oh, we have not. Yeah, no. They all have the same business plan.
And Gary Gensler is good to just allow the free market to work, cleansing the arteries of the financial system.
Yeah, I'll put up something very insulting to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let me type it first.
All right. Oh, I need a new computer.
I said, Finger, just make planes that fall up from the sky or doors fall off, and like Boeing, and your stock will go up.
Here you go. Here you go. This guy thinks ZJYL is being covered every day illegally. You think they covered 10 million shares today with 6,000 volume? It used to be the volume was half buy, half sell. I don't think that applies anymore.
Listen. Whoever made that statement, if they are washing it back and forth, which I believe they are, when the music stops, whoever's holding the short position is going to be short 20 times more. That's what's happening. No matter what you say, or we say, oh, one account is covering, one account is getting short more. Tomorrow they're going to get caught and they get short 20 times more. That's it. GTII, they've been moving stock back and forth for a year, back and forth. And when there's no bid, let's say the stock was 26 to 27, and the 26 bid is the short. You know what they do? They drop the bid to 25. If there's no one there with them and they're the only bid, they drop the bid to 24. And they say, okay, you know what? There's no one really doing anything today. Hey, move the offer down to 26. Nope, move it to 25. And then I want you to do, if no one's taking you, let's cross 10, 20,000 at 24, make it look like they're selling. That's what they do.
So June she put an order in for one share to buy of ZJYL with the limit order at 226. And that's where the ask was, I assume. And it executed.
And they sold it to her at 210.
223.46. She says, who wants to sell lower? With a laugh.
Very good, June. There you go. What they want, June, is they don't want anybody to take the offer side. They don't want it to trade higher. They want people to think, oh my God, they're standing there trying to sell it below because they want to discourage people from taking and buying the stock. They don't want any momentum. Because if you were to take one share, is that June that we're talking to?
Yeah, June.
June, if they take one share at the offer, which is 225,
yeah,
the offer goes to 99 shares, correct?
Right.
And it cannot be represented anymore. So if you were to take one share of the 225 offer, if that's where it is, the new market would have to be that the 99 shares that is still for sale cannot be offered. You need to have 100 shares to make a market. Do you understand that, William?
Yeah.
You can't go out there and say, let me get a quote on it. Hold on 1 second. This way you can all see it in real time. Right now, the stock is 216.15 for one share, 100 shares.
Right.
The offer is 225 for 100 shares.
Right.
If you were to buy one at 225, the offer would only be 99 shares. And no, you can't offer it anymore. You can't show the world that you're a seller at 225. Right. So the offer would then go to 250 for the next person with 100 shares. So in order to make sure that it doesn't disappear, they have to sell it to you below.
I don't get that.
You can only represent that you're a seller
of 100 shares. So if they sell you one, it's 99.
If it goes below 100, you can't stay there anymore.
Gotcha. So then it might jump by $10 or something.
Then the next offer could be 300.
Right.
Do you understand? That's why
I got it.
That's why they don't let it trade there, because if it trades there, it has to leave. The offer would have to leave.
Sorry for coughing.
Yes, apologize to us because you're coughing.
I screwed up somehow. Okay.
William, I don't know how it is in DC, but today it's beautiful here in New York.
Well, the sun's out now, but earlier it was overcast and a bit nippy, mate. A bit nippy.
Mm-hmm.
Rather nippy, mate.
Mm-hmm.
So
just on a different note, everybody, if you're not from Brooklyn, there's a frozen pizza that's from a famous pizza place in Brooklyn. I posted it on Twitter. If you ever find it in your supermarket, you should take a shot at it. If that means anything, I put the picture of the box up there. I tried a slice before. It's very good. It's not like being in the pizza place, but it has the taste of their famous pizza.
Ron Pivo says the forward split is tomorrow. Shares won't reflect the change until Friday. We'll find out. We'll find out. Not legal advice had 10 inches of rain at his house.
Oh, we don't care about California.
It never rains in Southern California.
Well, they were crying they had no water. Now they got water.
Now they got water.
So they all wished for water. Congratulations. Now you got it.
Everyone said lawyers don't have a sense of humor. Now they got Richard Hoffman. Summit State Bank is down. Yeah.
You want to insult everybody when you see a bank like that? Just go out there and tell everybody naked short it, sell it, kill it, put everybody, wipe out the banks, the buildings will be empty, no jobs, tellers,
Well, what really happens is the assets, you wipe out the bank, the assets get transferred to JP Morgan.
That's what happens.
It's all rigged.
They only take the good assets.
It's all rigged. But man, does it.
And again, you know what? You can make money in the equity markets. I don't want to say you can't, but you better learn how to do it. So for the kid that just said he just graduated college, take your head out of your ass and go learn how to trade, because you're going to get wiped out.
Oh, he's already got a contract with the shorts. I put him in timeout. Oh, he's getting paid to shill for the shorts.
I'm just saying that
he's a big swinging, and that's like that guy.
Listen, William. He's from 13th Avenue and 43rd Street in Brooklyn. I got it. We all know where they come from. So don't leave. I'm just laughing. They all got this. They all from the same tribe. Don't worry about it. Next, go to the next.
13th and 42nd.
That's it. 43rd Street.
Today is the biggest day to play games.
It's probably that fat bastard Savvy Management, Hal Mintz, reporting live from his $10 million condo in Fisher Island. I told you, TV show, the homes of the naked short sellers. That should be the show. And this way, every American sit there and say, "Oh, this guy, look, he stole all this money. Look at this beautiful home. Oh, let's look at the inside. Look at this inside. It's beautiful."
Do you know your friend or friends, I don't know, the status of their request to remove 500,000 shares from the system on CJY?
I haven't. I know they had. I know they were talking about getting an attorney to take care of that. That's above my pay grade. I don't. But that is a fact.
Not legal advice says hello, pork loin. Is that where ham's from? From the loin of the pork?
Okay, let's not go there.
And
here we are. We have very quiet days, right? And these shorts run out of gas. The market's up 200. People are getting laid off everywhere. Be careful. Be careful. When the wipeout comes, You know, I think they're trying to jam it up like William's been saying to get it to fall from a higher level.
Yeah.
Because just look at Boeing. Boeing has crashed. And it should be crashing again. I don't know how anybody would sit there and say, I want to buy Boeing, but, you know, they hold it up. And if it does crash again, you know, let's say it goes to 189, 190. If they didn't hold it up and it was 200, you're talking maybe it goes down to 150. And I think that's where, if you go back in time, go look at the last time when a plane fell out of the sky and it killed everybody. I think it went to 150 or maybe I don't even know if it broke 100. I can't remember. Go look back at that period where it started from. You got to go back in time.
A couple of people, I don't know if they're shills, are saying that there's a new rule out that protects hedge funds from short squeezes. Is that true? Have you heard any such thing?
I saw something about the margin on that, right? The margin.
Yeah, some margin thing. Yeah. Protects them from margin calls, maybe.
Yeah, it was the protection because they're afraid that they're all going to go bankrupt.
Does that affect our strategy here?
No. No one's protecting anybody to protect against the shit. You listen. If no one knew about a stock, I'm doing it. But this is too widely known. Well, how are they going to stop a short squeeze in MMTLP? The cat's out of the bag already, right?
So do you think, Richard's asking you, do you think it's possible they're not doing anything with ZJYL because they plan on decaying the trades, walking away?
Wow. Richard used that word, DK?
He used it.
Wow. That means we taught him well.
Yeah.
That means don't know. I think they walk away from the trades once the stock squeezes. Right now they're standing. Right now they're like us. They're standing on the wishing and hoping line. Please don't go up. Please don't go up. Please go up. Somebody sell the stock. That's what they're saying all day long.
Yeah.
And since none of us own enough to move the needle, so that they're all these attacks are generated towards us, the retail, trying to get us to sell. Because I think the smart people know better. They're trying to get the big plays to come out of the stock, but they know better. They're just hoping that we sell it. You know, our 2 shares and 1 share, that's what they're looking for.
Well, this guy might be a shill, but he's saying he's in ZJYL and he thinks the entire market is rigged, especially after this new rule. It will affect us. It keeps them from having to cover.
I got it. So I agree with this. So you know what to do? Go out there and start shorting. If the stock goes against you, just shrug your shoulders and say, hey, somebody cover me. I don't have any money. Go ahead.
The guy that graduated 1 year ago from college says they could be quietly covering all of ZJYL today. For all we know, they really could.
They're in a movie theater. They're quiet in there. They're covering shares. Go back to school. Get out of here.
It's 6,000 shares today.
Listen, if you guys came to a trading desk, a professional trading desk, and you said that, they'd be laughing at you till you couldn't take it anymore and you would leave. You would be tortured forever. That was the stupidest comment in creation. Listen, I got it. Some of you guys are rookies. I got it. But think before you speak. There's no volume. Where are they covering it? They need covering it. They need someone to sell it to them. If no one's selling to them, how are they covering?
Yeah.
Just think about it. Don't get us wrong. I'm not trying to insult you for being a buffoon. I got it. You don't know. I don't know what you do. You may be a scientist. I couldn't answer your questions. But again, Wall Street's full of idiots. I'm an idiot. We're all idiots. It's pretty basic. You sell it short, you got to buy it back to close out the transaction. That's how it works. If you sold it short and you tell me they're covering and there's no volume, where are they buying it from? Just answer me that question. Where are they getting it from?
6,670 shares and they're covering 10 million today?
Right. Yeah.
Quietly?
They didn't cover 20,000 shares.
They couldn't cover their rear end today.
Go back and look at the volume in last June, around June to before June, there was 6 million traded one day. And then before that, there were 300,000 days, 500,000. I put it up. Go look for yourself. So all that volume that they're short, the stock got squeezed, and there's some people that covered. There's no question some people have covered, but nothing to the numbers that you're seeing. And what the manipulation we're seeing is some new guy trying to get into the stock and make money, which is not working, because now they're going to get 20 to 1. They have that problem 20 to 1. And if it's a big short that's still trying to stay alive here, which I think could be, is they're sitting here, they don't even know what to do.
Yeah. BA went down according to Yasmina Dukanovic. BA went down to 89 when those.
Yeah, that was when the plane fell out of the sky. Yes, that's correct.
And then Laura Rogers is believing that Rumble, RUM, could be about to squeeze like GME. Cost to borrow.
Oh, yeah. Look at it. $8. Very nice. I've been watching it since it bounced back. It looked like the end of the world, down to $3.40 when I was speaking to the CEO. And now it's plus $5 the other way.
Yep.
Boy, how things turn quickly. Now think of a stock that that has a short position that could possibly have good news and turn it around, and you make your own determination. You figure it out. Rumble was naked shorted unfairly. It has money in the bank. It rumbles. It has a big shareholder named Dan Bongino. Why were they attacking that stock? Because
look,
they were short.
This guy really wants to know about this margin call rule. Let me just tell you something, pour no more. Margin calls have a lot to do with being long and having the stock price going down. When you're short a stock, it is a maintenance requirement. It's not so much a margin call. So I'd have to see the rule. But there isn't a prime broker who's going to sit on their ass losing money to help a hedge fund out or to help out a regulator.
Yeah,
it's a non-issue.
Right. Anyway, William, the 225 offer on ZJYL is now gone, and there was no real trade of 100 shares, right?
Oh, there it's 245 ask now.
So someone may have bought the one share, and the 225 is still there, but you can't see it anymore.
Because it's no longer a round lot.
It's no longer 100 shares. That's correct.
Yeah, very interesting.
So the NASDAQ has one rule that people follow. There you go.
Hey.
One of the rules they follow.
But they can't talk about it because it would be a violation of FOIA.
Well, that's why the violation, the rules that they make the odd lot numbers, 216 and 15-cent bid. That's them talking.
Poor no more. This is a proposed rule, William, if you would pay attention. I was asking all to email the damn SEC to stop it. Instead, you call me a shill. Yeah, I think you are a shill. But it doesn't matter. The margin rule doesn't matter. When the prime broker starts losing money, they're going to buy their clients in.
William.
Yes.
You just listen, you're not here to educate them on margin. If you want to learn about margin, everyone, go short or go buy a stock on margin and see what happens when it goes down and you're long. They want you to put more money up. And all you have to say is, hey, I don't want to put up any more money. You are protecting everybody with margin. They're going to say, oh, sure we are. Not with our money. That's what they're going to say to you and sell you out. If you're short, you want me to put the E-Trade thing back up again where the guy was short and the stock went up $20 and they bought him and he lost $125,000? No one protects anybody. When you get a margin call, you get calls and the conversation.
Of course.
There's
and
nobody
some proposed rule by the SEC isn't going to change a prime broker's desire to protect their own ass.
Right.
I don't think people think sometimes.
No, listen, you just got to say, guys, listen, William, just move on from anybody who wants to be confrontational. This is not the SEC or FINRA hotline. All right. We're telling you from real experience. I watch people get margin calls. I see them get bought in. That's how the world works.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, go buy a stock on margin. And when it ticks down, they're going to call you up and say, put up more money. You're going to say, well, I thought it, I didn't have to do it. Well, see what they say to you. See if you can get by. Say, listen, I'll get you a comp dinner someplace. I'll get you a steak. Let me slide. They're going to sit there. Sure. That's what they're going to say.
Well, and that's a good point. Both of us, both you and me, have had clients bought in or sold out. And once they decide it, there's no pleading, there's no begging, there's nothing you can say, Bill. We're going to sell your client out. Well, wait a minute. He's my best client. Hey, we gave you 2 days and we can't wait any longer.
Someone just posted, Pete from Philly just wrote, Citadel among hedge funds that got Morgan Stanley block trading leaks.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess they were front running Morgan Stanley's big trading blocks or whatever. They got information about it.
Wow.
They were front running. Either it was a buy order or a sell order. I only see a piece of the story.
Not Legal Advice is asking you, what is a finger? I don't know why he's asking that.
Richard, now Legal Advice. Go read Rodney Dangerfield's best lines and get back to me. Make it your own verification. Make your own lines from his lines.
I went to a bar. It said topless, bottomless. I went inside. Nobody was there.
It was the best. Make it, just put a smile on your face. That's all. Yeah, that's all it's about. I put up about people. Listen, I'm not trying to make anyone feel worse. I mean, these diseases are awful. People die, and the game is to live a nice life without the disease, and it's cutting people's life short, just like the guy who had the infectious disease in Michigan, you said. And I don't understand that there should be a ring around the biotechs. But the reason the biotechs are the most heavily shorted stocks is because people believe in it. And that is the worst of all. Northwest Bio, go speak to Northwest Bio shareholders. The company's working on a cure for brain cancer. Everyone there who invests believes that this is going to be the greatest thing because it's going to do the right thing. It's going to be great. And that's what the shorts, they go after people like that.
Legal Advice. Not Legal Advice should have to pass a bar
He needs
for
to do a
humor.
couple hours in a comedy club to see if he can survive.
Yeah, he needs to pass a statewide test for comedy.
He needs a statewide license. He needs a license.
He needs a license for these jokes. They're lethal.
Guys are asking me, you truly wonder if anybody in MMTLP will ever be compensated.
Well, I would say the other side is trying their best. And there's 2 things they're trying to do. One, they don't want to compensate you. But more importantly, they don't want the world to find out that naked, counterfeiting, criminal selling happens. They don't want that.
That's exactly what it is. They want no one to know. This is a political hand grenade. Who wants to step up and tell everyone in DC that the whole equity market is full of counterfeits and that all your friendly funds and everyone's been robbing all your money? Who wants to go up there and say that? You think Gary Gensler wants to go up there and say that?
So I'm not sure what he means exactly, but I kind of understand the question. If ZJYL goes to $1,000 on Friday, can they decide to not fill my sell limit order? And
No.
my answer is no. If it goes through your number.
If it's going up, put an order out there for sale. It cannot go past your number.
On the bid.
It can't go to that. If you're selling it at $9.99, it can't go to $1,000.
That's They can't go past your number actually in any, the ask or the bid, if it's going up and you have your order there. The only, on the retail side, the priority works this way. The good to cancel order that's in there at a price, but actually a day order today takes priority over a GTC order, but it won't matter. We don't have enough shares to interrupt the flow once this goes.
That's correct.
If all of you put it out at $9.99.99, are you out of your mind? We wouldn't interrupt the whoosh on the way up if it happens. Yeah, so Mike Duncan's asking, can they stop him from selling? No, they can't. But
If
use
they come to
limit
your house and
orders.
if they come to your house and tie you up, yes.
I think it's a sincere question.
No, listen, I just put up a thing. Trader loses 106,000. Wants your help. He got caught in KBIO short squeeze. It went from nothing to $20-something, and the guy got bought in. And he lost 125,000. You can read the story there. No one called him up and said, we're sorry. They said, you owe us 100. They buy you in, and then E-Trade goes right after you with their lawyers. That's how it works. With the hedge fund, they're going to call them up. You have any money? No. Then they buy you in. That's it.
One guy is repeatedly asking, why did Finger drop? Are you still for this channel? Still for Finger? Look, we started.
Well, at the beginning of the conversation, I told you my daughter just paid $210
Exactly.
for it.
We started.
So I'll end it at that. I don't need to address it anymore. Exactly. And my daughter just had a baby, a grandson. And what do you think I'm going to do? Exactly. You think I'm not going to fight for them? There's your answer.
So Mike Duncan, what we're going to do next time for 2 hours straight, every sentence is going to be about Finger. Not Mike Duncan. Sorry, it's not Mike Duncan. It's Eric Fuller. Eric Fuller. From now on, we're just going to talk about Finger for 2 hours straight.
I answered the question for. Listen, William, stop. Listen, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
I do not need to sit on the phone and sit and talk about the same stupid stocks that I put money into. I put a truck in front of the SEC, reported the crime. You tell me, what did you do to help fight this cause? Now, I got it. You probably bought it. You're down money. I got it. But I've been doing this. I've been talking about this stock for 5 years. If I wanted to walk away, whatever that gentleman's name was, when the stock squeezed, I would have sold it and you never would have heard of me again. Correct, William?
Yeah.
I could have walked away. I could not talk about GTI. It went to $9. I've been here. It went from 60 cents to $9. I'm still here. What am I here for? I'm here to expose it because I want stock settlement to work so that I can actually play the market and people can invest like yourself and not get robbed. If you like, I will stop talking about it, but that would only hurt everybody, and I can't do that.
Well, and the other thing is, Ham cannot stop the fraud. It just can't do it. Can a broker?
That's not true, William. That's not true, William. We could stop it, and that's why we went to heavy-duty law enforcement.
Well, yeah, in the long run, we can stop it.
We went from trying to fight this fraud on the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
We threw the kitchen sink at everybody.
Yeah.
I can't believe at the SEC enforcement conference, which nobody on this phone attended, right? We had a truck out there. We put out handouts out there, and you saw Gary Gensler walking right past the truck. Mark Brazil took a photo of him. He actually even called him out. Now, I don't know about you, but you called ahead. We were at the SEC enforcement conference at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Right at their front door.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that we're what? We're bowing away from these things? Someone keeps manipulating it down. We can't stop it. And all we can do is take advantage of it. The difference in Finger Motion is that the company is fully funded. it doesn't need to go to the street for any money.
That's
Someone
right.
said, are they going to reverse? Why would they reverse? It's a small company already.
That's right.
Well, they're going to be delisted. I don't even think it makes a difference if you're on the NASDAQ, what exchange you're on. It doesn't make a difference. They don't offer you any protection. The NASDAQ doesn't do anything. Yvonne Hubler is a piece of trash. She's been doing this for 20-something years. My friends called her every day. She's the head of naked short selling for the NASDAQ. Nothing. Zero. She never did a thing. I don't think she knows what it is. That's my opinion of it. She's probably making a fortune. The guy's name is, I forget the guy's name is Sewell, Swell. That's her assistant.
Swell.
Sean, yeah, it's his name. That's
Wow.
his name. You could call her up and he'll answer and he'll take, oh, yes, yeah, please tell us more. And I think he just writes it down and throws it in the pail.
So this guy's thanking you and Ace, but not me. He thanks you, Ham, and Ace.
You can have my thank you. I appreciate it. Thank William. He's the one that stays on all day. This is like riding a bicycle for me. It's very easy. Again, I have no thought process to think about this stuff. Things I don't understand or I don't see, I'll say I don't, as far as the margin, no one's extending anyone free margin for free. That's not going to happen. They could say that they're trying to protect people or big dealers or somebody, but you have the smallest criminals in the world that we're fighting with.
Do you like Hester Pierce?
She's a piece of trash. She was on Charlie Payne. She never did anything.
So this guy's pointing out, he's a longtime listener. He's pointing out that Trump appointed her. Well,
oh my goodness! So Trump appointed her. So listen. I'm not trying to make this political. I don't care if the man on the moon was the president of the United States. Someone needs to fix this. Pat Byrne has assured us on a phone call saying that when Trump gets approved, when Trump gets in, he will fix naked short selling. So if you want to see it, you don't believe me, I'm taking the shot. I'm going with Trump because I believe they're going to fix naked short selling. Forget about all the other stuff. The country's a mess. You need 50 Trumps here. This country's so screwed up. And you're insane. Who would want to pay taxes here anymore? It's insane. If you really want to come and see how crazy it is, come to New York. Go through the Battery Tunnel into New York City. See how much the fees are. The Verrazano Bridge, $26, $12. You get it just to go to a meeting. It costs you $100 between parking and a toll. That's how crazy it is. Just to drive into the city now. That's because everything they're doing is bankrupt. So again, I don't want to get into politics. I don't want to discuss that here. For those who don't know the Merrill Lynch rule, do you guys know that rule, William? Does everyone understand that?
I don't know if they know it.
Give me 1 second.
Or I'm going to let you talk for a second. I got to go close my back door that my dog left
Hold on
open.
a second. Just give me 1 second, Merrill.
I'll be right back.
Okay, for those who don't know, Merrill Lynch has a rule where you cannot own a stock. You cannot own a stock if it doesn't meet their criteria. Now, Merrill Lynch, so you know, a Bank of America, clears for a lot of smaller firms. It could be Joe Blow Securities. They need a clearing firm, and they clear through Merrill Lynch. So they're part of Merrill Lynch's system. Merrill Lynch came out and said, unless your stock is a $300 market cap, $300 million market cap, and has a price of, I forgot the price, maybe $3. Anyone in the Merrill Lynch system cannot hold on to it. You have to sell it. So let's say it was finger motion. They come over to you and say, hey, William, you can't keep Merrill Lynch. You can't have a finger motion in your account at Merrill Lynch. And you say, wait, it was just 7. Well, they go, now it's 2 and a quarter, whatever it is. It doesn't meet our requirements. You have to either transfer it or sell it. And you say to me, why would they make a rule like that? Well, just think about why they made that rule. Because the short sellers now have they can see the finish line and say, okay, if we just push the stocks and knock them down below this, Merrill Lynch helps us because they make everybody sell the stock. Do you understand that now,
Yeah,
William?
yeah, I
So
understand.
Merrill Lynch with their rule
Makes it
helps.
shooting fish in a barrel.
They're part of the problem.
They clear the field for the criminals. Look, it
I'm just
just
looking.
all that matters is if you get a
Here's
reg.
the story. Wait, here you go. Let me just post it for you.
All right.
So
okay.
everybody can read along. It's like we're doing a little sing along
Relax.
here.
Relax, everyone.
There you go. Oh, jeez. Give me a second, William. Hold on.
Relax, everyone.
I just put up as a Merrill Lynch fraud rule to help the shorts, the rule to help the crooks. It's right there. You can read it when you get a chance. It's right there, and this came out on 2018. Starting Sunday, stocks priced under $5 per share. Companies with a market cap of under 300 million be subject to a regulatory review according to the copy of the rules. Restricts the purchase of penny stocks. Our rivals Morgan and UBS still allow trades in some instances. They still allowed it. Penny stocks can be easily manipulated by fraudulent purposes, according to talking points distributed to Merrill Lynch brokers. They no longer welcome a Bank of America. How's that one? But so they're basically concerned, William. Merrill Lynch and Bank of America are concerned, William, that you could lose money investing in small caps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, well, if I buy a big cap, what happens if I lose? What happens there?
All right, let's see if 100 miles per hour can come to the stage. I guess I have to do it like, there he is. Let me do it like this. I think he's there. Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just
All
got
right,
in,
so I got
don't
to
know
turn
what
up
you guys
your
are-
volume. Or maybe, I don't know how to turn up your volume.
Can you hear me now?
So Pam can hear you. Let me go to settings.
Yeah, and I'm listening.
And I'll just make sure your volume is up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
But I don't know if everybody else can. So I gotta close that. There we go. So I'm glad you joined 100. I saw your Twitter posts and it was so confusing. I just thought you could go over it. And if you want me to read them out, I have to go look at them, but you might be able to do it sort of an elevator pitch summary.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't know which one you were referring to, and then two, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I was just joining in to.
Well, either
continue
one you can talk about if you want to. If you don't, you can join. It's just the whole idea. You have an understanding about how they hide shares, how they get it trading, how they manipulate the prices, and I thought it would be interesting to get your point of view.
Oh, I guess one of the important posts that I put out recently was just describing how, if you think of the CNS system, the continuous net settlement system, as like a laundromat for shells to be recycled and repackaged, and how they do that through the trade execution policies of like a Northern Trust. And I'll give an MMTLP example because I think that's a really good diagram, or I guess a blueprint to see and try to understand how something of a nature of a placeholder dividend that was unregistered and how it began trading on the market it's an open investigation, so everything that I say is circumstantial. It's not proven in a court of law yet, but it seems to be where when you try to put the pieces together and help it make sense, because everything is so very complex, and it's designed that way on purpose to confuse you, that you're able to identify where those chokeholds might be. And one thing that I've noticed is inside the Northern Trust trade execution policy, you'll see a series of registered and unregistered brokers that also take advantage of leveraging the market maker licenses that are built into that trade execution policy. And in particular, Northern Trust, which is this policy and package is really in Ireland. And as part of that package, you have Citadel, which is responsible for the derivative aspect of repackaging financial instruments. So Northern Trust is very important to the MMTLP story because not just for what I just described, but also the fact that there was an unsponsored ADR that was associated with the security trading illegally, um, uh, not just overseas, but domestically. And what that means is it gives the opportunity for this particular financial instrument to be borrowed against unlimitedly throughout the world, and it gives access to institutional accounts like Vanguard and Fidelity, and that's how you're able to see the cross-border relationships by how it's traded on different exchanges all at the same time. And things became a lot more illuminated and easier to, identify that there was more fraud being conducted by the identifiers being used by the brokers when the actual QSIP was disassociated after the security was halted from trading. So I know I said a lot, but there's a process to all of this, and I'm just trying my best to tell the story so it makes it easy to understand.
Well, Jenny says hello, by the way, and Busy is supporting you. But you told me once, and I can't quite remember the mechanism, but they just have to sell one share in some place in Chicago, and then they can open the floodgates from offshore. They do one ADR, and
yeah, that's one part. That's one part of it, and then the other. There's several different pieces here. I mean, you could look at the lending agreements with Torch and Roth Capital and AEG or AG Partners, and then how the contracts were written up by the underwriters, and even in that, with the underwriter agreements, you could see how a warrant could be used as a placeholder and illegally traded through what I just described in the Citadel Northern Trust relationship overseas. Yeah.
So, not legal advice is saying something. So I'll ask you this question. I ask Hammett all the time, and he gets annoyed with me. But this wouldn't show up in the NOBO lists or in that any way that a CEO could figure out, would it?
No, I mean, you would. Well, first off, there's a difference between how identifiers are able to be observed, I should say, between OBO and NOBO. But on the NOBO list, since it's no longer trading, there's no QSIP applied. So anything that you see that is in anyone's account, whether the broker is communicating with the client or not, it is technically an unregistered QSIP or identifier. So the information that you would see on a NOBO versus the TA log versus what is reported at the DTC will always be different because of the CNS system and how it's leveraged.
You're actually confusing me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It just shows, one, that you're brilliant, and two, you understand it better than I do.
William, listen.
Yeah.
He's taking it to a level, Susan Trimbath level, and it's great that people understand it. I try not to go too deep all the time because I just don't have time to explain it 24 hours a day. You know, where these things are showing up, how they exist, how they get leverage, how they open the accounts and short against the debenture,
Right.
all that nonsense. At the end of the day, we're long. There's only a certain amount of shares we can buy. We've been buying infinite amounts of shares. So the question is, we know that they're creating all these crazy documentation and all this stuff offshore. We all know that.
Well,
If
we
you
don't.
wanted me,
We actually don't. The biggest.
I can get a friend that stole 20 or 40. I think he stole $40 million, maybe more. And he was a naked short seller. I don't like to be around him because he's a bad guy, but he got busted and he's out of the game.
Right.
But one day I'll grab him and I'll let him describe to you how they do the whole thing. If that really floats your boat, you know. But if the FBI were to say, "Hey, could you get us that guy?" then I do it. But I couldn't care less. What they do behind the scenes and how they make it happen, I have no interest in it.
Well, I have interest because the biggest response I get from people is, "Oh, you can't prove it. That doesn't happen." And I think with what 100 is describing, it gives evidence basically. And but
you got to break the doors down with subpoenas to get all that information. If we're going to break the doors down, the easiest way to do it is, if we believe there's too many longs, get the brokerage firms to show us how many shares they own, each one of them. That's it.
Yeah.
Merrill Lynch or Charles Schwab, whatever they have at the DTC to match their holdings. That's it.
Well, here's the problem, man.
There's only 1 million shares at the DTC for them. That gives you a naked short of 9 million. It's pretty easy math.
Agreed, and you know, and I'll take your language here, because you always say, you know, follow the sell tickets, right? So, you know, how do you identify the sell tickets that are not reported at the DTC? The failures to receive data, right?
We don't care about that. You just care about the longs, because everyone has a journal entry that they own the stock, correct? They get a statement from their brokers that is wire fraud. So they have to show us what they sent out to everybody. That's it. So why let the whole system, the weight of all the fraud and all the loopholes? We don't care about that. There's a million loopholes, how they're moving shorts from account to account. But at the end of the day, whoever owns it is entitled to a share. And you get that discrepancy, just ask Charles Schwab what they own. And they won't tell anybody.
Right. So I just want to focus on two things. One, these transactions could be mismarked, right, to go long. So you can't know what that is until you look at the hard data. So definitely point an investigator in that direction. And then I lost my train of thought. What was the other? Oh, the other aspect is manual entry trades. And you'll see, you know, previous correspondence between the FBI and the SEC concentrating on messaging applications that prove that these manual entry trades are considered, applicable. So they're really looking into how a trade could be manipulated, and if it's being mismarked through manual entry, then that adds another level of sophistication here that you can't track the appropriate.
You saw Goldman Sachs has been caught. Everyone does that. They mark the tickets as a long sale, and they just blast them out. They never tell you which stocks they are. But just to make it simple, and what you're doing is great, that you're trying to get a complete understanding. But to me, I don't really care about that, because I'm not going down that path. I don't want to learn it. All I want to do is stop the music. Everyone who's long needs a seat, which is a stock certificate to match their holdings. I'm doing the other way and saying, forget all the fraud. At the end of the day, we all own the stock. Can you show us that we have a security to match our name? Pretty basic. I'm making it as basic as possible. And that came from the biggest law firm in the world told us that in 2002. That's the way to attack it. So that's what I've always focused on.
Okay.
I paid
Good to know.
$1.5 million to learn that lesson.
Well, as always, I'm always a student to the game, and I always listen to people that are much more
No,
experienced.
listen, I appreciate that you're digging deep, but you just go get a baseball bat, go club a nigga short, make him answer all the questions. He'll tell
Now
you.
you're not leaving. Isn't that the movie? When he shuts
Right.
the door?
Now you're not leaving. Yep.
None of yous are leaving now.
Listen, there's people that are moving positions around the globe. We all know it. Everybody knows. I don't want to sit there and explain it. Let's break it down to what's onshore. Onshore is that we own the stocks.
Yeah.
How much does each firm own? It's pretty easy. A record date stops the music. They cannot change it. Everyone who owns the stock, based on their statements, their financial statement says you own it. They can't change that document. And there you go. That's all we need.
And I would add the IRS
MMTLP
document.
stop trading. It's even easier.
Well,
No one can sell it. You're stuck.
You argue it's easier, but nothing's happened for 14 months.
Because I
Like
don't have a
13.
political clout like MMTLP has now. I didn't think of doing that. They came up with a great way. It snowballed by the small group that started it. Don Fizz and everybody's pushed it over the hump. I helped him out by getting him on Charlie Payne, who happens to be their biggest ally now, correct?
Yes.
And you can see they knocked the doors down. I got him Charlie Payne. I got him Wes Christian. And that's how the ball started moving. Okay? That's how they're doing it. It's easy. MMTLP doesn't even trade. Everybody's stuck. All we need to know is what the brokerage firms own. End the conversation. Who's the short seller? You don't have to worry about that. That's not everybody's business. Who cares? They know who it is. We don't need that. Stop fighting with FINRA. You're wasting time by going after FINRA. They're stonewalling you. Go get the brokerage firm. Subpoena them. Let's see what happens when you subpoena Schwab.
Well, I think the
When
target.
the senators, congressmen, whoever, subpoenas Charles Schwab and Very Fidelity. Just give us the number.
All right.
How many shares do you own?
Let
What's it?
100 respond to what you're saying.
No, I think he's right. It just, there's so many moving pieces to this. Go after the broker, absolutely. We just did a public audit, share count audit on TradeStation, showed an imbalance there. There's a lot of legal avenues from that perspective. Just going after one broker out of many. There's another public share count going on. I mean, all of this is circumstantial evidence until it's actually officially certified in a court of law, but it's still enough evidence to raise questions that are beyond reasonable doubt and to put pressure on, all of these brokers to come to the table. So I hear what you're saying.
FINRA, the SEC, they're protecting their asses. But they did the best thing for you guys in MMTLP. Now, don't get me wrong. I know everybody's fucked. I got it. But they stopped trading it. Nothing can change. No one can do anything. There's no more trade data. It stopped. They did you the favor. They stopped trading. So instead of banging your head against that, why they stopped trading, go around them and say, okay, thank you very much, and go get the brokers.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to do right now, little by little.
That's what you need to do. So if you speak to the political group and everybody say, hey, Ralph Norman, say, listen, continue torturing the SEC and FINRA. We agree with that. Torture them. But while quietly subpoena the brokerage firms, they'll have to tell you the number. That's all you want. How many shares do you own? That's it as of this date. You can pick any date after they stop trading it. It doesn't make a difference. They can't move it. Everybody's stuck.
True. Well,
You want to get more details on it? Say we want a list. And we want the names of every investor and how many shares they own. And the subpoena. You make it a little more. Make it a little wider scope.
So let 100 answer to that. He has something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I can't hear him.
I know you can't hear him. That's why I'm interrupting.
It's I think one of the challenges here is I think Ham, you do a great job in simplifying, the message and trying to understand where the pressure points are. The other aspect of this is, and this is the reason why I take a lot of time drilling down, is because I know that the legal community, not everyone is communicating properly, and they don't truly understand the complexity of all the different possibilities that could be placed into this challenge. But what I try to do is I try to simplify it by just identifying the most important choke points, and from there they can just do their job and see accordingly, because there's so much misinformation, there's so much misdirection, there's so many campaigns going on in the media and even in politics that interfere with the discovery process. So I know that I'm somewhat of a voice for MMTLP, but I also like to speak for all of retail as well. And if I can do anything that's going to provide the legal community as well as law enforcement to see things in a much easier way, that's the original intention. So
Well, I can count on you for that. I'm going to get to the introduction to. I'll get to that introduction. You can explain it to them, because I don't have the brain capacity.
Well, the one thing about 100, I've been on a lot of calls with him for me, and he's really smart, number one. But number two, he is what he says. He's fighting for everybody. He's fighting for retail.
We all are. That's
yeah.
Well,
there's some people
we're all together. There's a lot of us, that are fighting together. We share a lot of due diligence, and I'm just, I guess I have the capability of just helping to tell the story in a unique way. So, but it's a shared responsibility. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I thought your posts, your one or two posts on Twitter were amazing. That's why, and we can have a longer discussion. Ham, I know from experience, Ham works on a trading desk. He's not going to read the prospectus.
I don't blame him, right? 500
Tell me
pages.
if the stock's going up. What's the how many shares are there? When's it going to go?
When I sat down at a table with lawyers from the SEC, lawyers from Morgan Lewis, I mean lawyers that were formerly with the SEC, enforcement, rulemaking, a major firm like a Morgan Lewis Bacchus, I sat at a round table and they went around. Okay, what's it from the tax issue side, from this side, from that side? I heard it all. And it comes down to the end of the day, I was telling them that we have too many shareholders and this is what's going on. And then we penciled it down, said, okay, just get the information from the brokerage firms and match it against the DTC. And that was from a former SEC enforcement guy 22 years ago. And you can't get this information because it's like pulling teeth, because that's the most important information in the world. We all know that the crime has many different avenues in this thing. You can see them, sliming around like greased pigs trying to catch him. But that's the easiest way. And listen, I'm not going to tell the people in MMTLP how to handle it. That's their business. But from my experience, and I got more lumps on my head than anybody, is that you got to get the SEC and FINRA are basically telling you we're going to stonewall you. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Go around them. Go someplace else.
Right.
Go at them, and quietly nail everybody else. It sort of goes back to the day. Remember the movie The Godfather? Everyone.
Yeah.
You remember when I think Michael killed everybody on the same day on one person while he was at a baptism?
Yes.
He killed all these different guys on the same day at the same time.
Yep.
Subpoena, you got the brokerage, you got the SEC and FINRA, you got their balls twisted. While you're looking straight at them, all of a sudden everybody else is getting served on the street. And now they got a big problem because the SEC and FINRA cannot stop a subpoena into a brokerage firm demanding the information.
Well, that's why I like arming the public with information so that it keeps spreading the awareness. So if law enforcement or any legal entity is looking at it, they've got more ammunition in every direction they look. So
is there any way you can have a conference call with the screen and you can actually walk everybody through it so everybody can visualize what you're looking at, so you can go through each slide. I think that'd be the best way. Even
That
I
would be
do
awesome.
that.
If you could do like a little presentation. You can do it here or with
Yeah,
not
just do it
legal
with the
advice.
screen, and
Or
we can all watch
aids.
it and say, okay, let's turn to this page, and everybody, you can go through each phase of it. And the FBI listens to these calls. So I just want to let you know
That would be
So,
great. We could have 100 walk an FBI agent through what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I
they
don't have a
listen to the
problem.
calls. It's not one, there's multiple. They listen to the calls, and they're learning the education. And the slide presentation, I think that
We
would
could
help
set
them out.
that up. I would be more than willing to.
I'll talk to Busy about setting how a presentation would look like. I'm just right now I'm gathering more.
And you just, if you look at old Pat Burns, go to Deep Capture, the movie, he speaks over his slide presentation just like that.
Yep. So I'm just putting as many pieces as I possibly can together in clusters, and then eventually I'll get to a point where I can just merge everything, and I'll be able to tell.
That's because it glazes over my my eyes. I'm like, oh, I don't remember that part. I don't remember this.
Your strength, Ham, is not focusing on a long presentation. But
I can't even go to the movies and stay up. And as soon as the coming attractions are over, I'm out.
but I will, and I don't know if 100's noticed this about you. You have an amazing memory, and you can also, excuse me, not legal advice. Ham can see patterns in trading and remember it. You can, if you're looking at it all day, later on at night, you can predict where you have your brain's bigger in that area than anybody else's, which is why your head is so oblong.
Everything else is very small.
No, I actually I can agree, and I can identify myself as a pattern day trader as well, and that skill set in itself, and that's just based on experience. You just look at charts for years and you're able to identify what's what. And if you're looking at a level 2 price action, whatever, it doesn't matter. If you're looking at something for a long period of time, you're going to learn the pattern. And one thing that I've learned in the past is always look at the exemptions, always look at the laws that deal with liability, custodianship, property, jurisdiction. All this stuff has escalated to, very high levels, or I should say elevated in the litigation process over the years. And it's because of that elevation, the changes in the game, that we've actually have more standing to set new precedents and actually make real change. So, it's interesting. There's an algorithm to that too, but yeah, I see the benefit in trying to simplify it as best we can.
Well, you both do it. Ham does it all day long on Twitter. You both try to enter evidence or / to educate people brick by brick. You both do it.
William, just look what I put up. I put up the Merrill Lynch rule from 2018, where Merrill Lynch helps the naked shorts. Basically, if the stock falls below a certain market cap or price, no one in their system can hold on to it. It becomes a sell-only stock at Merrill Lynch. It's right there. There's no reason they can't tell you what to invest in. But if you do it and your price goes down, for example, finger motion was 7, it met all the parameters. Once it breaks a certain level, Merrill Lynch, everybody's got to sell it, get it out of here.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the shorts are laughing because they push it down. And then Merrill Lynch gets people to sell it, take a loss because they don't want it.
And the other thing that Merrill does, I don't know, but most wealth advisors do, they don't recommend another stock that you buy. You go into a managed account or an ETF or some other longer term holding pattern that allows Wall Street to continue to defraud you.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to, those are the things that I'm good at. I remember when Merrill Lynch came out, we were laughing, saying Merrill Lynch is helping the shorts. What if Merrill Lynch hedge funds, internal hedge funds were short stocks. And they said, hey, you know what? Once we break these numbers, we tell everybody they have to sell it. And we benefit because we're short the stocks. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
it's
Could Merrill
interesting.
Lynch be funding the short sellers?
It's
Because once you
interesting
pull
that
them underwater and start drowning the companies, the shareholders have no choice but to sell it. Not because they don't want to, because the Merrill Lynch is forcing them to do it. And most people are not going to change their account if they've been at Merrill Lynch for 10 years. You say, hey, move your account out of here. They're going to say, just sell my stock. Screw it. That's what they do.
Yeah.
It's interesting you bring up Merrill Lynch, especially in the year 2018, when all this is going on, and they just went to the Supreme Court where they lost a battle where the jurisdiction on how to address due process of securities through the federal protocols is now available to the state so that they can defend themselves. Before, they were hiding behind the federal securities laws. If it wasn't because of that Supreme Court case, we wouldn't even be able to take our brokers to court. And that case was in 2016. So, it's interesting how Merrill continues to ignore that. Hey, we're dealing with a pathway that can really break these veils. I call them veils of protection down, and they continue their fraudulent activity. So,
what was the case? It was a federal case versus state blue sky laws.
No, it was if you look up, if you Google search Merrill Lynch, Supreme Court case, naked shorting, you'll see it.
Okay.
It had to do with jurisdiction. And that's, again, I'm pointing out 4 things that are very important in the legal process to break down these veils of protection. One of them is jurisdiction. So that went to the Supreme Court, right? The other one was property. How do you identify property? The third one is custodianship, right? And then the fourth one is liability. So these 4 things, once you break down the veils of protection, they can't hide behind arbitration clauses, and they can't hide between. And this is another major thing. You're raising constitutional arguments on how the abuses of these regulatory agencies are interfering with public companies and investor property, right? So that's a big deal, and and that's exemplified through the FINRA issues that MMTLP is exposing.
Wow.
Just amazing.
You deserve a doctorate.
Yeah.
I feel like I got a PhD in this stuff. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, you're doing a lot more work than I do. I just say the same shit over and over again.
Well, that's how you used to be rewarded.
I'm like a broken record. I apologize, but there's so much more to learn. And I think if you did a PowerPoint presentation, if you just go to Deep Capture and put Deep Capture the movie, Patrick Byrne did a presentation with a slide like 1 through 25. He shows the shorts, the damage. He uses the supply and demand curve. If you keep increasing supply and demand drives up, where happens, the stocks all collapse. He spoke about how they use lawyers to get class action lawsuits. Milberg Weiss used to do it. And let's say you were in RUM and it was $10 and they did the bear rate on it. Milberg Weiss would pop out and and they would just ask someone to be a client to file this claim against RUM. RUM, the shareholder would sit there and he would basically sign up and say, yeah, I bought the stock at 7 and I sold it at 2, and this is all fraud. They go after the directors of liability insurance. Milberg Weiss, the law firm, was doing it, and they were tipping off the people to buy the stock before the attack. They would buy 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares, lose money on purpose, and then be part of the lawsuit and be part of the crime on the payout. How's that one? And he got arrested for that and went to jail. Pat Byrne shows that.
Not just the law firms. Yeah, not
And that's
just the law
something that if
firms.
you followed that, you can teach us all the little gory details you learned about how they're committing this crime. I would love it, and I'm sure everybody else would, including the FBI.
Yeah,
Go ahead, 100.
not just the law firms, but the consulting companies that are involved in hiring these executives, right? And the games that they play, on the proxies and all that, So when they go through these corporate actions, how they manipulate the security and how it trades, and playing the reverse split game, dilute, 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 offering. But all of that is connected, and that's part of the clustering of this information that I'm trying to like put together as best I can. So there'll be a time, and I'll definitely let everybody know when that time comes.
I think it'd be easy for you and everybody here, and I think it'd be something that would be viewed by everybody, because once you set it up, and you can make a mistake, you just adjust it, apologize, and go along. You're not getting graded on it, Just, again, it's easy. Do a slide presentation one time, and we'll all watch it and understand it. Listen, again, I don't know it at all, and I would love to watch it. So I'll leave it at that.
And to Pat Burns' credit, I was a big deep capture reader when in about 2009, 2010, when I was just learning all of this stuff in the market for the first time. So a lot of the blueprint or the logic that's in my brain is because of him, so respect.
But you know what? This is funny you brought that up. Is back in the day, everyone, deep capture was our source of positive news. We had to wait for Pat Byrne. We had to wait for Pat Byrne, Mark Mitchell, that he was a fantastic. He used to work for the Wall Street Journal. He worked for Pat Byrne. He did stories, undercover work on all this stuff, along with Judd Bagley. That was our source of positive information. In the last 3 days, for 2 weeks, whatever you want to say, we watched countries dreaming about naked shorts. We're watching China attacking the short sellers, India attacking the short sellers. MMTLP's got 100, Congress and representatives fighting for them. We get news every other day. We never had that. Imagine being 3 weeks without a crumb about naked short selling. And if you just look at it, when GameStop and AMC squeezed and that whole thing was in the newspaper, naked short selling. Do you see it anywhere in the paper anymore? They put dirt on it, hide it, buried it, burned the buildings down. They don't want anybody to know about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do.
Hide it as best they can.
They'll purge information as best they can for as long as they can until the issue pops up again. And then you've got another topic to talk about. I mean, a new ticker to talk about, and then it's just recycling, right? So it's that's the game. That's part of the psychological game behind all of this. Purge.
Listen, that's the regulators are behind that. They make people stop talking about it. They change the narrative, and that's where everyone forgot about naked short selling. Like, it was here, it's gone. Never talk about it again. And you can see that asswipe Charlie Gasparino saying it doesn't exist. He knows it exists. Everybody knows it exists.
Of course he knows.
He's paid.
Not just he's paid. It's that it's so obvious that, look, anybody who's got any type of brain power or even a little bit of tiny of experience, and they go onto any stock messaging board that is known or existed now or in the past, you can easily identify the behavioral pattern of what bashers do. And what he does is he follows the same exact behavioral pattern in responding to people and misdirecting them, right? Or misinforming them. He does the same thing. This is not new. If you're able to identify it, you can just attack it with just facts. Or you can just throw them out and ignore and be like, just go on with your life. Either or, whatever.
That's interesting. So 100, do you have any view on a settlement for MMTLP? That's probably the number one question I get on here that I don't have an answer for. Well, I have my answer, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
You know, I don't honestly think this thing is gonna trade.
Good.
I don't think the settlement process is clear yet. And the reason why is because I think you've got two things going on at the same time. One, you've got a congressional path that exists, and then you've got an independent settlement path with NextBridge, right? Independently, or with the shareholder direct action. So actually, you have three different possibilities that could happen, or even four if you want to go major class action, which nobody wants that. So I think ideally the congressional path is the best approach because it's the creme of the creme. You get to make real change. You have maximum impact, and you have maximum pressure and opportunity. However, the other side of that, the flip side of that is, if you go through the public realm, then you're exposing all of the actors, and not everybody wants to be exposed. So that could make things dangerous. So I'm just keeping it real here. So it to me, I want to believe that the congressional path is going to fall in the right direction. And I do believe there's going to be some people that are going to be exposed, and they will be going to jail for it. And they deserve to go to jail. There's a lot of pressure in different areas. I'll just leave it at that.
Do you think that if that materializes, that will cascade into all these other plays? In other words, do you think the settlement will show the world that naked shorting is a thing?
As long as it's not sealed and it's observable to be used in a court of law, that its discovery is used, then yes. If it's sealed, then you're really going to get into the elevation of how powerful the government needs to use their or how the government needs to use their power. And then you're touching international treaties and laws and so on and so forth. What has maximum power there? And I've always said this publicly: the United States Treasury has absolute power over anything that deals with U.S. property or financial assets. And if it has to do with counterfeiting, it is in the Constitution for the United States Treasury and Congress to address it. They have the power. So, it's in their vested interest to address it as a national security issue.
So why don't they address it?
In my opinion, they have been addressing this for a while now, but keeping it under wraps for very important reasons. And one of them, I'll just throw a hint that sometimes you need to pay attention to who you have inside domestically as well, equally as internationally, that can be a threat. So that takes time to reveal what's what and identify where these threats can exist, where they need to be neutralized.
So,
and and I'll add on to there are four things that I identified with litigation and elevating those concentrating on those four things, jurisdiction, property, liability, and custodianship. That helps in eliminating the threats that are made in the system. The problem that we have is that the exemptions still exist, and you get to rehypothecate securities everywhere around the world, right? There's no forced settlement. And once we address those things, then we can really drill down and make a difference. But until that happens, we have the veils of protection that we have to fight through in order to get something that's discoverable and make it.
So do you think the MMTLP fight is bigger than just MMTLP?
Absolutely.
It goes to this larger issue you're describing?
Yeah, and the reason why is because it's not trading. If it was trading, we'd be looking at the GME AMC situation. You know, like,
Exactly.
right? That's the difference. Everything is stopped and everyone can look at it at the same time.
You mentioned the 2 days trading. I hope that is not on the table. That'll result in zero return to anybody. If they open it up for 2 days trading, you get a de minimis amount, maybe, or zero.
Well,
Don't
again,
let it trade.
yeah, I wouldn't want it to trade. Not under the current market mechanics that are in play right now. There's no way. You can't trust that. I would never trust the SEC or FINRA to come up and say, "Oh yeah, you can trust to do a force closed position," especially when they misidentify there's 2.65 million shares that are short. Yeah, give me a break. You did testing halts. You did testing on your reporting on the halts before the actual U3 halt took place. You had conversations 2 years prior about how to handle extraordinary events with the OTC. So they already had communication with each other in addressing extraordinary events. And then the third thing is you already have recorded history showing that a FINRA U3 halt interfered with another security on the OTC, a very rare thing, right, domestically, but you do it almost on repetitively on an annual basis with international tickers. They have like over 400 or 500 U3 halts on international tickers, but they only have like 2 or 3 on domestic tickers. So what are you doing? You're not settling these trades, and you're trying to identify technical glitches before a major halt happens on MMTLP, and you trapped innocent investors in the meantime. It's ridiculous. You are definitely aiding and abetting.
Do you think the sellers offshore, UK, Ireland, Germany, wherever the hell they are they our own funds? Are they our own hedge funds or LLCs? Are they U.S. pools of money?
Anything that touches a U.S. security and it gets repackaged, it's, you know, it can be looked at in that way. So I don't know if what you're asking me does it all point back to U.S. LLCs? I mean,
yeah, I'm saying I believe it's U.S. criminals. They're just happen to locate their operations offshore.
I think it's both. To be honest, I think it's both.
Yeah,
it's not just one side.
Like Ham always says, just settle the trades. That's what his friend is posting here.
Yeah, settle the trades.
I put up in 2006 the picture of my friend. He was a federal officer, and he's standing with the sign, Wall Street Court counterfeiting. He died of brain cancer. That guy. That's why I post this picture all the time. The guy was the greatest guy. I went to Morgenthal's office, the top law enforcement in New York City many years ago, and they told me that they couldn't do anything, that it was above their head, and it went back to the SEC. I was back in 2005, I think. I can't remember when. He took me in, that guy.
So 100, do you think the information, I think because of Ham and others, but do you think it's getting out there in too broad a way to ever be swept under the rug again? Or do we still have a long slog ahead of us?
No, I think because of the elevation of litigation that I described, that plays a huge role. I think public awareness is the fourth branch of government, right? We have maximum power because the Constitution is built that way. I believe the rules and regulations that are in play need to be changed, and this will raise questions on why these gaps are allowed to take place and still exist. And then, you know, obviously for the economy, we're over leveraged in the system. I mean, there's no question about it. Everybody understands we're not healthy, right? So
that's true.
You know, at some point, you have to think back in 2008 and say we were in a bail-in situation. I mean, a bailout situation. Now we're in a bail-in situation, and it's global, right? So what are you going to do? You're going to wait for Iceland's banks to shut down again like they did in 2008 to start a financial crisis? No, they're systematically shutting down the system on purpose and trying to maximize margin as best they can to kick the can down the road. But when big banks start to fail, you can't get away from and I'll call it for what it is. They're probably gonna confiscate a lot of assets, and we'll
In other
probably
words, our brokerage accounts.
and we're looking at probably a 1929, 1932 situation again, where it forces the question, are we going to be able to fall back on a gold standard to reset our monetary system? But we can't use paper anymore. We got to use something digital. So here we go with the advancement of technology and where we are with new sectors that the U.S. has a lot of strengths in. Don't get me wrong, because we do. We've got a very strong labor force, no matter what the unemployment numbers look at now. But if you get people back to work, we can get back into productivity, and that could be around the corner at no point in time. But and then another aspect, energy. You look at energy and the resources that we have, alternative energy, and you combine that with the technology advances that we have. Like we've got a lot of serious firepower that we do not have activated at this point in time. We can change this like tomorrow if we wanted to, but our environment doesn't nurture that yet. So eventually, when it does get nurtured, I believe those questions about how do we settle this debt, how do we restructure our currency back to a gold standard, and what monetary system are we going to be using during this, for this new economic financial system that we need desperately in place. These are the real questions that need to be asked in Congress. These are the real questions that need to be asked by media, right? And we only could get there by going through legal process and communicating the message publicly.
Yeah, and I think, for example, Not Legal Advice is doing a great job legally helping us, and Mark Bazile. But I'm amazed at the energy of Ham from the start to finish, but all of you guys. I think we can change this. I happen to agree with you that it really means that here in the United States, we just have to change our attitude, change what we emphasize, get away from enriching these financial crooks and getting back to jobs and infrastructure here in the United States.
It might be as simple as what Ham always says: settle the damn trades. Right? Settle the trade.
Ham says a lot of simple things. I'm just teasing.
He's right.
I only know two things. I know how to trade, and I know college football. Other than that, I'm a complete buffoon. I don't even know how to work remotes. I forgot all my passwords to get on conference calls. I can't do anything. Zero. Worthless.
Well, you can hit a pickleball.
And I can hit a pickleball. Sorry about that. That's three things I could do. Okay. That's it. Other than that, you're talking to a useless person. That's it.
I don't know about that. You've never met a stranger. You're good with people, and you got a soft heart, even though you try to hide it.
Well,
I have a soft heart.
You also network people to help make a difference. So you have a lot more skills than you think.
Yeah.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I'm going to have to run. I got to take my son somewhere. And listen, thank you again. If you need help with the presentation, I'll get you Pat Bernstein. You can take a look how easy it was. Get 16 slides and just walk through it, and it'll live forever. Pat Bernstein's been living for 15 years now.
This is called 100. Well, here he's called 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, we speak on the DMs. Yeah, we speak on the DMs.
Yeah. So we'll get you guys together because I agree with Ham 100. I think a 10-minute, maybe 20-minute presentation, which I'm glad to be the interface, but it can be somebody else, doesn't have to be me. Or you just do it on your own. I think that would have circulation in all levels of Congress and FBI and be amazing. And I'd love to be part of it, but like I say, you can.
Yeah, well, like I said, I have things clustered, and once I'm able to tell a better story, make it understandable and easy to understand. I mean, it's then yeah, we can definitely talk about presentation.
You can show it to him if you want it to make sure the audience.
I just put it up
thinks
there.
it's
I
easy.
just put up in Twitter. It says produce a slide like this. It's deep capture the movie. It's right there, nice and easy. It doesn't. It's the easiest presentation ever, and it's lived for 15 years now.
That's
50.
That's Pat Burns.
Deep capture the movie.
Yeah, okay. But a new one, I think, would be good too. You know.
Yeah, I got it. I'll send it to Busy behind the scenes.
All right.
All right, gentlemen. I got to run. I'll speak to you later.
All right.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Call ended.
100. If you want to talk a little more, we can, or not. I think you did a great job. But I was
fine. Yeah, I can stay here for a little while.
What I was amazed by. Let me see if I can find it. I reposted it, and I'm just always amazed at the level, your level of thoroughness and intelligence. And I'm trying to find your post.
Yeah, take your time.
It's
There's
here.
a lot of
100. You said, yeah, FINRA and the SEC cover up the shell laundromat game by allowing the continuous net settlement system and derivative portfolios within trade policies. Concentrated short portfolios exist here with registered and unregistered counterbrokers, counterparties, registered, unregistered identifiers, and abused share market maker licensing to trade counterfeit securities on domestic and foreign exchanges with anonymity through pipelines routing, including institutional give-up accounts via FINRA ADF, OTC Link, Citadel Connect, GTS OTC, Lit Exchange, etc. I mean, it just seems like this is not even a cottage industry. This seems like this is an industry, an industrial scale infrastructure in the United States for this. You then go on to say ADRs, placeholders, warrants, options, and any other financial obligation instrument which can be packaged as a derivative via a SWOP
swap,
which I don't know what that means, allows for fraud in the United States and global market. Manual entry or bespoke entries are also abused through encrypted telecommunication messaging applications, as identified by the FBI and the SEC in previous enforcement actions. These contribute to unaudited transactions not reported, which have failures to deliver and or failures to receive. The Bank of International Settlements reports hundreds of trillions in FX swaps, I guess is what SWOP is, obligations not recorded on the balance sheet, all the while the SEC, FINRA, and all the other SROs participate in the interference of, I guess, chain of custody.
Right, custodianship. Yep.
When will this financial crime stop? When will public and private companies be able to get accurate share counts so they can identify their own shareholders?
Yeah.
Or proceed with governance or sign the quarterly financials without committing fraud themselves? Anyway, I
Yeah.
thought this was a very powerful post. A lot of it went over my head, but I appreciate it. And this, I think, is your second post. You had another one. I don't have it in front of me though. You did the trade station. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, you talking about the X clearing one that I did?
I guess it says MMTLP shareholder AST bulk reconciliation. The survey says 99 million shares.
Oh, yeah, that was a trade station.
MMTLP top
Yeah.
7 accounts, 61 million. I'm not sure what this means. You reposted it. It's from Junk Savvy.
Yeah. So what I like to do is whenever I put out a long, detailed post, I like to put references so that when you start digging down and you try to make the connections, you'll understand why I put it there.
Right.
Some similar to a footnote.
I'm going to go back to Busy. Put up your handle on Twitter. I want to make people that don't know you aware of how to find you. Of course, I can't find Busy now. There, Busy Brands. Nope.
So, like a post that you just read, I know that's a post I need to go back to. I need to simplify it, make it easier to understand. That's a presentation onto itself. It's it's a little bit difficult to do that right now because I want to do it in a way where I know people learn through images, and but I want to use
and they remember images.
Yes, but I want to use images that actually are real, hardcore facts that are going to be used, not just for you to learn.
What do you mean by Shell Laundromat?
Okay. So, for anyone that doesn't know, it has access to Netflix. You do a quick Google search on shells and laundromat. There's a documentary on it.
Okay.
All right, and it identifies how these LLCs are created overseas and the games that they play. And part of that is tax evasion, so on and so forth, right? But this has been going on for a long time. So what I was doing is I was bridging the CNS system and laundromat at the same time. And because it's continuous net settlement, and you have no forced close of trades, no forced settlement of trades. There's a laundromat on how you continuously can wash and rehypothecate financial instruments in the financial markets. So again, pointing to that Northern Trust relationship. Yeah, there you go.
That's it. She talks about continuous net settlement.
Yeah,
I'm not sure she calls it that to my memory, but she says they settle trades with I'm paraphrasing, with further unsettled trades. I can probably find her exact quote because I highlighted it.
Dr. Trimbath is amazing. I would hope that she would come out and do a space call, right?
I would love to do one with her.
Been trying to get her on a busy space call for a while now, and she just doesn't want to do it. And it's unfortunate because she has so much knowledge that she could share with the world, and I know she probably has her reasons, and I respect whatever they may be, but I'd still like her. I'd still like to encourage her to come on a public space call, especially with this topic. It's so hot, and she really can make a difference just by adding her 2 cents on a public forum, even if it's for a limited time period.
I mean, in one this is her book. In one way, this is encouraging. I'll tell you though, it was first published, well, it's not that long ago, in 2020, but she did most of her work before that, and still nothing's changed. But I really recommend this book to anyone. Yeah, I've read it more than once. I don't know. Each time I read it, I don't go all the way back through it, just parts of it. But anyway, she points out that the system is set up to allow failures to deliver to be settled by further failures. I don't know what, I'm trying to find her exact word. And it's shocking. Here, let's see. Yeah, here it is. Continuous net settlement on page 22. The reason is because of a process at NSCC known as continuous net settlement, or CNS. With CNS, trades are matched and cleared for settlement throughout the day, and final settlement only occurs once at the end of every trading day. Cleared for settlement simply means that the buyer and the seller have agreed on all the terms of the trade. It does not mean that anyone has confirmed that the buyer has the money to pay for the shares or that the seller has the shares to deliver.
Yeah. So your stock borrowing program on steroids that only needs one locate or one settled trade in order to be recorded, right? So it's ridiculous.
It's insanity.
Yeah.
The other thing you mentioned, I don't know if it's written here or you mentioned it when you were talking to him, is hypothecation. And I think you talked about rehypothecation. That's just Xeroxing certificates, isn't it? Hypothecation, rehypothecation is a form of theft. It's a form of selling a Monet 5 times or 10 times if you get an expert guy to draw a new Monet. It's fraud, isn't it? Hypothecation and rehypothecation.
It's not just fraud. It you know, I'm thinking Northern Trust trade execution policy. Inside that policy, you've got Citadel. Citadel has the ability to take advantage of the market maker exemption as well as repackaging derivatives, right? And then at the same time has exposure and relationships with unregistered broker dealers as well as clearing firms like an Apex, who is not required to audit their financials.
Right.
They don't audit their trades. So it's ideal for the CNS system. If you think about it, it's ideal. Continuous laundromat.
That's it. Okay, I got it. Here's her epilogue, one paragraph right here. I'll just read that one paragraph. Her epilogue. There will always be criminal elements in financial markets. What we do not have to accept is the failure of self-regulatory organizations. For decades, investors have settled for a small rate of return in their investment accounts, while the companies holding their money have earned trillions with a T in income. Investors settle for an account statement while the brokerage firm pretends the shares are there. I think that sums it up.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who had a problem with the GTII dividend, or anybody who had a problem with MMTLP transferring their securities over to NextBridge, any correspondence that they had with their broker dealer is a prime example of what you just described. I mean, that's real life experience.
And then she goes on. There's this sentence at the top of page 285. all of this, and maybe the whole book, but she says all this means that investors and entrepreneurs are on their own when they venture into U.S. capital markets. I highlight that because Gensler likes to brag that we have the deepest capital formation markets in the world. And I got to say, if ours are the best, the most transparent, as he says, I pity the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most transparent, but we are the largest equity market in the world.
We are the largest, and I like the tone of optimism that you have, because it's my belief too. I think the United States, if we just screw our head back on again, start working together, stop being split by all these miniature issues, and come together, we can be again the strongest, morally the strongest nation, but also the strongest financial nation on the planet.
I agree, and there's a lot of passion in that area. They want to get back to where we were, right? Or even if it includes us making changes, at least we're changing for the better, not for the worse. There's energy there. There's a lot of energy there.
I agree. I'm looking at some of these responses. This one guy, can you explain why Ham is always interrupting everyone and has poor people skills? I see it totally differently. I think I've never seen anybody with such great people skills. If you hang out with Ham, which I have, he has people from all walks of life, and he does so much work. He's amazing. So I know, just to describe to everyone listening, Sexy Busy Brands wants to join in. All right, we'll add you in, Sexy. We'll see what happens with Sexy.
Yeah, Ham. I don't know if it's a New York thing, but when you got passionate New Yorkers talking about things that really make a difference in their own life, and they want to see change, they're going to be animated. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be emotional, right? So that's just the way we are. It's what we do. So I don't take it offensively. Yeah.
Well, also the way this is set up, he couldn't quite hear you because I've got a speaker here. Anyway, he couldn't quite hear you. It's not through the system, but he, his energy, I think, has been the I don't know, the coal ember, the ember that keeps this fire going. But now everybody's doing it. It's just incredible, and that we can do a better live at some point. But 100, I asked Busy to see if you could join me at some point. I didn't realize it would be so quickly. I'm glad it is, because I just want to show respect to your work. I mean, I'm pretty much, every time I read it or listen to you, I wouldn't say I'm dumbfounded, but I'm in awe of it. So I really appreciate and I know others listen to you. A lot of people listen to you.
Well, I appreciate the love. I'm not here alone, and I'll always be humble to that. Anything that I've ever learned, either through, here on this platform or on X, or even online on stock messaging boards, like I'm always scanning for information, trying to put things together, trying to make it, make sense. And, I try my best to communicate it in a way where it's understandable. And even I have a challenge in that, because it's not easy. It's just not easy. It's not easy.
I tell you what's not easy, and I'm sure it happens to you, but I'm an open book here pretty much. The slings and arrows that come, for some of us anyway, can be very draining and sometimes hurtful.
Yeah.
Hey, William, how you doing?
Hey, Busy.
So what prompted me to come on, because you guys were speaking in regards to Susan Trimbeth, and
Yeah.
it is disappointing that even though she has tweeted about MMTLP, but it's disappointing that she's not engaged as much or even coming onto a space call and joining the community or any communities that are actually fighting the nefarious actors on Wall Street. Um, she's a veteran, and she should, be proud and happy that you have these up and coming, retail investors that are actually picking up the load and fighting, right? Because, for example, Wes Christian herself and many others, like Patrick Burns and Ham, and yourself, William. Um, you guys been in the battle for years, and now that you have retail investors actually getting educated because of these space calls, you would think that somebody like her will actually join the space calls and try to help educate and feel good that this battle is continuing on, and you have new troops coming in, and somebody that's a veteran like that should actually take the time to come into a space call and actually help out the troops and for us to gain more knowledge to continue the battle and the fight. There's a lot of people hurting on here, not only in MTLP, but in retail in general, that are losing, thousands and hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, either yearly or every single day in this corrupt system. So I am disappointed, but I understand. I understand that she could be called up as a expert witness. Maybe she's afraid of that. I know that there's some egos going on between her and possibly Wes, but it's like we need more of the veterans. We see that Johnny Tobacco was in Savvy Space this morning. He's joining in. Even if this is 10, 15, 20 minutes just to show your support, come on in. Join the people that are actually fighting alongside with you guys, or maybe she's retired, she's not fighting. At least show some support. So anybody out there that's listening and is a veteran in this fight to get justice for retail investors, please join any community. The technology is there that they didn't have back in the days when they were fighting this battle. Now that you have spaces that we don't have to listen to mainstream media. We don't trust mainstream media, so we resort to either lives like this or space calls to get ourselves educated on the matter. That's the difference between then and now. And I think a lot of these veterans that were fighting 20 years ago, like the Patrick Burns, they should realize that. And that's all I wanted to say. It is disappointing, but I kind of understand that she had mentioned that, or somebody had mentioned that she doesn't really want to be called up as an expert witness. But that's all I wanted to say.
And don't go away. I mean, I think it's a good point, but I also can understand if she's frustrated. My guess is busy, just like 100. She wants to be effective, and maybe she doesn't understand that this is the new mechanism. I'm just learning myself with your help.
Hey, but you know what, William? For example, a lot of people think that Johnny Tobacco just happened to come in out of the blue to the MMTLP community. No, but he was getting himself educated for the past 9 months. I know that he was on a phone call with John Berta and Anthony Acid, maybe like 9-10 months ago, and he wanted to actually investigate this and go do some investigative journalism before he wanted to either be outspoken about it, in which he did. And so I thank him for that. Now he's in the forefront with us, trying to bring awareness, but maybe that's what she's doing. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but I think somebody of her stature should actually, start, advocating not only on tweets, but joining the conversations. It doesn't take a lot of your time to come in for 20, 30 minutes.
Well,
Never that busy.
if I just read these yellow lines to you, it might explain it. She says, people often ask me, so what's the solution? How do we fix it? At this point, I'm not sure it isn't too late. We've gone so far into this and have for so long tolerated settlement failures. I'm not sure there exists the political will to begin to enforce rules they've ignored for so many years. The brokers must be making a lot of money at this because they are giving you payments in lieu of dividends. And if you sell your stock, they pretend like you had it in the first place and they give you the price difference. And people say, well, why are they doing this? And she goes on a little bit, skipping forward. They took the money and it's gone. It's just not there. There is not enough money in some safe place waiting to make everyone whole. To me, this is the most frightful part of even attempting a solution, is whether or not it can be fixed. It should be clear by now that the self-regulatory structure in the financial markets is what allowed this to happen. And then blah, 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 blah. And then finally, I don't want to read the whole book to you, but she says it is really difficult as a researcher to get specific data about the settlement failures and the fails to deliver. And it goes on and on. I'm just highlighting a little bit.
Damn,
Maybe she's just frustrated beyond belief.
if she's having problems, can you imagine what we're going through?
Oh, no kidding. No kidding. She then says right here, one more sentence. She says, the tragedy, capital T, is that so many companies lost access to capital, which is the keystone of U.S. capital markets. I mean, if you listen to her, and I have, you can literally not sleep that night as you think about what she's saying. And so, Busy, my point is maybe it just becomes too overwhelming to her. I don't know. Are you still there, Busy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening, William. I was muted. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess some of us just take it to the heart, and we're so involved, so motivated. What's the word I'm looking for?
Passionate.
Yeah, we're extremely passionate at what we're doing because we actually want to see reform. We're tired of us being stolen from every single day. You have people like Gasparino out there, just belittling, the community instead of him educating himself before speaking of what's really going on and actually taking this profession more seriously. He just comes out and acts like extremely unprofessional. So when I see things like that, where somebody could actually make a difference, he's actually, like, for example, look at Charles Payne, right? He's taking his time. Some of us, I have communication with Charles, and I educate him on the matter. I know that Ham was in the forefront in the very beginning, getting Bird out on there. And, Charles learned about our story. So Charles wouldn't be putting out information out there if he thought that, this was some kind of like pump and dump or scheme. He actually wants to advocate for retail investors. And when you have a platform like, Gasparino has, like he goes on Fox Business, and you have somebody like Paul T that actually is flying out from wherever he lives to New York to be in studio, and all he's doing is interrupting. Is really unprofessional. I mean, he's done it to Charles on one of his interviews with Neil Cavuto. What are you trying to accomplish here? You think we're that stupid and we don't see right through you, that you must be paid by somebody? I'm not making accusations. I'm just coming to an opinion and saying, like, what's wrong here? You invited this gentleman onto your show and you just consistently interrupting. So when we see things like that, it's really disappointing because he has a chance, right? He has a chance to get somebody like Pool T or somebody like, Charles, or he's active on social media that he could actually advocate for retail and understand what's really going on here. He doesn't want to. He doesn't desire to. Why? Maybe he's getting paid. That's just our opinion, right? And we're entitled to the opinion because we're not stupid. We see it. We see right through them. And they can't stand the fact that we're using social media to communicate. They can't stand the fact that they're losing listeners. They cannot manipulate us anymore, any longer, by them telling us, yeah, invest in this stock. And all of a sudden, their hedge fund buddies are over here dumping the stock on us. But regarding social media, we have a home. We have spaces that, like Savvy had about 800 people on there. I had 600, community members on there yesterday. So we're getting together, hovering on social media, on these YouTube lives, on space calls, and we're just educating ourselves. And I tell you right now, William, the other side, they don't like that. They don't know what to do. So what did they try to resort to? Sending shields in. That's all they can do, and try to disrupt the communities. You just got to be strong. You have to have people like, people that have knowledge like 100 that seen this playbook before. You need to start educating and the retail investors what's really going on around you. Once they actually start noticing and understanding the tactics, then they'll be better investors. They will be more patient. You're starting to see it since AMC and GameStop, that they got exposed, and now all of this thing is like, we're gonna hold, we're not gonna sell, but they still do the same tactics, right? Now they're colluding with each other to try to bring retail down, and eventually they're gonna get caught. And hopefully, with MMTLP, we start exposing the system that some rules get enacted, or some rules that are already in the books actually, are enforced. So what's going on with MMTLP is extremely important, and I think retail investors from other communities are starting to take notice what MMTLP is trying to accomplish. Well, what other ticker is getting 91 signatures from congressional members? What other tickers have people out, boots on the ground in DC? You have Don Fizz for 1 month. He's been in DC, knocking on the halls of Congress. Listen, get up out of your ass, go to DC and do something about it. You see, you have him always talking about the same thing over and over every single day. He's passionate. He comes on this on with you, William, and he talks about the same thing because he's passionate what he does. He really cares, right? He's been to DC. He's been he takes the time every single day to come on here. So everybody that's putting effort shouldn't be getting shit on because they say the same thing or call them a shill. No, they're just passionate. They really care. And that's all I wanted to say. I could ramble on
Well,
forever.
no, you go on. I don't mind it, but you're absolutely right. I think for me, just speaking for me, without him coming on sometimes and a lot, I don't know. I get run down, but he just never, his energy. He's like that rabbit, that bunny. This letter, they try to ridicule social media, but I've used the analogy many times. It's a lot like the Iron Curtain. To me, if you read history, and I when I was younger, I lived a bit of it. The Iron Curtain came down partly because of the fax machine. And social media is just the fax machine. It allows for the transmission of information they would prefer that you don't see. And they can't censor it anymore. That's why they make fun of social media. It's my opinion. But I took you off track. Here, Terry's saying thank you to you, Busy. Thank you, Busy, for all your devotion and representing veterans. Thank you for your service.
No, it's my pleasure. And I served 5 years honorably in the Marine Corps, and now I feel like I'm in another battle, right? And I say it on my on my profile, right? I'm a U.S. Marine Corps veteran now fighting in the front line against stock market corruption. That's exactly what we're doing. We're all part of the Army trying to fight for what's right for retail investors. I say it again, with MMTLP, they thought they were going to be able to get away with it. But as you can see, a year and a month or 2 months later, we're not stopping. We're not giving up. And once this is all and over, I honestly, there's a lot of people in the community that are going to continue fighting on because we want change, right? We want them to do their due diligence of how not to let this thing happen ever again, but also what can we do to stop this from happening? Because I believe that if retail, like it is now, they get louder and louder and louder, they're going to have no choice to come up with some kind of solution to stop the market makers from screwing retail investors. these broker dealers are not out of the woods either. They're in bed with the market makers in the system by doing the rehypothecation every single day. That's a problem on its own. The lending of sharing the shares, shares that don't exist. And I always put this like example: you have 1,000 shares, right? And all of a sudden you lend out those shares. Well, now there's 2,000 shares. But then once somebody like a short seller sells it to the market, let's just say William bought the shares, now there's total of 3,000 shares, right? The shares that the short sellers own, the shares that William bought, and my share sitting. I mean, how is that a possibility? That system needs to go away. If I'm letting other shares take the shares away from my account, make the short sellers go and get shares from the longs. This was happened here, William. They knew that they were screwed. They hit the panic button, and they hit the U3 panic button, and all of a sudden they thought we were just gonna, oh, they stole our money. What can we do? No, we got loud and proud, and we're not gonna stop until we're made whole.
Two things. One, I think I didn't serve, but I think you're like a sergeant, but maybe you're higher up than that. But you lead, you're using all your skills that you learned to lead this, and you know how to select people's skills to have them pitch in. You recognize you can't do it all yourself, that you're moving a battalion or whatever the hell. I don't have the vocabulary. Second thing I want to say, which is scary, it's very scary. I've never gone this far, but I've described before that it's my opinion that these overly educated, arrogant jerks that call themselves bankers have tried to take the debt-based system, more importantly, the fractional reserve banking system, take that model and put it on the security system. And so I think where we have a fractional reserve banking system, they've tried to make it fractional reserve securities custodialship or security system. Why? It expands assets under management with no effort and commissions and all that. I've talked about it before.
You're right.
But the scary part about it, Busy, in order for the fractional reserve banking system to continue to exist based on expansion of credit, debt has to grow exponentially. And it's my opinion, the reason they don't fix this and they continue to let it happen, they have to expand the amount of counterfeit shares out there to allow this imitation of the banking system that they've superimposed on the security system to sort of stay alive. It's pretty frightening. Anyway, I'm not as smart as 100, so I can't explain myself as well. But that's what I think's going on.
No, I think you're right. I think they are expanding the fractional aspect of finance in every degree possible, and that's just to expand the technically, any technical traders out there, they know what a Bollinger Band is. This is expanding the standard deviations from the norm. And while that happens technically and mathematically, in real world, what it is, it's just over leveraging the system.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Exactly. There's, it works 100. And we talked about it earlier in the call. I think this game or this illegality has been worse since Reg Show. But it might not be the Reg Show regulation. It might be that's when Helicopter Ben started. That was when George W. Bush said this sucker's going down, and he put almost $1 trillion into the banks. And then Obama came in with folks, and he was no FDR, and he put another few trillion in. Anyway, my point is easy money might be allowing this to happen. Well, that's going to come to an end.
Well, what you just described were the bailouts, right? And that's
Yeah,
why
that's
I
what I was
mentioned
trying to
before.
describe.
What I mentioned before is we're not in that situation again. There's not going to be a bailout. This is going to be a bail-in.
What do you mean?
Bail in, meaning these financial institutions that are distressed, they're gonna have to take money out of individual accounts.
Oh, I see.
They're gonna
It's
call
going to
in.
be like Cyprus or
There's
Greece,
margin calls, the whole nine. Yeah.
or like that governor from New Jersey's company. Gosh, I can't think of it. MFS, was it that just took the money from people's accounts until they resolved it, and then they eventually got their money back. Yeah, that's a huge issue. 100. That's in banks and in brokerage accounts.
I saw this, was it yesterday and today, that the options clearing house basically expanded their margin capability, essentially telling everyone that there's not going to be any forced closure of transactions. So how are you able to keep that and be sustainable while you know that you're over leveraging the system? To me, the only thing that stops that is a court order, and I think that's what we're heading into.
Well, so to follow it to the logical conclusion, they are over leveraging the system. I agree with you. And to me, it seems to be at a greater pace. I could be wrong on that. So what they hit the concrete wall or they slam on the brakes? I don't know which one is going to happen. I personally think they're going to hit the concrete wall. We're all going to come crashing down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. I think there's a few things going on. Pay attention to the QFS system. Pay attention to Basel III and ISDA. This is a new monetary system that all these banks need to be compliant. And when these financial institutions are not, however they're dealt with, however they're managed, that's going to be a real interesting thing to learn. And we're not there yet because, as indexes are, at maintaining their all-time highs, and we're top heavy in the economy, in the market, you really can't see that pressure because it's being cloaked. But once one or more start to tip over, look out. It could get dangerous.
What do you Gerald Salente's quote, when everything else fails, they take you to war. My view is they're going to take us, they are taking us to war to provide liquidity for the banks.
Yes.
Being too simplistic.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. I think that is already there. That's part of the playbook. I call it a weapon. I think it's a weapon that they've used a few times in history. I don't see them not going away from that playbook. It really just depends on our political environment and how we address things. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of confidence in how government and regulatory agencies are working right now. However, because of the expansion of awareness in the public eye and putting pressure on making sure we have legal elections and how that process is playing out in states, the electoral college, the constitutional process, and then looking at the constitutional arguments that come out with property rights, dealing with financial instruments. These things are in line with each other. You can't get away from that. And that's due to the people, right? And the people are responsible for a change. And that's why the Constitution exists. It gives us the power. So I always talk about it. I always revert back to it, but it's the truth. If we don't have it, then we've got no future.
I hope as Americans we can double whatever political party, however you want to break us apart. I hope as Americans we can redouble our commitment to our Constitution.
Agreed.
If we do that, there's hope for America. Otherwise, I think we might break apart, and that's not going to be good for the world. We're still the country. My dad used to say we're the indispensable nation. I don't really think that's true anymore. Oddly, I think Russia is taking some of that role, and I know people are going to start saying you're crazy, but we need to be the place again. We need to be the place again.
Yep. There has to be confidence reinstilled, and there's only one way to do that. And you've got to protect property rights, and you've got to bring value back to assets.
Well, it's property rights, but you've lived abroad, I'm sure. I have, and I remember the one thing we take for granted here is individual rights. They don't exist everywhere in the world.
Because they don't have a Bill of Rights like what we have.
Yeah.
We're a blueprint for freedom for a reason. There's a reason for it, right? And thousands of years of human history, and just a few documents from the Magna Carta to the Articles of Confederation to the United States Constitution until it was ratified when the Bill of Rights was put in 1791. There's a reason why these events happened over time, and we still are in existence, 250 years later. You're still a young country, a young ideal country, but we've got thousands of years of human suffering that have built up a blueprint for freedom that we have the opportunity to take advantage of, and we'd be foolish to allow it to be destroyed.
That's very well said. I think we forget that sometimes change takes a long time, but we have moved toward that change for our last, whatever you want to count it, 200, 400 years. And we're getting there.
Yeah, but we've got to get this interference out of the financial system, and unfortunately, it's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be a very difficult thing to accomplish without everyone agreeing to it. And I believe that the U.S. Treasury has to regain its power over monetary and fiscal policy for the United States.
So get rid of the Fed.
Get rid of all of them.
Yeah. That's what, I don't know how old you are or how historian you are, but that's my understanding of what JFK wanted to do with the Treasury. And I don't know if that's what ended his time on the planet, but he never had a chance to implement his plan.
Well, I'll put it this way. If it's ever going to happen, it's probably going to happen in the next 4 years. If it's ever going to happen in history, in our lifetime, it's going to happen in the next 4 years. If it doesn't happen, we're going to have a very difficult time.
Well, I wonder if we're going to have, after this election, if we'll ever have a national election again. I wonder if we're going to stay together as a nation. You can't, we're so evenly divided, yet every structure supports, let's call it 50-50. Every structure supports 50%, leaving 50% feeling unheard. That can't survive. That won't survive, I don't think. Anyway, that's getting off into politics, not finance.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, I love it. I love it. I'm just worried about the audience. They'd rather probably think about who's going to win the football game or something like that.
Oh,
and I'm not being insulting, by the way. I don't know anything about football. I'm insulting myself. I'm That's all.
Yeah, I don't watch football like I used to when I was back in the early days, but I'll watch it with my father, but that's about it. Or I'll watch it with the fellas if we're going out to Buffalo Wild Wings or if we're at a
I
social
used to
gathering.
watch it with my dad sometimes, but he didn't really watch. We would watch the Redskins, John Riggins, but I would watch it simply to be able Monday morning at work I could quickly throw something into the conversation like, hey, that fumble in the fourth quarter, that was unbelievable. Then everyone would start talking and then I could just be quiet. I couldn't talk football. I still can't talk football.
Yeah, at one point I could tell you everything, and I actually played. I was a quarterback, but
You did?
Yeah, I've lost interest. I've lost interest in the sport ever since it became politicized. So,
well, I've heard that from my friends that when you go to games to get away from all that horse shit, and I agree with that. But the other thing that changed football, changed baseball, I usually can talk baseball better, is the players move around so much. You don't have a team anymore, a hometown team. Ace is the football guru. Anyway,
tell Jenny L. Thank you.
Jenny L's the best. She's
awesome. She's awesome.
We all have to say our prayers for Jenny L for her strength and her family, but she is a great kid.
Thank you for all that you do, Jenny L. I have tremendous gratitude. Thank you so much.
I don't know what this is. Your hair goes back. Was it slicked up in your youth? No. There's me right there, but I used to have much more hair. But in college, I had a problem with a little bit of acne and I felt embarrassed. So I started combing my hair back to try to avoid acne, and I never changed it. But I don't do much to my hair. Not that this is very interesting. I just get out of the shower and put it back, and I don't think about it again. I should think more about it. I know.
Whatever works for you.
Yeah, whatever works. So who'd you play who were you a quarterback for?
I played in high school. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to reveal.
Were you did you have any plays that you remember that you just can't forget, like passes at the last second? Or
I had two great plays that I would use, and thank God I had some talented receivers, and I would do it an inside slant, or I'd do a broad long pass, almost half of a shotgun. But those were my two best plays based on the speed of the receivers that I had, and I had a good tight end as well. So I always had that third option I could pull back, and then I did have some speed at that time. So if I needed to take off, I could take off.
So your arm was powerful and accurate.
Yes. Yeah. And I love to just sit back and just wait for the opening gap. And when you're young and you're not playing, organized sports, you're playing in the park. So what we used to do is we would take a tennis ball or some type of handball and fill it up.
Right.
Like put a hole, fill it up with something a lot heavier, and
to make it heavy. Yeah.
Put it inside of a Nerf football, and then duct tape it as much as you can, make it tight. And then what I would do is I would just drill my receivers as hard as I can and throw it as hard as I can for as far as I can, and do it, as many times as I can. And then over time, as they pass, they start getting mad, so they'll start throwing hard back to you, and it just it builds that that endurance that you need. So it's something I'll never forget as a child. I had a lot of fun doing that, but it helped me know where foot placement was, and obviously I was doing some research on professionals and what they did, and I was just, I don't know, I performed well at the time, but then I got hurt, so
Yeah,
it is
that's
what
too
it is.
bad.
Yeah.
But do you have a memory of one time you threw the ball and the whole crowd starts cheering and you won the game, or is that just in movies?
No, not to that point. I mean, I've had some great plays, don't get me wrong, but I was not fortunate enough to be in any major championship games on the football side of things. I did baseball and I did basketball,
Wow.
and I did
So
win.
you're tall. You're tall.
Not really too tall, no. But we but you know, I've had some experiences. I'll put it that way. I've had a lot of team experiences, a lot of championships, and
You've showered with a lot of naked men.
unfortunately, yeah. But yeah, they were good times. I mean, very, very good times. I was very happy. You know, just being able to not worry and have not that many worries in life at that point. You know, the responsibilities of
Did it
adulthood.
give you confidence as you went through life? Do that you still have, or is it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, you know what? I'll be honest with you. If these type of experiences that I had really help um, with not just professional decisions in real, you know, in real life, I should say, but also when you're dealing with challenges like what we're dealing with on a daily basis. And I'll give you an example. You know, Busy falls back a lot on his military experiences, right? And it
Right.
helped him be disciplined and organized and so on and so forth. Well, I had the same mentality, not just because I'm patriotic and I come from a patriotic family, but I also have the experience of what it means to understand to sacrifice your time and sacrifice who you are for the better and have that team, you know, camaraderie. So I uh, I uh, I look forward to those opportunities, you know. So if Busy, you know, gives me a call, it's like, listen, we got to do this, got to do it now. We've got a deadline, whatever. Like, to me, it's, I know there's a championship to win. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. We've got a goal, and we're going for it all. So I guess I bring that type of mentality every day, and it's because of these previous experiences that I've had.
That's awesome.
It's a
We just
competitive
had
nature.
Swing join, but then he went away. I apologize. I guess I didn't acknowledge him quickly enough.
No, he said he lost connection. He's gonna.
Oh, he's coming up. But anyway, 100. That's really interesting. I never got to play football that way at all. I'm not a big guy. Hey, Swing, how's it hanging? Can't hear him.
Good. What's going on, guys?
Yeah,
Well, we've had a good long call. We were Ham was on, and then we've talked about shorts, Busy and 100, and we welcome you.
So I was taking a look at something there this morning. It was up like 600%.
Oh, I didn't hang him up. Are you there, Busy?
he's not there. Busy's here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. He disconnected. It might be my stupid computer, but I don't think so.
No,
You
no.
guys,
Right.
He said he lost connection before, so he probably is trying to reconnect back again. But he's talking about ticker symbol HOLO.
yeah, somebody else was here with HOLO. Cheeky, Bunny Chico. HOLO up 1,000% today. And we will win no matter what, up 1,200%. How come we're not in those? All right, here's Swing again. Sorry, Swing. I don't know what happened.
My bad. No, I was talking about HOLO, HOLO. It ripped today over 1,000% during the trading hours, normal trading hours. It opened up at $1.45. It's currently like $27. Had 115% borrow rate, and it's like the free float of 1.81 million shares with like just under 6 million shares outstanding. Yet it traded 188 million today.
That sounds a lot like another stock.
Yeah, it sounds like quite a few of them.
So it has how many in the float and how many outstanding?
Free float is 1.81, and it's just under 6 million for the shares outstanding.
And today it went from what to what?
$1.45, and it's currently like $27.
And how many millions shares traded?
188.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So they're still shorting. See, that's the thing. They continue their discipline, if you call it a discipline, is just to keep selling, selling, selling. That stock should have gone higher than 27, probably.
Oh, yeah. And they tried bringing it down after hours. I think they got it down like 15%, but I can't switch screens right at the moment. So let me grab the other phone real quick.
It says stock split. Was it a stock split?
Nope.
Microcloud hologram.
It reached the high of 98, and now it's at 26.91. Go ahead, 100. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It looks like this thing could trade up to like $75 ish. That's if it continues, but like, I don't know. I hate doing price predictions, but there's room up there to go up.
Well, the 52-week high is 113, so it's not out of.
I don't know if that's accurate. If it had a split, so I'm looking into that right now. If it did, then that 113 wouldn't be an accurate number.
I see. Okay, that's amazing. So,
yeah,
what's your feeling? Is it still worth buying, or is it?
Oh, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it either. But to watch it, yeah, it'd be nice.
Just to watch it, exactly. I would love that to happen. That exact same thing to happen to ZYJL after it splits.
Okay, so 5 days ago, microcloud hologram touches 52-week low after reverse split. So it did have a reverse split. I'm looking at it right now.
Swing, just with what you just said, I'd be really careful.
Yeah, it's a 1%.
They'll crush it back down.
It was a 1.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
It was a 1-for-10 reverse split.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you.
My gut would be they want people to FOMO in, and then they'll drop it. I don't know what you think. Oh, look, Bunny Chico is saying they're going to do an offering. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's usually what they do. Reverse split offering, 90, 80, 90, 70, 80, 90% retracement. If they got meat on the bone, they'll continue to run it to wherever the liquidity zones are. If not, you get stuck. You get stuck in a dilution channel.
Bunny says he or she was telling me about this from 9 and I didn't notice. Yeah, my bad. So Swing, what's your, do you want to talk about MMTLP? Do you want to talk about one of these other stocks? Do you want to talk about?
I mean, the amount of information that came out today and between today and yesterday's space, it's just mind blowing. I personally believe the information that Curtis found was in fact actual gold. Like
talk about that. Talk about Curtis's information. I haven't had a chance to. It's been sent to me and called to my attention. I haven't had a chance to.
Well, nobody can explain it quite like Curtis, but I'm sure 100 could give it a lot better shot than I can. Basically, we found the SEC roundtable meeting, the video. I can't remember who actually posted it, but they admitted it that how they were going to implement a U3 halt. And 100 actually pointed it out earlier, like it was like a test run December 6th, 2022, right before the halt. Wasn't that right, Danny?
Yeah, they did tests. Well, it's not to confuse people, the roundtable event took place in 2018, and the FINRA test halts obviously happened in 2022 in December. So it was interesting that, and that's why I was trying to develop the relationship there, where the OTC and FINRA were already, having discussions on how to handle and manage extraordinary event matters in the market, which are rare, right? And at the same time, perform a U3 halt during the time of MMTLP, where they were unauthorized to change a corporate action. So they violated their own rules, and they exposed themselves at the same time in various different points in history around the same time period, right? 2018 to 2022, and the FAQs, right? So there's a lot of damning evidence against FINRA and their overstep.
So what will it mean, do you think, in terms of, well, ultimately a settlement in MMTLP, but does this put pressure on SEC or Congress to do something? To me, FINRA, based on this letter that this guy wrote, FINRA just made itself useless. There's no
absolutely.
reason for FINRA to exist.
Nope, absolutely. And then that canned response from Gary Gensler, and Ralph Norman was absolutely correct. This is unacceptable. I mean, this has been over a year. I mean, we're like, what, 426 days or something like that? Still no resolution. Nobody doing anything. Nobody trying to regulate the market. They're getting ready to go to the T1 settlement instead of the T2. I just saw that notification pop up today. But that doesn't happen until May. We're frozen in time. And there's absolutely nothing that we can do about it at the moment other than rely on, the current litigation that's going on. Richard Hoffman's case with FINRA or Fidelity. I think he's actually trying to couple in TradeStation in that. I'm not really sure. Then you have Mark Bazile, what he's working on. And then I think Rosa's got an appeal going down in Florida for her case. I don't know. I really don't know. I hope the regulators do step in.
Richard, do you remember him, Richard? Anyway,
Richard Hoffman?
No, sorry, a lawyer named Robert. Then
that was the one from Atlanta.
Yeah. I think it's south somewhere. Yeah,
or close to Atlanta, or somewhere in Georgia. I don't know what his current status is of his case. I don't know if I know one of them got dismissed. I think it was Allen's case, and then I'm not really sure. Coruscante's case got dismissed, but he's going. They were going to try to appeal it to the highest court in New York. Yeah. And then, this open letter, it's truly a wake-up call, and the amount of effort that this community has put in to try to get this resolved is truly amazing. I mean, absolutely, it's mind-blowing.
It really is.
So what do I think happens? I think that they're, just like Nextbridge had, or Greg McCabe had mentioned that an entity had reached out on behalf of a broker-dealer to buy considerably more shares than that 2.65 million that FINRA's claiming are naked. So that, to me, with that information that they currently have, there's got to be something that is done by the regulators. And I think that a subpoena should come. I think it's been a little late. I mean, hopefully the folks that have the power to subpoena actually step in and, do it on behalf of this community. Because I mean, it would be absolutely, it would be absolutely insane if this thing ever traded. I mean, you look at like Holo today, HOLO, right? Up over 1,000%. TPST went up 4,000% like a few months back. I don't know if you guys remember me talking about that one the night before it ran. They had a poison pill. And I don't think it was on the cusp of a reverse split or anything like that, but it literally went. I said, if it breaks $3, I'm going to be shocked. I turn around like 15 seconds later, is at 4. I'm like, holy crap! It just kept going. But it opened up at like 38 cents pre-market and shot all the way up to like $11.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's rare to see a 4,000%er. It's rare to see a 1,000%er. But if MMTLP would have opened up on December 9th and shorts were forced to cover, we would have had a market event that I would have think would have dwarfed these. Just absolutely dwarfed them. And that's why I think that they did the U3 haul.
I agree. I mean, I saw trades. I mean, I don't know when they occurred, but they were that morning, pre-market, and maybe during the market opening. They won as high as over 4,000 a share. They were going to have a lot of trouble. But I think a settlement needs to come before NextBridge ever goes public. Otherwise, they'll just hide the whole problem in a flood of new counterfeits. So
yeah, I don't think they'll ever. I don't know if they'd IPO. I doubt it.
they shouldn't. They shouldn't. Keep the pressure on. What stocks do you think have? I mean, it's hard to chase squeeze, but are you?
Oh, yeah. I just like watching them and watching the FUD come around each and every time something like this happens. It's comical.
Can't wait to be a part of one.
I know, right?
Wouldn't it be something if one just worked even partially so people got liquid? It would just be incredible.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we were at with metamaterials. I mean, we were at $2.33 before they halted MMTLP, and they just did a 1-for-100 reverse split, destroyed the stock with offerings, got rid of George. It just seems intentional at this point. Did they
ever get that 75 million plus 75 million warrants through, or was the shareholder revolt enough to stop that?
So no, we did not. We voted against the.
RS.
We got everything except for KPMG as the auditor, and we voted against the 1-for-35 reverse split.
Right.
And they got their board vote, but they didn't do the 1-for-35 reverse split. Then turned around and dumped a 1-for-100 on us. And I mean, it's steadily declined. It wasn't even supposed to be trading pre-market the day that it did reverse split. Nobody has their Series C shares yet that I know of. Your voting shares. So you get like for every share you own of metamaterials, you get like 1,000 votes. Nobody has them yet. This entire transaction just seems plagued, and it seems so intentional at this point, especially after they got rid of George. Zero communication.
I know, without telling you where I heard it, I know that the board and management were advised strongly not to take certain actions, but they just chose, like everyone, they chose to listen to the liars. And it's the financing that kills these stocks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you probably can regurgitate exactly the battery technology that MMAT has. They have like a membrane or something that.
Yeah, they have NCORE and NPOR. It's a ceramic separator instead of a plastic separator that causes thermal runaway in EV batteries. So that thermal runaway is what causes fires.
Right.
That ceramic separator keeps the fires from actually happening. And they have a deal with top 10 manufacturer, if I'm not mistaken, for batteries, but they also inked a deal with Panasonic. So we don't know who the OEM is yet. but we do know that they have that deal with Panasonic, but yet we haven't seen any revenues. They have the NanoWeb roll-to-roll lithography, still no revenues. The only revenue stream that I see on their filings is from their, I'm drawing a blank here. It's where they make the dollars, the currency.
I don't know.
Color Optic, where they've got like the 3D holograms like into the actual dollar bills, and they've got a contract with a G10 central bank. That's the only revenue that I've seen actually coming in.
Well, obviously, that kind of technological breakthrough should be destroyed by our financial markets. They should destroy, this is where we are now. But anyway, tell me, how much money do they have? Do they have enough money to make it to positive revenue, positive cash flow?
Well, I was looking at Palantir today, and it was the first time, that was actually yesterday, that Palantir was actually profitable. Now, it took a long time, and they were heavily shorted, but they've ripped the last 2 days in a row. George Palocaris had actually mentioned something, it was probably about a year ago. He said it was Metamaterials was like Palantir, but on steroids. So with their Vlepsis system, which is this wide angle array of cameras basically hooked up on a drone, this thing is wicked, absolutely wicked. And they took it to the Dubai Air Show and showcased it. And again, still nothing as for revenue coming in from any type of sales from it, but their technology's off the charts. I mean, they had their R&D focus at Metamaterials was expansive. They had a really good group, a core group of folks that were all PhDs. They were subject matter experts in their area, and they're all gone. Literally all gone.
How can they be expected to fight criminality? They're not trained for that.
Yep.
And
then I asked for the money. They were doing a restructuring, and I'm assuming they were moving from research into development into actually building the products. But again, we still have, we're on pins and needles to actually hear something about the company actually making revenue. So I don't know.
If they got revenue out of the blue and they became profitable, that's the way to win this. Otherwise, there's no hope.
Well, they had $4 million in revenue from this G10 central bank, not this past quarter, but the quarter before. I think it was Q3 of 2023. Mm-hmm. And they didn't report it for the quarter. Instead, they kept it for the following quarter. And that's when an offering came. They got rid of George. And then when you look at their financial statements, it didn't align with what they had from the previous quarter. So I was very confused about what happened. And then they had the Wells notice being closed, a $1 million payment, class action settlement. Or maybe that was in reference to the Wells notice, where they were paying $250,000
per quarter for a year.
Yeah.
Wish they.
I don't know. Just it's a mess. Absolute mess.
The new people are on the side are spot moles for the shorts, or they just don't know what they're doing. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, these people have led industry.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like Jack Harding is well known and well respected within this business model, and he's taken businesses that were just junk and turned them around. And I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. I mean, I did hear that they were still engaged with West Christian, but I mean, all of this has been speculative. We haven't seen anything yet.
One of the problems with let's say at the Dubai Air Show, somebody wants to come and do a big deal with them. If they do research into the company and the company looks like it's in trouble and it's not going to be around a long time, they're not going to win that contract. And that's what the criminals want, is to destroy the viability of the company.
Well, not just that. I mean, if there was ever any Canadian or US dollars that would be granted to companies for their battery technology or this Vlepsis thing. They're going to look at the company's fundamentals too and be like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here, guys. So would they actually be able to obtain those funds through government grants? It's hard to, I don't know.
So what do you think of MMAT? I mean, I've been very cautious.
To be perfectly honest, I am still bullish on the company. Their technologies, I mean, it's freaking amazing, but the revenue stream is just not there. We were hoping to hear something at the Q3 2023 or Q4 even, and here we are rolling into Q1 of 2024, and they just did the 1 for 100 split. So,
it was 1 for 100.
Yeah.
I thought it was 1 for 35. All right.
Now we had voted down the 1 for 35, and then the board came in and did 1 for 100, 1 for 100.
Oh my God! So this is 273 divided by 100. It's 0.0273 compared to before. Oh.
Yep. And it opened up after the split at like 5 something.
Yeah.
So.
See, they don't. CEOs, scientists, lawyers, they don't see what they're doing, what the criminals are doing.
Yep. And currently they're wanting to do another offering to raise their share count to like 250 million. And right now the share count, like the outstanding shares, is like 5 million. So they're going to add another 245 million to the float.
That's a cram down. That's a cram down, basically.
Yep.
Effectively. So anybody that's in it, your ownership, it's just endless story. So the new investors have a shot at the upside. On the other hand, it's probably going to be destroyed as well.
And I mean, like I said, when they got rid of George, I couldn't believe it. Absolutely. I mean, this was his baby. He was the founder.
Yeah, he wasn't the problem. They blame him, but I don't think he was the problem.
No, absolutely not. You've had multiple class action lawsuits. One of them was dismissed. One of them was settled. They had the Wells notice. You end up getting the DOJ investigation into Atlas, where 8 of them were charged. One of them is actually pleading guilty. The other 7 have pled not guilty. We still don't know anything about that. When it's going to be finalized or anything. We still don't know who got Nextbridge Trading, and hopefully Steamroller.
But what you mean is MMTLP trading.
Yeah. I mean, because you can't look at one without looking at the other, right?
No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it literally dropped from $2.33 to, and 100 called it out. He's like, it's going to go to 7 cents. And I'm like, no way. And it did. Called it.
Well, so, I wasn't as accurate as 100, but I called it too. I'm not trying to take credit. The reason I bring it up is our working model is predictive of what's going to happen to the share price. The other side says, oh, you can't prove it or whatever, or whoever's advising the board, their theory is wrong. Anyway, a theory's as good as its ability to predict outcomes. So, Swing, is MMAT your stock, or is there something else, other stocks you like?
I mean, I love a ton of them, but
MMAT is the one you would focus on?
I spend a lot of time doing research on MMAT and, looking at patents from stuff in the past that have been filed, who was on them. I don't know. I don't know. It's always been one of my, just a passion about it. GlucoWise is their non-invasive glucose detection system. And I was kind of thinking that like a big company would come in, like Eli Lilly or something, and work on the manufacturing, or, you know, I don't know, Thermo Fisher, somebody that produces, you know, this kind of stuff on a grand scale, and they bring it to market. I mean, that's multi-billion-dollar industry annually. And then
Well-
you have the MPOR and NCOR, which is for the batteries. I mean, you think about all the battery tech that's going out now, with like all of the auto manufacturers, battery storage systems, you name it, solar systems that use battery backup. Then you have the G10 central banks with their notes. And then you have NanoWeb. I mean, I was so blown away that they did the 1-for-100 reverse split. I was hoping, and you know, it's hopium, I guess. When you watch a stock drop on positive news every time, that's a concentrated short position, right?
Absolutely. And that's why what 100 does when he puts that information out, buttresses the argument. But the lawyers that, or whomever's advising the board of MMAT, they're saying, well, there's no proof. In order to best do your fiduciary responsibility, you have to take the money. And then the liars are saying, well, reverse split it so you're not in default. To me, the only way out is to tip over the chessboard. Don't follow the rules. But
Yeah, because they're not.
they're not following them. They're
Yeah.
not following them.
And I'm trying to think of the only stock that issued a dividend or something that actually worked was Overstock, and it was a blockchain.
But
Now,
even that was limited in its effectiveness, wasn't it? It did.
yeah, I
work.
mean, it took Patrick Byrne like millions of his own dollars to get the actual ball rolling, where the stock jumped up. You know, it went to like $128 or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
But still, it worked. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. But you look at what happened with MMTLP, the GTII, what Roger Hamilton was trying to do with GNS and ERL, the Entrepreneur Resorts. We still don't have those. And now they're merging with Big Brain AI. So that'll be one company. I'm hoping that there's a plan there. But I mean, you look at AMC, they had Ape. You look at BBIG, they had Cryptide. They were all fails. They were big whiffs. So I think the only one that will actually shed some light on the true corruption is MMTLP. And I'm hoping that GTII does too.
Well, GTII could, and Richard Hoffman is going to join us here in a second and give us some updates. GTII is a trap short, and I think it's big, but you know, the other side says, well, you can't prove it. But do you have thoughts on MMTLP, whether there's a settlement, or I don't know, anything you want to add on MMTLP?
I mean, okay, so I've always said this from the beginning. I would love for it to trade for 2 days. And then I started thinking about it. They did it once, you know, they could do it again. So there would actually have to be literal babysitters for closed position only. You know, regulators would have to be in there, not spoofing numbers, you know, because like on level 2 data, they throw up fake walls all the time, right?
Yeah.
Well, they could throw in a low bid, which is not even real.
Yeah.
You know, put it for $20. And the next, you know, say somebody wants to sell for $100. They'll see that 20 and then they'll turn around and change their price.
To me, you don't want to untrap the shorts. If
Right.
you create any kind of publicly traded vehicle, that's what this asshole talked about.
Yeah.
You're going to rescue the shorts.
I'd love to see just, you know, federal judge say, all right, there's X amount of shares over.
Right.
and they see the data from the Schwab accounts where they were good till cancel, $1,200. I saw one in there today with like 200 grand.
Right.
I mean, those were people's expectations. Now, is expectation reality? No. But if a judge sees that and sees that the lowest one is like $1,200, and do I think that the land is worth that much if they get it, where it's actually up and operational and they're actually drawing big numbers of oil out of the ground? Yeah, that could be a real number for a dividend,
Yeah.
But I don't know what the settlement would look like. I'd love $1,000 a share or more. That would be fantastic.
Well, my number's around there, a little bit higher, but we're probably going to be faced with a choice at some point, some number. But the starting point would be the engineering report. I haven't ever seen one, but that'll give a per share value if you wanted to. I mean, it'll give a value and then you divide it out by the shares. The key is, in the case of a private company, they have a denominator that it's defined how many shares exist. If they get into this loosey-goosey, start it trading again, it'll be all lost, just like MMAT is.
I just, I've never seen anything like it. So mechanics of it behind it, I don't know. I mean, look at TPST, went up 4,000% a day. Holo today, that could have been us at 100,000%. Yeah, you never know. And there's no halts on 100. I've heard this before, and I've also heard a contradiction. Are there halts on the OTC for volatility?
I'm going to take a quick break while you guys talk. So keep going.
I want to say yes, there is, but they usually happen at the very early hours of trading.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very rare for it to happen any other time.
Well, I've heard it two different ways. There's no halts on the OTC, and then I've heard somebody say that wasn't true, and I just don't know. I don't trade OTC that often, so
they don't happen on a regular basis. They're actually much more rare on the OTC, and it's hard to identify them because it depends on the time of the year that you're trading these positions, and because they're not liquid, they're not always liquid, right? And two, if you can identify the trading behavior or the pattern on where the most liquidity does come in, they usually happen in the off peak times, like I should say when it's less there's less liquidity available, and you wouldn't recognize it unless it was identified via a FINRA notice or something like that. So you wouldn't even care to look.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they're usually very short in nature. They're not long. Unless it's suspended by the SEC, then you know that you're out for 2 weeks. Yeah, which has happened. So, that's another thing to pay attention to. I mean, anybody I know you said that you don't participate in the OTC, and that's actually where I started as a trader years ago. And one of the things that I paid attention to was the SEC and how they perform rather than FINRA. And the SEC would actually invoke more suspensions, and these were halts basically. They would invoke these halts more often than FINRA would. Obviously, FINRA didn't exist, before what was it, 17? So, but yeah, it was a totally different experience than it is now. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off because I have a dinner date with a young lady.
All right. Well, that's great. 100. Richard's coming on shortly, but a date is more important than Richard.
I can speak to Richard later. All right, take care, fellas.
Thank you very much. And Swing, you can hang out. I mean, we can talk.
Will do.
I don't know where Busy is. He was here. Somebody's asking me, can someone talk about the price target of GTII at 2,400? Well, I think almost any number is possible in a squeeze, but I don't see GTII in the middle of the squeeze right now. By definition, squeezes happen when you don't expect them. It catches the opposition unaware. Sorry, I guess Busy just texted me that he's coming on. Anyway, I'm interested in your thoughts on MMAT and the other one, Nexbridge and MMTLP. I was intrigued that Greg McCabe paid off the debt, which I think flowed. I think MMAT owed the debt to Nexbridge. Am I right on that?
No, Nexbridge owed metamaterials. It was like,
all right, Nexbridge owed metamaterials, but it was interesting that Greg paid that off.
yeah, well, he got a 50% off coupon too, though, because it was 24 million, I believe, and he ended up paying 6 million up front in shares, and then he had to purchase like $250,000 more. And he's sinking his money in, and then they turn around and do the 1-for-100 reverse split. So,
burned him.
What do you think that did to him? And that's why he canceled his purchase agreement with him.
I think one of the strongest things going. Just to be upfront, I've never spoken with Greg McCabe. I don't know him. I know John Berta, but I don't know Greg McCabe. But I think he's one of the strengths in this situation for everyone. I think he's got integrity, and he's going to fight, and he's not going to be fooled by these criminals. It's just my opinion. Here, this traveling session is pointing out that the military applications of MMAT are high. Is that true in your opinion? Are you there? Oh, you got your mic on.
Sorry. Yeah, I was trying to turn it off. I was reading the comments. What was the question again?
He's saying people underestimate the military applications, which MMAT has.
Oh, yeah. Just Lepsis alone, then the nanoweb technology, it could be a real game changer. So,
but they've got a contract, right?
Yeah. And they have laser protection sunglasses. I mean, they're like $1,000.
Really?
Oh yeah. But I mean, I can see like police officers, SWAT, DEA agents, all law enforcement agencies using these things. I mean, even if it was, like training, and they had to use lasers like live fire exercises. I mean, seems like these budgets for these, when they decided to go trying to cancel the police, the budget shrunk, police officers left. So I'd say that
wouldn't pilots want to wear something like that? Airline?
Oh, absolutely.
Pilots?
Absolutely. There's thousands of laser strikes on pilots annually. So instead of just having the glasses, I mean, what about the windshield? Like Boeing making all these planes? Well, not Boeing necessarily, because they fall apart from what I've been hearing. But these manufacturers of planes globally, it not only reduces, it eliminates the laser strikes. I mean, you wouldn't have it, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Unbelievable.
And that's just another technology that they have. It's
such an amazing company. I mean, if you follow the timeline in which I was involved in, Torchlight, I tried to raise money for him, and that's how I met John Berta. But the Ora Grande project was real back then. The criminals destroyed it. And then he made, I think, a very wise decision to sell the shell, basically, to MMT. And then it gets destroyed. All right, let's see. Here comes not legal advice. So I add him. All right, there's not legal advice.
That's really
Get ready for a joke.
ready for a joke. Do you know why the European markets are going down?
Because they're peeing?
It's Greece.
Oh, gosh.
So I heard that. I don't know if Swing is still there. Is Swing still there?
Yeah, Swing's still here,
Yeah.
but the quarterback had a hot date.
I heard he's avoiding me. I've been chasing him down, so I understand that he's used that hot date rumor many times. He's playing up that quarterback role, I think. So I was gonna. I can speak about whatever you want me to speak.
You can no, you have the floor. But Swing and I were just talking about MMAT, but I was trying to get it into Greg McCabe and MMTLP, so it all fits in. But it's a tragedy what they've done to the good company of MMAT. I was just, to finish my thought, the criminals destroyed Torchlight when it was Ora Grande, and then John sold that essentially into MMAT as a shell, and then they destroyed that, and then they destroyed MMTLP. So that's kind of the last point I was trying to make.
And I was listening. I listened to everybody because it's always enjoyable to listen to everybody. And I had my own personal experience with MMAT trying to deal with MMTLP. So my experience, I was frustrated in my dealings with MMAT, even when the management that a lot of people like GP, George Palikaris. There's a lot of people in his in his court. That's fine. My experience is whenever I tried to get a hold of anybody at that company, nobody ever responded. And that was including like when I would be more aggressive in searching out a response. And it wasn't like I got called back at counsel either. It was just they ignored me. I found that disturbing. And one thing I think I've learned, we'll see if I've learned. One thing I think I've learned is besides the shorts and all the other shenanigans that go on, you have to be aware of the CEOs. It's part of the package. No kidding. It's part of the pack. It's part of the package. As much as the shorts can screw you, the CEO can screw you too. So I was sensitive to that fact, and it bothered me that I didn't get return call but the reason I sold out of MMAT. I sold out at 21 cents, which was the time that they announced the resignation of George Palikaris about a week after he had resigned. And putting those two together, I felt uncomfortable staying with that organization. So that 21 cents, I lost a lot of money, obviously, but at 21 cents, I guess would translate to today's value. It would be
around 2 cents, isn't it now?
No, it would be, if I sold at 21 cents, it was 100 for one reverse.
Yeah.
Right. Today,
a little over 2 cents.
Yeah. So even though it was terrible and I hated doing it, I did sell it because I find that really difficult, knowing when to sell and to be able to acknowledge the fact I lost money and I got to move on. That is an incredibly difficult thing to do. So that's something I learned, and maybe MMAT, by the way, I liked the technology. It wasn't the fact I didn't like the technology. I was interested in that. I got interested in MMAT because of Tesla. I have an interest in Tesla, and Tesla's battery technology, and they use companies like MMAT. So that's what interested me. But at some point in time, the business can be great or promising, and the stock can be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears that once the stock gets to a certain point, it's not salvageable. The only person it might be salvageable for is the CEO. Maybe he or she can keep it alive. They can earn whatever they're earning as an income. Maybe they get shares and they can sell shares. But that has caused me.
They fund themselves. They make that decision that they can't help, which is, all right, the company's important, but I'm more important.
Yeah, that is a tough question because, they obviously have a fiduciary duty to the shareholders. So keeping the company alive or keeping it on NASDAQ may not be in the interest of the shareholders.
Right.
It might be in the interest of the CEO, but not the shareholders.
Well,
so
you've got a 50-year-old guy or woman or 60-year-old. What's their alternative?
And again, from a shareholder perspective, it's super, super hard to pull the trigger and move on because we all hope it's the 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 where it comes back. And, we all hope that, but it seems like from a practical standpoint, that's less likely than not.
Well, you saved 90% of your money at that point by selling.
Yeah.
I had a friend, he now works in my old office. He still works at Morgan Stanley, but he pointed out to me, you own it at 21 cents to get it to go back to whatever you paid it for it. Let's say it was 210. You'd have to go up 10x to get back. The arithmetic works against you to get back to where you once were.
Yeah, and I thought, again, because I'm relatively, I'm not a securities lawyer. My experience in securities is kind of going through it, but I kind of thinking about the lessons I've learned, and the only way you learn is by getting burned. That's really the only way you learn is, when you're kind of waiting on something, you're burning money. If you sit and wait 5 years for something to get back to where it was 5 years ago, you've lost a ton of money. But beyond that, I think what happens is you get so distracted and focused on trying to recoup from that particular investment that it almost impedes your progress in moving forward. Because again, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but obviously we all make mistakes. We all lose money, but you can also make money. You can do positive trades. It just because you lose money on one trade.
Recover might mean that you have to do it in stair steps rather than one big win,
Yeah, because I think everybody here, I don't know, I haven't heard a lot of people that have spoken up who have participated in a lot of short squeezes. It seems like we're kind of a novel group, and I think when it happens, we'll know. But otherwise, we kind of have to take and you guys, you and Ham both talk about this. And again, really hard to do. Take your profits when you can, because most of the time, that's what you're going to be able to take. That's it. Not some short squeeze you're going to make 1,000%.
I told somebody today when he got into GTII, whenever, like 2.5 years ago, and it went to 4.5. He got out at 225. I told him you were probably the best trade out there, because that happened in about 2 weeks. Hit and run, gone. I didn't do it. The hardest thing is selling. The hardest thing is selling. And
that's an amazing skill because they're not unhappy also. Those kind of people. So they make let's say they make 15% on a trade, and the trade continues to go up after they're out, and they could have made 60%. Whatever. Meaningless. It's meaningless to them. It's not even relevant. That's not their business plan.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to look for a quote while you're talking.
Okay.
That buttresses exactly what you said.
Although it's okay. It's also okay if you ignore me for a while. That's not a problem.
Well, when you're telling jokes, I might ignore you.
So MMAT is that, not a lot. MMAT, obviously.
Sorry, can I interrupt you one time on MMAT?
Sure. Sure.
because I wanted to say it to swing. I think the battery, and whoever solves battery technology, that's the breakthrough financially. My opinion. Tesla, MMAT. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with you. The issue with, or at least the concerns that consumers have, rightfully or wrongfully, is range concern. They have concern about how long they can go on a battery and whether they'll be able to get a charge. And as battery technology improves, the range will improve, the ability or the lack of fires, that kind of stuff, safety will improve, and it'll be less of an issue. We will see. We'll see in this country. This country's kind of slow, but we'll see. In other places, they're much, like in China, for example, electric cars are much more prevalent in a part of the society. We'll see how it is. And by the way, and the technology in that area is also advanced relative to.
I think electric cars have to be part of a total redesign in how we live. We have to live closer to our cities with our cars. So we have to live in closer concentrations. And then our highways would be maybe for bus, rail, or gasoline powered cars. But I don't know.
Yeah, so
I don't think electric vehicles can replicate the 1950s suburbia.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess
I don't know either.
Yeah, to be determined. MMAT, I thought the response from the SEC, which was basically, thanks for reaching out, have a nice day. That was kind of basically their
Gensler's response.
Yeah, Gensler's response was so dismissive. If Congress does not issue a subpoena to the SEC in particular, because at least FINRA, I mean, I have problems with FINRA responded also. So FINRA responded, I think it's a 32-page response. It incorporated a lot of their prior stuff, not very specific, but they responded. So I'll give them that. At least they had respect for Congress enough to respond in a timely fashion. Gensler and the SEC did not. They responded after the fact, and that, in fact, might have been on purpose, right? You say we have to respond in 30 days. We're not going to respond in 30 days. We'll respond in more than 30 days, and F you. That's kind of the way I feel it. And I think if Congress, and so this is, SEC is supervised and overseen by Congress. That's the congressional responsibility. If an agency of Congress says F you and Congress doesn't take action, then I mean, why even talking to Congress?
Right.
This is a blatant and public slap in the face. And if you're not willing to take up the fight, then you're never going to take up the fight. And we should ignore you. My view was I appreciate all the people, Don and all the others, some of them who remain unnamed and want to be unnamed. They've done a fantastic job, really, and tireless. And you too, William, the number of times. Okay, I know. You don't like to be praised, but you deserve, if you deserve to be praised, it's okay. It's okay. So a lot of people have spent a lot of time and effort, but if they're not going to respond to that, then it's almost like, let's go after the ones that will. Let's find the candidates that will support the position. We're in an election year, right? So Congress turns over every 2 years. So everybody in Congress is running for re-election.
Sounds like my girlfriend. No, just kidding.
If you're lucky, every 2 years, right? But they're always running for re-elections. And it's not like this is a controversial standpoint.
I don't even have a girlfriend, but anyway, go on.
I'm available, by the way, William. It's not even like it's a controversial standpoint coming to the rescue of retail shareholders. I think that would be a good election year position. So, if
that's true,
if Congress doesn't support us, then the oppositions of Congress, that's who we should be targeting. My opinion, just my belief. So I appreciate everything's done, but at some point in time, if Congress doesn't come through, we should accept them on their word too. And we should move on and put the pressure on the ones who won't do what's right.
So that sounds like you're recommending a congressional solution more than a court solution.
No, I kind of from the start, I figured, let's do about 100 different things. Let's make it like just a super overwhelming wave of various tactics. And that's what's going to get it done. Because you really can't predict what's going to be the key. What specific item's going to be the key? How would we know how much impact Don would have in DC? Yeah, we don't. You don't know. So I figured just kind of throw as many bombs at them. They're all legit. It's not like we're making up stuff. They're all legitimate. So whatever gets it done, that's wonderful. So, and in terms, I think you asked about McCabe. I think he's really trying hard to get it done. I don't know what his opinion is as to a specific shareholder, but I know he feels for the shareholders and understands what's going on. I know
as a blanket statement, I don't think he'll make a deal that benefits himself without saying you have to make this apply to everybody. You know? I mean?
I agree with that. I don't think he would exclude himself from a deal that covered everybody else and get substantially better terms.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know what kind of terms he might think are reasonable terms either.
He might say, I've done this, this, and this. I've been at risk, and maybe it'll be somewhat more favorable. I just don't think he's going to sell. Let me just put it that way. I don't think he's going to sell unit holders of MMTLP down the river.
I agree with you that way. However, let me put it this way.
Again,
I'm making up numbers, so
all
don't, because sometimes you speak and then people take it as the gospel. I'm just making up numbers. Let's say MMTLP shareholders would want to get paid $1,000 a share.
Okay.
Maybe McCabe might think $100 a share is a fair price. We don't know. So that's
know that he put in a Twitter that it better start with a 600 or it's going to be not only hell no, but hell no in a lawsuit. Yeah, I have a feeling he's higher than 100.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I was just making up numbers. I'm just saying that there may be a discrepancy between what shareholders want and what the management wants. And there may be a discrepancy or a difference between how the resolution is constructed, how it's done, whether it's, you've talked about this in the past, many months ago, about maybe shareholders would get Nextbridge shares plus some premium on top of that, and that would be a resolution. I remember you talking about it quite some time ago. Yeah. I know, by the way, that's something that is or was considered. So I think that is something in the under consideration or previously under consideration.
The only thing is we'd have, and this as an attorney, when you're all hepped up, I don't know if that's a word, hepped up, but you're all hepped up and you go in to court, you're going to win. It doesn't happen. You have to settle. What we would probably have to give up is seeing the criminals go to jail. They probably walk for free.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, unfortunately, most resolutions are anticlimactic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was always hoping, there used to be
more like my love life than anything.
Oh. Well done. You remember Perry Mason?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there used to be a show, this is a long time ago. There used to be this legal show, and this attorney would get every episode.
Hamburger?
Raymond Burr. And
I know, but the other side was hamburger.
Something like that. Raymond Burr, by the way, was the star of the original Godzilla, by the way, if you want to go back and watch.
Raymond Burr was also, he was not, he liked men.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did.
I just thought he had
secret.
Interesting. I just thought he had a lead foot, and that's why he was called Ironside. but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, he was an attorney. Ironside was the name of the show, by the way. He was an attorney. He was the greatest attorney of all time. And every episode, the person who was the bad guy would be on the witness stand, and they would always admit to the whatever the problem was. I did it. Take me away. That's how we would love to see court proceedings, and they almost never go that way, unfortunately. So a lot of, most times, and, it's hard to get used to, but most times people are dissatisfied in resolutions. And if you go to like a mediation, so we've talked about arbitration. Arbitration's like an informal trial. There's also a process called mediation. So mediation is a step below arbitration. There's no testimony, but the parties kind of present their side, and there's a neutral person theoretically who's supposed to, in reality, this is what they do. Bill would come to me and he'd tell me his case, and me, the neutral, I'd say that case stinks, and I'd give him 15 reasons why it stunk. And then my friend John would come to me and he'd give his pitch, and I'd give him 15 reasons why his case stunk. And I'd try to get the parties to kind of reduce their terms, and that's how it goes. So that, at least that process, exists. We don't get the benefit of that in securities. We get straight arbitration, unfortunately. And the arbitration system that exists involving FINRA is not designed to give retail shareholders any particular advantage. It's designed to protect the members, unless they're subject to enforcement, which takes me to Alpine. So Alpine, my favorite company in the world, by the way.
All right. So before you start on that, this gentleman's asking you, what's the next step with GTII, blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah.
now you're talking about Alpine.
Yeah. So I'd love it for everybody. I can't, it's not legal advice. I can't suggest it to you. It's not a course of conduct, but I talked about it many, many months ago. In my perfect world, everybody would file an arbitration claim, and everybody would sue the brokers and just make it so it's overwhelming and just blows up the system. That's my perfect world.
Well, I think elderly women would be particularly successful in arbitration.
Well, I'm not even talking
Merrill
about
Lynch,
yeah,
or whomever.
I'm not even talking about success. I just think basically making the system overwhelmed with claims would destroy the system. And I think, we talk about it a lot. The current, 100 talked about it, Swing talked about it, you guys, Ham talks about it, Ace, whatever. The system needs to be changed. So whether it happens today, 6 months from now, 2 years from now, it's going to happen at some point in time. There'll be a collapse. It's happened in the past. It'll happen in the future. So why don't we get it out of the way? Let's get it out of the way now. And maybe at the same time, we can make some money and our stocks can squeeze, and we can make a bunch of money at the same time. So GTII is what you're asking about. I think that, if it were me now, unfortunately, I didn't qualify for a dividend because I bought GTII stocks after the record date. So I didn't qualify for the dividend. So I didn't get to yell at Fidelity about not giving me my dividend. But if it were me and I had earned the dividend, I would have sued Fidelity the day after the dividend was due myself. That would be me. Now, again, I have a advantage over most people because I can do it myself and that way. And it's not easy for a non-lawyer to do, but it's certainly, if there's 65, I wondered about this. There's 65,000 shareholders. And there's 2 people with arbitration claims that I know of. There's another gentleman who filed an arbitration claim after mine because he saw that one was filed. So he's a lawyer too. But I was kind of amazed that out of 65,000 claims, there weren't more. And with Alpine, the same thing. I'm kind of surprised. Why don't people sue? Why don't they? Why don't they go to DC? They've been given the model, literally handed to them. Here's how you do it. You go knock on doors. And now these congressmen and senators, this is not a new thing anymore. This is not something you have to completely educate them on. This is just a new chapter. Here's a new security. I'm amazed that other than just bitching, there's a lot of bitching that goes on. I'm amazed that those other tickers haven't taken action. And I think they should. And I think it's a big mistake missed. Obviously, it's not too late. They could start today. But I think the more numbers, the better likelihood of success. That's been my view since we started this way, notwithstanding my allegiance to MMTLP, because I came on MMTLP. So that's still my allegiance. My emotional allegiance is directed at MMTLP, but it didn't make any sense to me that the other tickers didn't follow suit. And I thought it would help everybody. If we have this mass, a mass movement, it would be impactful, again, especially in election season. So that's
they might skip it during these elections.
They might, but usually there's one or two that think that it's worthwhile because they think they can make hay with an issue. It's usually the way it goes. So I would say, you might approach 100 and maybe one or two are on your team, and then go for it. So tomorrow is the oral argument for Alpine. So Alpine is the prime broker in the GTII situation. And the thought was, at least as far as I've been listening, that if Alpine went down, that could trigger some positive movement in the GTII stock. I have no idea, by the way, if that's true or not, but that's been the theory. And since I got involved, Alpine has the demise of Alpine, its lack of existence has been put off a few times. So we're now at a point where there's an appeal pending, and the oral argument is tomorrow, and it's about FINRA's attempt to expel Alpine in an expedited fashion. That's the issue. And the actual appeal relates to an injunction that was denied by the lower court that the appellate court upheld. And so this appeal will look to see whether the lower court...
I got confused in that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm the slow one.
No, go for it.
It was a lower court ruling against FINRA being expelled?
Yeah, so this is how it went. So they went to a federal district court.
Okay.
They sought an injunction in the federal district court.
Okay.
So there's a lawsuit that was filed by Alpine against the SEC. That was filed, let's say, October of 2023.
Okay.
In 2022. In 2023, within that lawsuit, Alpine sought an injunction.
Okay.
They first sought it in federal court at the lower level. That judge denied the injunction. They appealed that denial of the injunction to the Court of Appeal, the Federal Court of Appeal. That court was just looking at the injunction and granted the injunction. So FINRA could not go forward with the expedited expulsion.
So the first court said FINRA can go forward.
Correct.
The second court said, hold on, FINRA.
Correct. And that was the Court of Appeal. Now we're in front of that same Court of Appeal. So that Court of Appeal, who said, okay with the injunction, is now looking at the lower court's reasoning and process in rejecting that injunction. And that's what's being decided. So part of this whole case relates to the constitutionality of FINRA and its judicial system and how it works, how it appoints people, how it takes evidence, theoretically the arbitration system, etc. So that's what's being discussed. However, the issue is really the injunction. So it depends on how broadly this appellate court wants to go. Generally, courts are supposed to, this is really the standard book. You're supposed to decide a case as narrowly as possible. You're not supposed to decide issues that you don't have to decide because they elected that's not a good strategy. So here we have two kind of different issues. One, there's a bunch of constitutional issues related to FINRA and whether they should be operating this way. That's one side. On the other side is the injunction. And was the injunction, when the judge made her decision about the injunction, did she do it properly? That's a much narrower issue. Doesn't talk about the Constitution, nothing. It's just whether that decision was not an abuse of her discretion. And to get to that point in time, if the Court of Appeal wants to focus on the misconduct of Alpine, they can. Because one of the factors in granting or not granting an injunction is the good faith and clean hands of the person seeking that injunction. So in this case, Alpine was the one seeking an injunction. In my opinion, they're the biggest scumbags on earth. And I think it would be very easy for the court, this appellate court, to ignore all the constitutional issues, go right to the fact is, Alpine, you don't have clean hands. You don't have a right to an injunction. So we affirm the lower court's ruling, and we're not going to even deal with the rest of the issues. To me, that would be the best way of resolving it. It also would suggest for future courts that misconduct will not be ignored and that their demise is confirmed. So I'm going to look and I'm going to listen to the hearing, and I'm going to do a video about the hearing afterwards. But I'm going to listen, and I think it's 15 minutes aside in terms of the argument, plus whatever the judges might ask. 3-judge panel on who will be conducting the appeal, asking mostly legal as opposed to factual questions. But I will be interested to listen to the questions, and the questions will give me, I think, some insight as to what the judges are thinking in terms of, are they thinking in terms of constitutional terms, or are they thinking about in terms of bad conduct terms? And I would expect a ruling after that, probably within 60 days. So April.
Is it in DC?
Yeah, it's in DC. Yes.
Is it open to the public?
Yeah, you could go.
Which courthouse?
There's only one federal court of appeal. There's only one.
It's where Ollie North went. I know the way. I think I know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
Federal Court of Appeal. What time is it?
I think it's at 9:30 Eastern.
That might be hard, but I'll see if I can go.
Yeah, I would like to go if they moved it to California.
Hey, William, and I just wanted to hop in real quick. Didn't want to interrupt you while you were.
Anytime.
So Holo, the stock I was talking about earlier, it just popped $50 right now.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh!
So it's currently up another 172% after hours, and 1100%.
How much did we make on it?
I think the secret of Holo, we didn't recommend it.
That's
right. Let me see. Holo. Yeah, 50 smackers.
Marco.
51.
51. Holo, do you think you're fooling?
Marco.
I got it, Polo. Nobody on here remembers that stupid childhood game.
I know. But you do, so I appreciate it.
I do. So let me ask you a question. Quickly to clarify that. Tomorrow, the issue is whether to uphold the other court's approval of the injunction. In other words,
actually denial of the injunction.
Oh, denial of the injunction.
Yeah.
So what's more likely in your opinion? Are they going to go with, well, we'll know in 60 days.
I know what
But
they should. I know what they should do. They should just deny the injunction, and that's it, and move on, and be quiet about everything else because it doesn't have to be decided.
And then would Alpine have some further delay?
Yeah. Then I think what would happen is they could appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, which would deny. They would kick them out. They wouldn't even accept it.
That'd be 60 days from now.
Yeah. Well, but
90
I guess they could do it quick, cert deny. You don't have to wait because sometimes they will do it quickly just to make clear that we're not gonna listen to this thing.
Okay.
But then there would be the proceeding to get them out. So there would be the expulsion proceeding, which already started. Then there would be an appeal of the expulsion proceeding, and then I think they could take it to federal court. So they could still have a way of dealing with it. But as I've kind of mentioned probably ad nauseum, I feel like Ham when he talks about the same thing every day. Both SEC and FINRA could go into federal court tomorrow and shut down Alpine. Tomorrow. But they elect not to defer power to the federal court system. And they think that
I was in DC when Gensler was before the committee. I heard him say, when asked, he said, we will defer to we will do whatever the courts tell us to do. Forget the question. But the guy is just washing his hands of any responsibility. So,
well, I mean, that could be a true statement, but if you don't ask, then there's not much to respond to.
I know.
Yeah. And, he's obviously not being straightforward. How's that?
I think he's a liar. I'm not an officer of the court, so I'm entitled to my opinion.
Yeah. So in terms of the stock movement, I have no idea what's going to happen, but I'm going to do a video. So I'll give you my impression of what I thought the judge's take was on it. But if the judges came out so aghast as to the conduct of Alpine, I would think that would be a positive move for the anti-Alpine crew. I think that would be a reflection that even a court,
best case, after the hearing tomorrow, the judge could rule immediately. And no.
Yeah, this judge won't. This panel will not. If they appeal it to the Supreme Court, that one can be done like.
So we're 60 days, 90 days away.
Yeah. But I think you'll be able to get an impression of where it's going to go tomorrow. At least I would expect to be able to get an impression of where it's going tomorrow.
So when I talk to people, certain people think there's a settlement coming with MMTLP soon, by June, whatever. I'm in the I don't see it camp. I think it's going to take a lot longer. But I don't know what I'm talking about. What do you think? Is there a settlement on the near horizon?
Well, I don't know what I'm talking about either, so I'm with you. I haven't heard of a settlement that's been reached. I've heard that there's been a lot of discussion amongst many parties, and even when a party might come out publicly in one way, perhaps behind the scenes, they're communicating a different way. So I think, but let's say last year, 2023, I thought there was no shot, 0. 2024, I thought second half of the year, I thought there's a shot. Do I think it's going to trade? I think it's still a possibility. I know. The people that are considering that are aware of what your expression was to that. They're aware of that too. And they understand that's a huge concern.
Okay.
And they understand that's a problem that has to be tackled before it's undertaken. And I don't know if that's going to happen. But I would say that's something that I think's been talked about. And in terms of congressional, are they going to force a resolution? Listen, if in my belief is if they sent out a subpoena or I took it one step back. Let's say Comer, I think he's the head of a committee, he could issue a subpoena. Let's say he called up Gensler and said, Friday, we're going to issue a subpoena. So I'll give you the opportunity. You can comply unilaterally without a subpoena, or it's coming Friday. And this is not a case where if you don't comply Friday, we're going to give you more time. This is Friday, you're getting served with a subpoena, and then we're done. I give him an opportunity, one last opportunity, but with a subpoena in hand. So it's not like we're just BSing and bluffing. This is giving you an opportunity to go out without getting your hands so dirty, if that's the issue. I always wondered also when Gensler was just going to resign or take a new job or otherwise. I heard he wanted the Secretary of Treasury, but depending on who wins the election, he may not have that opportunity anyway. And I never understood why a guy like Gensler, who must have made a S load of money at Goldman.
125 million last year was the number. I don't know what it is now.
Okay, that's an S load. I don't know why a guy like that would want to be bothered by, keeping track of the market. Maybe that's exactly what he's doing. He doesn't want to be bothered by keeping track of the market, and he's doing his job as he thinks it should be done. But I always wondered why somebody like that would want to do that job, because it's a horrible job. It's a horrible job, in my opinion, even if you're doing it right, and he's not doing it right. But,
anyway. I don't think changing Gensler for another interchangeable bank bought drone is going to make a difference.
No, there needs
you
to be
need an Elliott Ness. Out of all the federal agents that have ever existed, I bet you know two names. You might remember Janet Reno, but you remember
Hoover,
the guy
J. Edgar Hoover, yeah,
and you remember Elliott Ness,
yeah.
The rest are all just forgotten.
Yeah, the rest are ordinary.
You need an Elliott Ness.
Yeah, most people are, unfortunately, myself included, most people are ordinary. There's not a ton of superstars, and you need a superstar, and we don't have it. The other thing that I really think has to change, and I think this could be changing, is immunity to the self-regulatory organizations like FINRA. There's no reason why a non-governmental agency or organization should have immunity. Zero.
I thought you were going to go the opposite way.
No, no reason. And they could certainly buy insurance so that, if they have a risk, they have a risk. They're performing some function. Most businesses have risk, and what they do is buy insurance to cover the risk. Why can't FINRA and those other organizations do the same, so that they can't stand behind immunity to not provide documents, to testify, to be what they should be, protecting the public?
I think that all makes sense, but I think the number one thing is take away the self-regulatory. Get rid of it. Make it a cabinet. If the next president cares, make a cabinet level position, a secretary of United States financial markets. Make it a government bureaucracy. People come in, they work there for 30 years, come out, then they can sell their Rolodex. They can't do it after 2 years. I just think you got to get rid of the self-regulatory.
I accept. Busy made an offer, apparently on your screen. He made an offer to me, $1,000 a share, and I have to let him give me a wet kiss. So I will accept his offer at $1,000 a share for each of my shares.
You didn't say what on which part of your body, though.
I know. He also didn't say which.
Choose.
He also didn't say which ticker. He also didn't say which ticker. But I thank you, Busy. I really appreciate your generosity. Unfortunately, I live in the same state as Busy. That's a problem.
You're just a wet kiss away. So let me ask you one question I've had over and over and over and over and over and over again in my head. How do you get a settlement we're alone. I guess we board swing. I'm sorry. How do you get a settlement without getting sign-offs from 100% of the class?
You could settle around members. So if you agree, and it's going to be up to the defendants, whoever is going to put up the money. But let's say you're able to get releases from 90%. Those are probably the larger shareholders in the end, probably the people who are more interested. So you're talking about minority shareholders and probably a minority number of shares. You could just escrow a certain amount of money, have it sit there, and whenever you find missing shareholders, you can compensate them at that point.
That I get. What I would think the settling attorney would say is, we can't give the other side money because then they'll use it to come against us with a class action suit. So if there's any hole in the sign-offs, anyway, I'm not a lawyer.
Well, in any class action, some people opt out and some people can't be reached. That's just kind of everyone.
Oh, that's true.
Everyone. So I think you would just
could happen.
Yeah, it could happen, and you could set up a mechanism to deal with it.
So it's not a worry that I should have.
No, if it turned out like Warren Buffett had, like 75% of the shares and he couldn't be contacted, that would be a problem.
Okay. This question is going to annoy people, and it's going to educate the lawyers on the other side probably. But if I were an attorney for the bad guy's side, I would say, hey, they had a year to transfer their MMTLP into Nextbridge. They didn't do it, so they forfeit their right. Is that a possible argument the other side would say?
I guess it's possible. It's funny because in my case,
is it a strong argument?
Well, in my case, the attorneys for Fidelity as of December, so last month, they said Hoffman could still transfer his shares to AST, no problem. So I guess Fidelity doesn't think it's a problem. Or Fidelity.
It doesn't get around two issues. One is pain and suffering or penalties or whatever. And the second is they did take away 2 days of trading. I mean, so those are issues to get compensated for somehow.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is how do you quantify the loss of 2 days of trading? And again, you can, amazingly enough, you could go like to MIT and find some math guy and he'd do some formula, and the other side would find some other guy from MIT and they would make up numbers.
Black-Scholes model.
Yeah, but there would be numbers that would be created. It's just a question whether they're certain enough, because that's the issue in proving up damages. They have to be of a level of certainty, and unfortunately, it's not our fault. But the way they do things, it makes it harder sometimes to figure out what the valuation is and what the actual damages are.
I always include in my calculation that they need to give us 1-for-1 shares undiluted. In other words, based off 165 million roughly, not the expanded share count. Is my logic correct in that?
I think your logic is correct, but whether it happens that way, I don't know. Because I agree with you that it should be undiluted, but a way that
or non-diluted maybe is the right way to say it. I don't know.
Or rediluted, or but I agree with you, but I don't know if like the mechanism of resolving it, if other terms were correct, it might be issuing more shares, and that's the way it's done. I don't know, but I agree. In fairness, it should be rediluted, not.
Okay. I was actually in an arbitration case. I had to go to LA, and so I have experience with it. Thank God. My boss said, let's just settle it. Wow. And which would have gone on my record. Thank God I talked to the attorney from New York, Sean. anyway, I can almost remember his last name. Great guy. Came down. He said, I want to sit with you, have dinner. And he listened to me. Called me the next morning, said, I'm going to defend you. So it was 4 or 5 days. I won't bore everyone. I won.
Oh, good for you.
But what a process. These ARBs, they're old Wall Street types. One of them, she looked like she was drunk. I mean, they're just there to protect the system. But anyway, my question on arbitration is, I've asked you before, but I forgot your answer. Does fraud break the bonds of arbitration?
In my case, no, generally not, unfortunately. But I was going to mention the arbitration because you reminded me of something. Of a close friend who was I guess he's still a broker. He also was a manager of a reputable office.
Yeah.
The owner of the office was in Germany. You could figure out maybe who the brokerage was. And he, as the manager, there was some big.
It could be Alex Brown or Deutsche Bank.
Yeah, it could be. Because he was the manager of the office, there was some big issue with some transaction involving some broker in the office. He was the point person. He's also a really sharp person. And his arbitration, I think, lasted like 5 weeks. And he said, and it wasn't him. I don't think he wasn't charged with anything specific other than that he was the manager and they needed somebody to be the person who was representing
the upper guys.
Yes. And he said it was the most difficult experience of his life. He's not he's a tough guy. And he said there were times where he had to leave and he'd go to the bathroom and he'd be on the verge of tears. He'd have to regain himself because the attorneys on the other side and the arbiters made the experience so overwhelmingly difficult. That was it. So that's not really a fair system. Obviously, it's not designed to be a fair system.
They don't want to have to pay out.
Yeah.
So fraud isn't a way to maybe get around that.
At least according to my judge, it's not.
A lot of attorneys don't want to take on these cases. I know because I've sat with them. Because they can't go after the deep pockets because of the arbitration clause.
Not only that, in most of the arbitration, it would be if the arbitration provisions had attorney's fee provisions, then if you sued, you had an attorney, you could collect your attorney's fees and you'd get plaintiff's attorneys who would be interested. But intentionally, the brokerages don't include attorney's fees provision. So if you're going to go after them, you're fronting the bill, you're incurring the cost, and they know that that's going to discourage most people.
This is an idea for you. You're not a securities attorney. You don't seem to be totally acquisitive in the world. You're not primarily driven by money, but it doesn't appear that way. But
I wish
have you considered creating a contract which any buyer and seller could execute, and then you, through your offices, record, or a local attorney record at the local courthouse, which would allow MMTLP desperate people to sell their MMTLP shares to a buyer, such that, because the problem, obviously, if it settles at $1,000 a share, how do you make that transfer occur? Because all of a sudden the seller, hey, I don't remember, I'll give you your $50 back. So have you ever thought of creating a gray market contract? I think you could get rich.
I did when you mentioned it the first time, because I listened to you. So I heard you mention it and I thought it was a good idea. However, I don't think I have the level of expertise to be comfortable to draft something where it might impact people's, life savings.
And the problem is there's so many different states. So it's 50 states securities laws.
Now,
And the
there's,
lawyers on, could you imagine the lawyers fighting you if it's $1,000?
oh yeah. Now there's companies that do, there's LegalZoom. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but there's,
Yeah.
okay. There's certain companies that do general agreements, and they could do it for every state. They'll modify it based upon whatever the change is. So it's doable. But again, I think somebody would have to be feel that was their
You'd
expertise.
have to somehow put a claim on the, let's say the units at Charles Schwab. It doesn't belong to Busy Brands. It now it belongs to, it would be difficult, but I'm not an attorney, so I thought I'd ask you that.
Yeah. And I try, when I was younger, I used to give a lot more advice. As I got older, I understood that things weren't quite as black and white, and people sometimes misinterpret things. And so, like this MMTLP, the community, that's been an interesting experience, because you have to know not only what to say, but how to say it, because it's a group of people that have been, taken advantage of and suffered for such an extended period of time that there's literally PTSD. There's that.
Well, I think the PTSD comes, and I interrupted, I know, but I think it comes from just the sudden realization that our system is FUCKED.
Yeah, it is really hard to believe. You can't believe, is this really the way it works? Really? I mean, those people, those nuts that were saying the system was this bad, were not nuts. They really were. They really understood it. But the problem is it takes immersing yourself into it to understand it. That's why everybody outside of, our universe has really no idea. And it's not surprising they don't necessarily accept it, because, for all of us, especially if, you are in the business, but for all of us who may be outside the business, this is, staggering. Now it's,
it staggers me. I go in, I talk to my high producing friends. That doesn't happen. They don't know either.
Yeah. And the problem is, once you see it, you can't unsee it. So everything, now you see every corrupt act. You can see it. It's not the sky.
Well, I give you credit, particularly since you're an attorney. You're willing to see what you see. In other words, and you gave the definition of circumstantial evidence, but a lot of attorneys, they can only see what's entered into evidence and accepted in evidence by the others, both sides. And that just becomes very limiting.
Yeah, I mean,
if you can't prove this, like if you have a slice of the pie, you can't prove that the whole pie exists. I don't know what analogy to give. I used the other day.
But you're right. You're dealing, and thank you for the comment, but you're dealing with, these people can be smart too. They don't want to get caught, right? So they're not going to hand it to you on a silver platter. No. It's not. So most times it's not going to be like, I did it. It's not that. It's, you're going to have to figure it out. And it's not easy, obviously.
So this question I would have asked of Mark Bazile, and I will if I speak to him. But I had a thought walking my dog. What's today? Wednesday, Monday morning. There were a couple of companies, for example, that Mark settled with. His clients settled with HPIL and VNUE, and there was another one recently. Both of the first two companies, the shares are zero. The settlement was, you had they were both Kramer accounts. Kurt Kramer regurgitated the warrants, regurgitated the note, regurgitated some small amount of money he made, 150 grand, and they both agreed they didn't do anything wrong, both sides, and they went on with life. But it hides the fact that in my this goes into my judgment of what's going on and I can't prove it. But if there's a contract, a toxic convertible note, there's a shady lawyer triplicates it, quadruples it, 10 times it, sends a copy with the check boxes to 10 prime brokers. The prime brokers look at it and say, well, we've got some coverage for our risk. So we can accept those orders, failed to deliver. They put it in their file. The box is checked. What I think happens then, they settle, but that same shady attorney doesn't go back to the prime broker and say, you know what, you better lift that approval for trading because the note doesn't exist anymore. So what I was thinking, if you're doing a settlement with a company and a Kramer, maybe the company should add to their settlement request, we want the names of your prime brokers that you used or your clients used. So, I mean, you don't have to finish the sentence. So we can notify them that this contract no longer exists. Because how do you stop the counterfeiting? There's just such an avalanche of it. Anyway, that was my idea. I don't know if it's crazy.
The problem is that, and I know nothing about the cases, individual cases. So, but if you're representing a client and the client wants you to do X and Y, and it's X and Y are
That's
legal,
what Mark said.
then you got to do X and Y. You need the right. Exactly, you need the right client. You kind of need the right client who is willing to forego
That's exactly
personal.
what Mark said.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And how do you get around it?
Listen, the reason why I'm doing, not to pat myself on the back, but it is the strategy. The reason I filed in state court, got moved to federal court, now to arbitration. The reason I'm doing that is because my client is very reasonable and he doesn't bother me. And if it doesn't work out, so be it. But I have like complete freedom. And I'm not going to do anything to sell out anybody. I've been public about that. I'm not going to. So it's easy to do under those circumstances, but otherwise you're subject to your client, and your clients usually want to get paid. And if the defendant says, we'll pay you $10 million, but you got to sign off, it's tough to say no.
For a few years, 2 or 3, 4 years, I would fly to London to visit with my friends and everything and try to do business. And I'd go through customs and they'd say, what are you here for? How long are you here? I'd say 2 weeks. What is business? Who are you seeing? My clients. What do you do? I'm an investment banker. Who do you work for? And I would say myself, and they'd look at me and I'd say, and I hate my boss. And they'd laugh. Because I was so funny.
You were. I don't know what happened.
That was hilarious. Maybe Swing has some questions for Richard Hoffman, if Swing is still there.
And if not, you've been on for like 19 hours straight.
Don't worry. Swing is not clicking his
microphone. Yeah, I'm here.
Right.
I'm here. I'm just cooking dinner.
So Swing, ask Richard Hoffman, I want
to know who Swing thinks is going to win the Super Bowl.
A football team.
Well, I was hoping the Lions would have got there, so
that was pretty good. You had a great year, though. Okay.
Well, Swing's not asking you a question. This was his big chance.
It is. He was praising the Lions. The Lions and Tigers and Bears, they were very good. You're not a football fan, right, William?
Well, I can take it or leave it. No, I'm not. I couldn't tell you. I think it's Kansas City, the Giants playing the football game.
Close enough. San Francisco. It's close.
I just don't want Taylor Swift to win. That's all.
I don't read any article with her name in it. I just skip right by it. Nightmare. Are they putting her out there because she can sway the election? Why is she suddenly replaced Kim Kardashian as the go-to girl?
Well, she's apparently engaged to one of the players on Kansas City.
Travis
I heard
Kelce.
she's
Yeah.
a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, it's probably good for business, I would think. One question I was going to ask you, and then swing, feel free, or don't feel free, however you feel free. What do you like being called, William or Bill?
Depends on who's calling me. I had a girlfriend, really I did, from North Carolina, and she'd call me William, and I loved hearing that. My kid's sister and my younger brother, who's an attorney, they still call me Billy, and I like to hear it from them. And occasionally, like I have a friend that's very dear to me, she calls me Billy. Depends on who's calling it, but I go by Bill.
Okay, that's a good question, good answer. Thank you.
My dad's name was anyway, I'm not a junior, but he went by Bill as well. So that's why they called me Billy when I was around him. And he used to have a poem. I don't know if I can remember it. And I wish I had asked him before he died and written it down. He said, "Some people call me William. Some people call me Will. Sometimes they call me Billy. But here at home, I'm known as Bill," or something like that. It's a poem.
Very nice. Very nice. I was Ricky.
Ricky?
Ricky.
Don't lose that number.
Yeah, that's my family call. And then Rick and Richard. And Richard's my real name. And
But
the
not
least
Dick.
Yeah, that's the one that I say not. Yes, that is correct. That's where not came from.
I'm not Dick.
Not Dick. No.
I one time I was in love with this woman to the point of distraction, and I was invited to a party actually at the house next door to the house I ultimately bought and lost 23 years later. But I went to this party, and what was amazing, it's down here in DC. You go through the house, it was all everybody dressed up, and you go in the backyard, these two huge trees. It was just heaven. I just, wow, this is amazing. And I'm drinking. I'm on the back deck. And then this Russian guy comes in with a long coat on and two beautiful girls arm in arm. And he swings through and bumps me or something. And he gets all macho man. And I again, my beer was in my head. I stood against him. I said something to him, and he got upset. And the woman I was with pulled me into the kitchen. She was from the South, and she said, "You don't want to get in trouble. That you be careful." And I said, "Well, that dick just caught me." And she looked at me and she said, "Well, I'm sure he's being a Richard, but I don't think you want to fight him."
Nice. That's
I never
funny.
forgot that.
That's
I'm
very
sure
funny.
He's being a Richard.
That's funny. Anything else I can answer? Can't
Well,
answer
here's
much
a
of anything.
question. Will the decision result of Richard's arbitration have an effect on the greater MMTLP communities? That's your
Yes. If positive, yes. If negative, no. There's like no downside. It's a free shot. It's not, doesn't have any precedential value, but the decision will be public, and the proceedings to confirm the award will be public, and any appeal of the decision will be public. So everybody will be involved, and I think it will be helpful, and it'll give us some guidance.
Does it set precedents?
No, it doesn't set precedence unless it gets up to the Court of Appeal. So it can't. So the way it goes is there'll be an arbitration award from FINRA to confirm it. So in other words, so it's an enforceable order. You have to then take it to the federal court. They do a very low-level examination. If they're satisfied, they then enter that. If you want to appeal it, then you have to take it up to the next level above. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal.
The new information that Curtis with a K dropped today, Ordinary Angler, notice it was from 2018. Does that show their playbook? Ordinary Angler is asking.
Yeah, I thought it was
asking me, but I think you would be better to answer it.
I happened to see Curtis, and hopefully he's going to be on a live stream also. Yeah, I guess the issue was if I was going to summarize the way I heard it, it was if we're presented with this situation, we deal with the corporate action. We don't deal with a U3 halt. And they didn't deal with the corporate action. They issued the U3 halt. And that seems to go against the way they would have ordinarily proceeded. And they knew before the first corporate action notice that there was a fraud claim because they were investigating, and that's what the FOIA documents show, a few days before December 6th, which is the first corporate action, or the one that's at issue, which was changed on the 8th. But they obviously knew about fraud, and in this discussion, Curtis said that the language was, if there's fraud, then we should deal with the corporate action notice and not deal with the U3 halt. So they acted in opposite to the way. Now the flip side is that meeting's 2018, MMTLP didn't exist, so it's not like they could have done it with the thought of MMTLP in their mind, and maybe things changed from 2018, but it certainly sounded inconsistent with the way they handled MMTLP.
Sada Aman, who is a great person, and
I love his name, by the way.
You know, it's a woman, and she's got a great heart. But she came to the Capitol. She went to the hearing.
I love her. I love her name.
Sada Aman.
Yeah, it does.
She's got a blessed heart. Anyway, she is asking you any news on GTII and Alpine. So this happens. People come in and out. Yeah. Maybe you can summarize what you will.
Yeah. So we have a hearing tomorrow in the appeal of Alpine, and that will influence or could influence GTII. There won't be a decision tomorrow, but we'll get kind of a feel for what the judges thought were important issues. And that might give us insight in terms of when or what they're going to rule. They'll rule probably within 60 days of tomorrow about whether Alpine's injunction was correctly denied. And we'll know more when we get the ruling.
Perfect. And I don't know if Swing wants to say anything about MMAT. Sada, I know, is an owner of MMAT.
Well, when they fired George, I sold. And when they pulled the U3 halt, I sold. So don't plan on buying it anytime soon.
I actually agree with that.
As for, did you weed out all the arbiters in your case, Richard?
I tried. Well, that's an interesting question. So the way it worked is I tried something different. So I made them send out some type of disclosure saying that they'd be fair if they considered naked shorting. So that wasn't a normal disclosure, but they sent it out. Probably like 70% of the arbiters didn't respond. So 30% did. So let's say we should have had a field of 30 arbiters to choose from. Instead, we had 10, maybe. And they chose 2 of the 3 that I selected. I didn't select the third. The third one, for an unfortunate reason, had to be kicked out. So then FINRA chose the third. That's how the arbitration panel was constructed. So I objected and got rid of a bunch, but what was left was not, I don't think was fair. And that's an objection I have to the proceeding that I've asserted and will assert as we go. And it's hard
But
to know,
you
by the way. They give you
Yep.
what they do is they give you a list, literally like 100 pages long. And so Joe Blow is a senior arbiter. He might have done like 200 cases. So I guess if you don't know, and let's say you're not an attorney and you have no idea, there's no way of figuring out how to figure out where somebody really lies. I don't really think it's set up to be particularly fair. It's almost like they dump so much information on you, it's impossible really to make a fair determination.
So, but you said that you selected 2 of them and they selected 1. Is that correct?
No, actually, the way it works is both sides. So you're given a chart and you rank the remaining arbiters in order of who you like best, 1 to 5. And then there's some algorithm that they don't tell you about, which I also asked for, by the way. I said, I'd like to know how you select the arbiters, the actual process. They refused, but they take whatever the numbering system you did, and they select 3 arbiters out of that. I think they selected the 2 I chose because I was being a pain in the butt, and they probably thought it'd be better to throw in 2 because they'd have a better argument to say that they were trying to be fair and reasonable. That's my editorial comment. But it's hard really to figure out. Theoretically, the one who is leading the arbitration is an experienced person who has plenty of experience in leading arbitrations, and he is an attorney. And he and I, by the way, have not gotten along at all. Just for public record.
All right. Well, that's that. What is your initial thought moving forward? You going to see some justice here?
I hope so. I'm going to certainly put on a super strong case with some members of the community testifying. I think we'll be able to communicate the case. I think we have a good case. I don't have control over, somewhat less than impartial arbiters, but I think we'll give it a good shot. I think we have the facts support us. So we'll see if justice follows.
Good deal. Rooting for you, man.
Yeah, me too.
Don't piss off your client.
No, I won't.
Better pay him, or he better pay you.
Yeah,
MMT.
Yeah. So when, again, I thought, and this is just my feeling, nothing etched in stone. Because I know William, when you were talking about it, you thought, man, you kind of deferred that ultimately it might end up in legal, and if it ends up in legal, that just takes a long time, which is absolutely true. 2025, who knows? Because class actions, if you go class action, they're incredibly slow. They're even slower than regular legal proceedings. But I'm hoping the second half of 2024, I'm hoping pre-election. I'm hoping that a subpoena goes out within the next 2 weeks. And I really do believe, and I've thought this all along, that if a subpoena gets put out, that is going to be the impetus for a resolution.
Let me ask you on subpoena quickly. I meant to ask you before. It's the chairman of the committee that does it, right?
I think it's a chairman of committee or chairman of any subcommittee, or I think if there's
on the Senate side, doesn't each senator have the power of subpoena?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I'm not an election or I'm not that type, but I don't believe so. I still think it still goes to committee chairman.
I think every senator has that power, but I'm not an attorney.
You just play one
not
on
legal
TV.
advice.
You just play one on TV.
All right. What did the police tell the pig that robbed a bank?
Go for it.
It's Busy Brands. Come out with your hams up.
Oh,
It's pretty bad.
it is
Now
pretty
you
bad.
know what it's like
That's
listening
that's
to
that's
your
right.
jokes.
Well, that was good though, with the has ham in there and everything. Ham, who I call pork loin. I think that's a more fitting name myself.
Come
But
out with your loins up.
your pork. Busy
Is
Brands,
there
by
a-
the way, Busy Brands gets way too much credit for the lack of stuff he does. So I'm just kidding. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate Busy.
he doesn't quit.
He doesn't.
Luckily,
And he
his
was
wife-
really, he amongst many others, because obviously there's a many, you know, and you talk about all these people, and you know, you heard from 100 and Swing and Junk, but Busy was one of the ones who was an organizer of the spaces and whatever. I thought he really did an invaluable job. And send me that $1,000 before I get off here, please, Busy.
Well, what Busy did, similar to you, similar to him, and I would give Swing credit, Anna, Queen of Trades,
William.
Junk Savvy, 100%. These are leaders. These are people stepping up and adding their skills to move the whole thing forward. And a lot of people like you, Richard, you toil without reward in terms of lucre, but I know for a fact, because I've had to deal with attorneys, and I had an uncle that said, if you can get through life without ever having to hire an attorney, you're lucky. A lot of the information you share, just like Ham does. If I had known someone like Ham from the other side of trading when I was young, it would have changed my career. Ham's giving advice. People go, oh, blah, blah, but he's giving how traders see the world, and he's giving that skill for free. You give a lot of advice that people would normally have to pay for.
Well,
and you bring down the wall, you know, and you do it for free.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I was going to say is,
I also think you do it for good purposes.
Yeah. Other than supporting all the shorts that I am, I think I'm operating with the best of intentions. I was going to say with Ham, you know, sometimes you don't appreciate is that you can introduce something to somebody, and maybe 10 years later, it comes into focus. So it might be a lesson you learned today that's something that'll save you in a big way down the road. So that's why I appreciate Ham. And I know, like, that's tough. And I know his circumstances. I understand circumstances. That's tough to do it every day and over year after year, and to keep up the enthusiasm. And that's hard. So it's much appreciated because it keeps the group together like you do. And, so anyway.
I don't have his equanimity.
I'm going to answer the last question I saw. Somebody asked about when the arbitration. I thought the arbitration.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I can at least remember. I can remember one.
Read it. I put it up and I forgot to read it.
I can remember like at least one question ahead, I think. So it's set for June, the actual trial. So I would expect, if it's completed in June, we get an award by August of this. I'm talking about 2024. So, and what I find interesting is there's a couple cases, or there's one in particular that went to the Supreme Court that involves the SEC and involves the judicial powers of the SEC. And then there's Alpine, and there's two other cases that are going to decide the same issues as to FINRA. And I'm hoping I get a decision from the Supreme Court on the SEC case before my arbitration, and that it's positive. In other words, it limits the SEC's power, because I think I can use that positively in my arbitration.
I hate to say it, but I think you're right. I don't think senators have subpoena power.
Oh, well. I think the
Senate
chair
has the power to issue subpoenas 5
You know-
committees allow the chair to issue subpoenas without a majority vote.
And you know why that's so to an attorney, that's so to me it's so annoying, because I can have a subpoena sent. I'll go on my computer, I'll print out a subpoena to depose William. I will mail it out. If we're in a case, I'll either mail it out, or a process server will go serve it on you. Done. That's the entire process. Don't have to get a judge to sign off. I don't have to do anything. We don't have to get Congress to sign off. So it's a simple process. So that's why it's frustrating to see how slow Congress moves to utilize their own subpoena power. But I understand why. I didn't see what was the first to sell?
M. Casey, he's saying that your sense of humor is contagious.
Oh, there's no question, by the way. That's my jokes are terrible, but super infectious.
I don't know.
Oh,
They're
that's
super
nice.
Terrible.
Thank you. That's good to know. Oh, by the way, I might as well address that. So I have a document dated November 15th, 2022. So that is 3 weeks before the U3 halt. It's from Fidelity's Ethics and Compliance Department, and in it says that cannot sell MMTLP shares. That's November 15th, 2022. I don't know what happened from then to December 6th, 7th, and 8th, when I bought my MMTLP shares. And that's after they had been blue sheeted, after the FOIA request. So I find that interesting. So I find your question interesting, and it doesn't surprise me that Fidelity was involved.
I think there aren't any more questions here, but that doesn't mean we can stop discussing that. Are you allowed to describe? No, you're not going to want to talk about that.
I have about 5 more minutes. And I appreciate all your time and all your efforts, and everybody else.
Well, why don't you finish out as much as you want? Because after you go, I think I'm going to go walk my dog, because it's almost 7.
I appreciate everybody who's listening, everybody who educates themselves, and everybody who passes it on. It's like everything else. Pass it on. The person you pass it on may not quite understand it, but eventually they will, like you did and I did. And keep on doing it, because redundancy is, in my mind, is the key, because it takes a lot of redundancy for people to understand, because things are complicated. MMTLP is really a ridiculously complicated scenario, and unless you're paying attention, there's no way really that you'll get it on first.
On the other hand, it's bloody simple.
I thought it was bloody simple too. I thought it was because it required an extraordinary event that equated to extraordinary event for discovery purposes, but apparently my 3 judge panels have a different interpretation of extraordinary event.
It seems like the system is entirely set up to protect the criminality.
Oh, there's 2 subsets, because one, it enforces against the members, right? So if a member is involved in misconduct, it does that. But it also adjudicates matters between shareholders and members. And that they certainly do not favor the shareholders. They set up a system.
Well, what did you think of Robert Crook's letter saying that he only looked at his members, not domestic actors or international actors who break the law? He doesn't look at any of that. What did you think of that?
I thought, and I tweeted about this, or X'd, or whatever the proper vernacular is. I think they should put on a warning label on all account statements now, since they don't know the proper share count, they don't know the valuation, they don't know liquidity, dilution. They probably should say that. We don't.
I've made that argument. I have this federal securities law book here, that big thick thing. I haven't read it. I just have it so I can quickly look in. But the Reg FD, full disclosure. It seems like they should fully disclose on their side that they don't enforce laws, that if you invest, they're going to take the side of the criminals. And if you invest, nobody knows what the denominator is.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they said, right? I mean, so it's not like it's not like we don't get diluted by offshore shares. We do. It's not like it disappears maybe numerically for them, but not for us. So I thought that admission was open the door for Congress. You know, Congress has to sometimes looks for legislation. How can we do it? Well, just impose a disclosure law, make them disclose it, see what happens when a customer see that
the California Teachers Retirement Fund, and see what happens.
Yeah.
On all their statements, all the confirmations, just like the cigarette has the smoking kills and the picture of a black lung, put it on every contact from every, see what happens.
It'll either kill the business or they'll change the business. One or the other.
The other thing you could do is make it illegal for CEOs to sign toxic convertible notes, because it's their fiduciary responsibility. Because I think the regulatory bodies are set up to attack CEOs, not to attack the member firms.
Or they could set in the motion, they could describe the terms of loans that they can't enter into, you know, where
no tranches,
no user. We're not going to enter into a loan that's going to cost us 800%. And, you know, you could probably work around. And again, you know, it goes back to those CEOs. The CEOs have to be legit too. And they have to be working in the best interest.
Some aren't, I bet.
No, they're not. Listen, if you listen to Ham, he's had his involvement with, I'm sure, I think he talked about Mitchery from Mullen. He had his, he went there, he warned them. They've probably done reverse splits, you know, 250, probably one for 250 so far, maybe more. So that means all those shareholders got completely wiped out. Maybe they have like, you know, less than 1% of what they had before. And, but the CEO is continuing to make whatever money he was before. And in his case, I know he does very well, by the way.
Well, I don't know why that's beeping. I'll open it up. There it goes. On somebody, you know, I'm not going to tell you who, MMAT warned the board, warned the new officers not to do what they did, and they didn't listen to that person.
Yeah. Well, I was, you know, like others, I was suspicious of the board and their intentions, and you know, you could see how it turned out so far. Not great.
Well, you come to a point you can't recover, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
I say it. I don't know if it comes across what I mean. It's not the house you buy; it's the mortgage you take. That just comes from the first property I bought years ago. My college roommate, a wealthy guy, looked at my mortgage and said, "Boy, you're not going to make any money on that house," because it was a shit mortgage. That's back when rates were. Anyway, it's the financing. It doesn't matter how good the story is.
Yeah, I mean, if you buy in like when it's 2 cents, you can make money then, right? But
well, and by the way, that's an interesting point which you made at the beginning of your discussion, and I think it's important. When you're trading these stocks, I don't think you can buy and hold. That's an overall strategy. Maybe with some of it, but you've got to. And I didn't do it with GTII or Finger, but when it runs, stop listening to your own spit and sell. Take some profit. And you know. Wow, Aaron Salentine sold his 21 shares of Holo for $650. Wow. Put in $80. That's great.
That is great.
I would love to do that. Richard's going to send you a bill for 1 hour's worth of legal time.
That's right. $80.
So Swing, Ricky is about to sign off. Do you have any final questions or anything for him?
I don't have any questions or anything. I was just glad to have him on. Thanks for putting this together, William.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to get off to cooking dinner. So, well,
Okay.
not at the moment. I actually drove to the store, but cooking dinner and going to enjoy the evening with my daughter. So, y'all have a good night.
Thanks,
Best
Swing.
for your daughter, and thank you very much. Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, thank you, Swing. Always enjoy you.
All right, guys.
Take
All
care.
right, bye.
All right. And Ricky, we can do this again. One idea I have is that if we could get maybe, I don't know, maybe Anna, maybe Junk Savvy, maybe
Sure.
Kristen Shaughnessy. I know you and she are hot and heavy, but and
Yeah,
maybe
she's really sharp.
Pecos Bill,
Yeah.
or something to talk about all this stuff.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's not with me, but with everybody else. It's nice hearing different views, and it gives it a different feel to the live stream too.
And it doesn't have to be via it could go through your side, and whatever.
Or Ace.
I just think people enjoy learning,
Yes. Yeah. I think too. And it's, yeah, I agree. Anyway, I appreciate you, and I thank you for all your work and effort, and we will see you again soon.
Okay. Thank you. And why your dad? Okay. His dad's name wasn't Richard, so I don't know why he's called Ricky. All right, everyone, I'm going to sign off. I thank you, unless there's a last one or two things. Take a look, not that you're looking for ideas, but CAUD, I think finally maybe on the verge of significant news. I'm not saying it'll necessarily move the stock price. Same with Finger. I think they're going to have news. Logic, I keep saying, is going to, something's going to happen, but the stock gets destroyed. And then what was the other one? Oh, HNRC. I'm still hopeful. But the two that I think are going to move first are ZJYL and GDC. And I'm not leaving out GTII. I'm just trying to look at the ones that I think are going to move, now. All right, Southern. Oh, is that 10 bears? I'm not saying. I'm not offering you anything extra. I'm saying we can live together without butchering each other. Your words of life, your words of death are words of life. All right, I can't remember all the quote. Thank you, Busy Brands, and thank you. Oh, he's Creek Indian like you? That's pretty cool. I wouldn't have known how to spell Creek as in Creek Indian. I wouldn't have known. I read that book that's now a movie, Light of the Powder Blue Moon, or whatever it is. It's the new movie out. I read the book a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. It was really a good book. I really enjoyed it. But what was amazing is learning about not the settlers in Mexico, but the Indians, because it was written in a way that explained was it the Apache, but also there were some Indians that weren't combative, and other anyway. I don't remember all the lessons I learned, but it was eye-opening to me. Southern Comfort. Muskogee Creek. Muskogee. That would be, I'd love to sit and learn your family's history and hear all about it. But it's probably all right. I'll write that down. Read Black Elk Speaks. All right. I assume it's a book. Okay, I'll read it. Got to get my eye fixed first so I can read quickly again. Yeah, 10 Bears and Josie Wales is a great scene. It's a great scene. Then later they're in the fight and he's in the cabin with his rather plain wife in real life. He says something like, sometimes you have to get plumb dog mean. Sometimes you have to get mean. And I mean plumb dog mean. Because that's the only thing that separates you from dying. That's just the way it is. Something like that. What do you mean good luck with that? I'm going to get Black Elk Speaks. I assume it's a book, so I'll get it. Oh, good luck with my eye. Yeah. I reckon so. Yeah, my eye. Yeah, I figured. I'm so slow sometimes. I'm looking for the outlaw Josie Wales. That'll be me. You're Josie Wales? You're a wanted man. Reckon I'm right popular. Well, if you run into Josie Wales, you tell him it's over between us. And what do you have to say to that? Reckon so. Reckon so. Yeah, well, there's no guarantees. Yeah, I'm going to read that Southern Comfort if I can find it. I will. I'd really like to read that. Oh, fought for the Confederates. Wow. Ah, what a horrible war that was. Red lights. I never would have expected red lights. Don't we have to bury him, Josie? Birds gotta eat, same as worms. Well, that's a good one. I think it'll go to 500 after the split, but we'll see. They seem to have everything under control, and they seem to sell without fear. It's not normal, Lafi. My own opinion, Lafi Hatum, is that the unusual, the not normal trading is a sign that it's going to go up. But, my instincts for the market completely get contradicted over and over again because I don't think there is true price discovery the way it used to be. But anyway, I think the fact that the volume is low, that they haven't really been able to move it down, although you would argue 300 down to, where is it now? 233, you would, or 215 bid, you'd say that's a pretty big move. But I think the stock's going to go up once the forward split happens. But it's, Laffy, it's not a promise, it's a prediction, Wow. I think Cold Mountain was a book. I think I read it. But then there was another book called Angels. I can't remember the rest of the title. But I may have read that. And I just bought Southern Comfort. I didn't. About 6 months ago. I haven't started it, but I bought Shelby Foote's first book on the Confederate War. I haven't settled in to read it because I'd like to read it all the way through without being interrupted by lives, interrupted by drama, interrupted by stress. But I would like to read it. But anyway, I read the book quite a while ago. So my memory of books, I'm not like I remember everything, but you remember some of the color of it, basically. The author lives in North Carolina. Wow. Wow. Thank you, M. Peace. I used to live near Petersburg. I lived in God, my memory, south side of Richmond. Damn. Out Hull Street Road, 360. What is the county called? Chesterfield County, I lived in. And then the county next to it, too. But Chesterfield County and near Petersburg, Virginia. Anyway, nice talking to you, Southern Comfort. Oh, that's tough. I'm so, we all die, but it feels terrible that people would die in that war. I suppose the war had some good purpose, like Lincoln said, that this hallowed ground, they did not die in vain. Lincoln added to our Bill of Rights, the 10 amendments. He added the concept, and I got to try to remember, four score and 20 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent, our nation, whatever, conceived in liberty. And let me get the words. Should fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. I don't think it says that anywhere in our Constitution or in our Bill of Rights. So he added that to our in my opinion, I read it in a book, so it's not my idea, but he added that, if I'm remembering the part of the speech, he added that to our Bill of Rights, basically, that concept, dedicated to the proposition that all men, and obviously women, all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives, that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we do this, that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from this earth. And by the way, Southern Comfort, I wanted to read that for you, not because of its northern slant. I think the men and women who died on the Confederate side also died to build our nation. And so I hope that your family who died are long remembered for what they did, and honored. And I hope they did not die in vain. Your family, Southern Comfort. Yeah, they couldn't even own the land. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? But then you wonder this concept of owning and of growth and of financial reward. It has worked, but it's also in a closed system, which our planet is. It's unsustainable. You can't have endless growth in a closed system. So I'm not saying the Indians in general were all conservationists. Of course, they did their own mistakes. They're only human. But wouldn't it have been great if we had learned from the people, the native people who lived here, how to live in harmony with this gorgeous continent without destroying everything? I mean, I think we almost killed all the buffalo. We did kill a lot of the beautiful songbirds, the beautiful birds. We drove them to extinction to make hats for women in San Francisco and Florida. We turned our cannons upward. And of course, we turned our ability to destroy on the human beings who were here. I'm sorry your family were slaves, and I mean, there's no way for any of us to understand that who didn't live with it. I will say that as much as we would hope, I think life here on the planet is difficult for everybody, but it's in measures of degree, and Yeah, I'm sorry your family were slaves. I'm sorry. And the whole thing that I'm trying to do here, I think Richard and Busy and the rest, I see our world becoming, particularly out of Joe Biden's state, his state, credit cards. Although, what is it called? Capital City One or Credit One or whatever the hell the name of it. It's out of Virginia. Debt and credit card debt and all this debt is slavery too. And I would just love that we could get some purchase on one of these transactions. And we're dealing with the shittiest of stocks. But maybe we can get a return and then start inching our way up and become our own central bank. What do I mean by that? Owning real things like gold and silver and maybe property, and getting out of debt and being our own independent financial unit that can help our friends and family now and leave something for our future generation. And financial education just in and of itself might be that something. Anyway, I can't do anything about that horrible past. I do know my ancestors came to this country. I don't know all the stories, but they came poor and downtrodden and huddled. It's different though. It's different than being not owning your own life. I'm really sorry about that. That's true. I have Irish in my background, and I don't think the white people in the UK in Britain treated the Irish very well. They still don't. All right, I'm gonna go eat. Go eat, Dad. All right, I'll go eat. Anyway, thank you. I wish I could hear your part of the conversation instead of me talking. I'm going to read that book, Black Elk Speaks. I'm going to take a picture of this so I don't lose it. And I'll hopefully, they look down on them. I know. I mean, I just can't imagine. Southern Comfort. I would hope that if I lived in the South back then, that I would have, number one, not owned slaves, but if I did, that I would have been somehow enlightened and oh my gosh, I just would have hoped that I would have been a good person. But and then Southern Comfort, I think about how we're here. Maybe we face moral conundrums, but if we face slavery in the United States again, we would know the answer. I don't think any of us would choose that again. But what if our new moral conundrums are different? Like fighting the banksters, for example, or trying to fight against endless wars. I don't know. It's a lot to think about. Oh man. I forget which general it was. I want to say it might have been Sherman. On the other hand, it might have been Custer. On the other hand, it might have been a completely different general. But he gave an order to his troops to slaughter all the buffalo, specifically so it would kill the Indians. How hateful is that? How hateful is that? Anyway, all right, I'm going to get off that that topic. I don't know why. I apologize, Southern Comfort. All right, Lofty, I'm going to go walk my dog. Genocide is real. And what's amazing about genocide, it resides in the hearts of people who experienced genocide years ago. And that's the frightening thing. We're each capable of evil, but we're also each capable of remarkable good. So I loved reading Uncle Tom's Cabin, but I read the German translated version. Is the long version back in university. Everything in German is long. I can't get the story of the Indians that tried to escape from the slave ship out of your mind. Yeah. The Buffalo Nickels. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what a concept. Oh. All right, residual DNA. Well, all right, let's see. Let's just see. Let me just see, and then we'll go. Then we'll go.
Battery 90%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Then we'll go. I don't know why the intro here is so long, but I guess there's a purpose to it.
You'll be 10 bears?
I am 10 bears.
I'm Josie Wales.
I have heard. You're the Gray Rider. You would not make peace with the Bluecoats. You may go in peace.
I reckon not. Got nowhere to go.
And you will die.
I came here to die with you. Or live with you. Dying ain't so hard for men like you and me. It's living that's hard. And all you've ever cared about's been butchered or raped. Governments don't live together. People live together. Governments, you don't always get a fair word or a fair fight. Well, I've come here to give you either one. Or get either one from you. I came here like this so you'll know my word of death is true. And my word of life is then true. The bear lives here, the wolf, the antelope, the Comanche, and so will we. And we'll only hunt what we need to live on, same as the Comanche does. And every spring when the grass turns green, the Comanche moves north. You can rest here in peace, butcher some of our cattle, and jerk beef for the journey. The sign of the Comanche that will be on our lodge. That's my word of life.
And your word of death?
It's here in my pistols, there in your rifles. I'm here for either one.
These things you say we will have, we already have.
That's true. I ain't promising you nothing extra. I'm just giving you life and you're giving me life. And I'm saying that men can live together without butchering one another.
It's said that governments are cheap by the double tongues. There is iron in your words of death for all Comanche to see. And so there is iron in your words of life. No signed paper can hold the iron. It must come from men. The words of 10 bearers carries the same iron of life and death. It is good that warriors such as we meet in the struggle of life or death. It shall be life.
I can't watch the part where they cut their hands. All right, Southern Comfort, that is for you. That's for your family too. They're for them as well. Anyway, I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. And if you think of it, pray for everyone involved here. Pray for number 2 Pencil's wife. Pray for the people that have been hurt. Pray for strength for those who tirelessly work for you. And pray for Jenny L. I'd like, if you think of it, pray for Anna, Queen of Trades. And let's pray for maybe there'll be a breakthrough in our knot of this financial knot that we don't expect. But also pray for all the children. Pray for peace around the world, particularly in the Ukraine and in the Middle East. We can at least agree on that, to pray for the children. Anyway, catch you tomorrow, I assume. I do have a conference call at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, so I'll either have to come on early or come on after that. So cheers to everyone. There's courage in your words of life.